Hey, there we are. We're live. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. So let's get started with the stream right now. I gotta share the link with all the Discord servers right now. Basically. Alright, let me do that. Let me share the link. Alright. Here we go. Here's the link. Let's start from bottom and work our way up. Alright, let me see where to start. Start right. Start right. Probably down here, I think. Yeah. Might be good. There we go. And alright, now we can start doing the AoE3 servers. Yep. So how was your day today? I think for many of you, you're starting your work again after the holidays, so very eventful day, I can imagine. That's the case for me. Yeah, I started my day of work again today, this Thursday, because today's the 2nd. Yesterday was New Year's Day. Now it's finally a working January day. Yeah. Let me see what to do now. What server are we on? This one. Let's go the wool one. Trying to type something in. There we go. Perfect. And then we can go into the wool multiplayer one. And now the Delian server, Juanito en Vivo. Yep, do that. Alright, we'll go here now. And where else we share them with? This one. And this one. Yeah, this one too. This server usually, right? Yep, this one. Where else? Yeah, we could maybe do this one this time. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Yep, definitely here. Yep. Perfect. Alright. Think we got them all. Think we got every single one of them. Should be good now. Yep, definitely. So, how is everybody today? You ready for some casted matches? Courtesy of Unstoppable Stiletto YouTube. Let me see where we're at with trying to look through my file collection here. Let me see. How many of the recordings do we already have? That's why I want to know. I'm going to try. Ooh, I got something pinned that I don't want here, so I'm going to remove it from quick access so we can look at the other save game folder that we want, right? I don't want that one either, actually. So, yeah, let me get that. Let me see. I'll keep that one, actually. That one, I'm trying to see what I should save in my quick access. I'll remove this, too. That should be easy to find. Alright, here we go. Alright, so which recordings do we have here that we already own and operate? Do we have the one from, whatchamacallit? Let me see. From Nick, Willalow Nick. We're supposed to do. Yeah, we do. I think it's Eternity Killed Me Too. Eternity Killed Me Too. Yeah, that's a wonderful name. Where is it? Do we have that one or not? Let me see. We do not, so I'm going to probably download that one first and then go down from there. Because there's some from Varango, too, that it looks like we didn't hit either, so we'll go with those as well. And some from Rommel, yeah. So we got a pretty good collection here. And then we got 2 of them from the newest patch to look at as well. So we'll get those right now. And we should be good to go, yeah. So, and how many do we have from the last week? Just so we're fully aware. Because I'll count that off to you too, so you know. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I believe 11. 12 games. 12. That's why I think yep, alright. Got 12. Perfect. Alright. So now we're going to copy those ones in, and then we can get started. Probably. Let me get that. All these files. Here we go. All 6 of the new ones, plus the 6 old ones. Into the folder we go. Yep. Get Chrome closed. No reason to eat up our CPU space like that. Be a very bad idea. Oh, there. Perfect. Good night, Juanito Glingo. 1.1.2. Yeah, that I guess it's a whole new sort of patch that the Wars of Liberty team is naming it off of, because I was going to assume that there was going to be 1.1.1e, but they decided to name it 1.1.2a. Yeah, so I guess they figured that the patch was so good that they had to give it a new patch number. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. So what's the first game? Oh, wait a minute. Whoopsie. My bad. I was going to look at the recordings. I'm like, nope, definitely don't want to do that. So let me reboot again into the thing, and then we can boot up right here. Perfect. Okay. Want to maintain our textures if possible. So what's the first recording called anyways? If we look up here, it should be called Ultimo Game del Dia GG. Peru Varango versus Italy Rommel. Oh yeah, I remember we talked about that one. I was so curious about that one. I wanted to see that one so bad. Now we finally get to see it in live action. What is the recording name? So it's P for Peru, and Senor Verlingo, Juanito Verlingo. This one right here. Because we saw the history one last week. Now we can see the Rommel one here. I mean, I think Varango is going to have a fairly easy time here personally. At least that's what I think. You know, that's the way I see this going. I mean, what's the map here? It's going to be the Chaco map, right? So basically the big wide open map with all the grass and. Is there any natives on this? Yeah, you got the Tupi natives, right? They're called Kalaha in Wars of Liberty, but they're basically just the Tupi Blackwood archers. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty wide open map for Varango to do whatever he wants on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I mean, I think if Varango's Peru could beat Hisei's Italy from long range, he could probably beat Rommel's Italy, I'm assuming, because Hisei, for all the Juanitos and Glingos say about his gameplay, he's a really good Italy. He's a solid Italy and knows how to do line infantry well, Alpinis, Basiglietis. So If Faringo's Peru build can handle that, I think it can handle Rommel's. Just saying. I mean, we saw last time that Peru actually has a lot of good skills of dealing with Italy. For the longest time, I always sort of put Peru on a lower pedestal and said, oh yeah, they're not that great of a civ. Look at these horrible skirmishers that only cost wood and stuff. But turns out they're actually statistically pretty useful, And what I found out was, if you combine Virgin Force with Carpentry and Extractivism, all the Age 1 sort of wood chopping cards, and also the market technologies, you can streamline a very easy constant queue of the skirmishers from the barracks and eventually get to a double or even a triple barracks, Brunero, and Pardo setup. I think the big key to really discovering it was the fact that the old Pardo was way too expensive to synergize Peru's infantry very well. Now the Pardos only cost 30 food. Is it 30 food or is it I think it's 50 food and 30 wood, I believe. Yeah. The Brunero's the more expensive wood one. The Pardo's the cheaper one in the wood and more expensive in the food. But you get what I'm saying, right? Because I guess the original idea was from Maston, he was going to have the Pardo cost 125 food, so you could synergize it with a full wood-costed Brunero. But the problem is it was way too expensive for what it did. And the reason it was expensive before was the old Pardo had more halberdier-like stats. So Maston came up with a great idea. Why don't we just turn the Pardos into pikemen, since that's what most polearms in Age 2 are anyways, is pikemen. So he was able to get down to a pikeman and thus give it really reasonable priced costs. Instead of having to account for like 100-something resources, was able to get it down to like 50 food and 30 wood, which, that's a very reasonable price. That's basically a slightly modified pikeman cost. And you combine that with the Bruneros, and now you got an OP bonkers build now you can do with Peru, since their skirmish is so effective, and now their pikeman is cost effective as well. So you can just win against many different combinations. You can't win against everything, right? If you're good with artillery, you're good with assault, you can probably be a serious threat. But Peru is now looking like a really good competitive civ in both 1v1s and especially in team games. If you're in a team game with Peru and you can have at least a few seconds to set up and get your cards in order, you can get a really, really solid setup going. The only sort of things I would be worried about are the Cappy builds for now. I mean, Cappy was joking today about, oh yeah, I'm going to try some Germany Jawohl stuff against Peru and seeing what he can do against them. Yeah, should be interesting though. Should be interesting. So what are the decks? So we don't get too... So this is the Rommel deck. It's definitely more 1v1 oriented than the Hishre deck. You got villagers, you got about double coin crates in Age 2, so Rommel does have an option of sticking around in Age 2 a bit longer, especially with all these unit shipments he has here. And then in Age 3, he's got Alpini, Grenadiers for it, and now this is a interesting option here. He's got some Swiss pikemen here. Yeah, these are the Swiss guards, the Pontifical guards. These are basically the same as Swiss pikemen, and thus will be good against cavalry with really strong multipliers overall. So yeah, definitely a really good unit, I would say. And then in Age 4, which I'm a little bit surprised by, he has mortars instead of the steel guns. Yeah, pretty much. So should be an interesting setup, I think. And what's Faringo running? Is he running what we did last time? Yeah, so this is sort of the recipe of Faringo. He doesn't quite use as much wood chopping stuff that I do, but he does actually include Furrier. He goes for that first. I don't know if it's better to start with Furrier or go with Virgin Force. What I do is I go three Cholo, Virgin Force, Carpentry, and then Extractivism. If I can go full greed. If I need to throw in like a Lancero shipment or a crate or something, or Vills, I will too, or an Emigrant or something. But if I can sort of do what I want, I'll usually go 3 Vills, this, followed by carpentry and extractivism. What Faringo seems to be doing is doing the three cholos followed by furrier. I mean, just because Faringo does it a certain way does not mean it's a better way. Because, as we all know, Faringo is not the strongest player out there, but it looks like he's found a real gold mine in terms of a civ to use. Something that overall works pretty well. Also, goes for the Chinese immigrants this time, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, in general, if there's a lot of herdables on the map, it's preferable to go China. If there's not any herdables on the map, sometimes it's better to go with the Irish, just so you have a backup immigrant unit that you can use for mostly combat. China can make their melee sappers in Age 2, the coolies, but yeah, in general, if you're looking for pure combat, Irish is going to be better. And if you're looking for more of the siege, then going with the Chinese is going to be a bit better because of their sappers. So, kind of get that. One more thing China gets, which is sort of making me debate sort of if China or Irish is the better option for Peru in Age 2, is the fact that China actually gets a technology that improves mining rate and wood chopping rate at the same time. So I'm thinking, not only can I go 3 villager, virgin forest, carpentry, and extractivism, I can even add in another 10% gather rate from the Chinese immigrant colony too and get a really whacked out wood chopping rate, especially combined with copper axe head and then the other wood chopping upgrade that the Juanitos get at their Mercado. Yeah. So Faringo starts out with Pardos, ships in about, 9 Berneros right now? Yep, perfect. This is sort of the Wombo combo that's been winning a lot of games as Peru lately. Pardos with Berneros. The Berneros are surprisingly very effective skirmish unit, and then the Pardos are, in full mass, are going to be a really good protective unit. As you can see, their multipliers are nothing to complain about. I mean, it's got the same multipliers of a pikeman. I think the hand attack might be a little bit weaker, but honestly, for the cost, it works really into the Bernero's favor. Because, see, the Bernero costs about 65 wood. The Pardo costs about 50 food and about 30 wood. So, in general, if you combine these two things together, you're basically going to have an evened out food and wood economy to be able to accommodate both of these units, which I think is pretty effective, actually. Yeah, I think so. Now, question is, what does Rommel do about this? He's going for an FF with politician, the Cornet. So Cornet gives you some free hussars. So that'll basically give him a bit of protection from the Berneros, but definitely not the Pardos, That's sort of what makes this whole Bernero, Pardo, Wombo, Juanito, Peruano combos thing work really well. Is you can't really go hand cab against it, and you really can't, try to beat it with any basics or musketeer stuff, because the Berneros do really well against infantry. Quite well, actually. And then obviously you can't use dragoons because they're countered by both of these units. The only sort of thing you can kind of try to run against it, I guess, is mass assault and artillery. Yeah. Or just having a better economy, right? And playing tactically. Because I think what it's going to come down to, here's the thing. Italy does have a really nice tool of dealing with this. He can go with the Alpini skirmishers, the Alpino. The Alpino skirmishers are particularly good in this matchup against Peru because they have 24 range instead of 20 range, basically. So they can hit really from long distance away, basically. Yeah, they're a really effective skirmisher, pretty much. They can hit a number of infantry, just about. So yeah, he is queuing in Alpino right here. He's also shipping Alpino as well. This might actually save Rommel a lot of time, and he might be able to counterattack effectively with this if he's, really careful with it. I sort of assumed that Faringo was going to have an easy time here, but if Rommel can stick together with enough of the Alpini and make the right stuff, he might be able to pull something off here. Who knows, But the thing is, you can't just go full Alpini either, because Peru as a Juanito Civ gets another option. They get the Mushitero, which is a assault unit, thus a melee sort of foot cavalry unit that you can use splash attack with, basically. So I think in this situation it's going to come down to if Rommel can balance Basigliades, Alpini, and Hussars possibly to come up with some sort of effective defense. He could just go Basigliere with Alpini. That could absolutely be a successful strategy here. It might be the most cost-efficient and masterable one he could do, I think. Yeah. Because here's the thing. Hussars might be good for raiding, but I think in general when you're dealing with this particular mass here, you're going to need mainly Alpini to wipe out both of these main infantry units and then have the Basigliaires there as a backup to Mushiteros because, you know, Basigliaires are a maneuver unit and thus have multipliers against assault, and they can sort of clean that up. So, yeah. I think that's what we're going to see here. Also, the question is how much does Rommel let Varingo mass up? Because what we always see with these sort of Peru matches, including the ones that I do, is if I can reach a certain threshold in terms of army size of Berneros and Pardos, it becomes really hard for the opponent to deal with it, you know. It becomes really hard for them to use any sort of cav, and then infantry kind of melts to the Berneros in proper numbers. So we're going to have to see if you know, Varingo can potentially build the large enough mass to actually deal with Italy in a meaningful way long before the Alpini starts to become a real threat here. If Rommel can build up his Alpini numbers before Varingo can do that, I think Italy wins. If Italy can't do that, I think it's looking more down the road of Varingo perhaps pulling up another huge army mass and going for the base. So we're going to have to really see how this one turns out just about, yeah. Overall, though, I mean, wait a second. Is he going line infantry? Line infantry. You could do that. I just think the Basigliere is going to be the more on-point option. But to be fair, we have not seen any sort of shock units yet from Peru. So at the moment, probably Musketeer is going to be the better option, you know. Because it gives you some sort of anti-cavalry protection, but it also gives you some sort of anti-infantry protection as well, you know. You can't really have Basigliades out on the front for too long because the Berneros will eat through them with their multipliers, but thankfully the line infantry being a heavy infantry unit, these Berneros, for all they're good at, are one of the only early skirmish units in the game that don't have any multipliers against heavy infantry. Which means basically line infantry feel especially safe when they're going up against them, you know. Doesn't mean they're going to do well because guess what? There's a range difference. Berneros have 16 range as well as the ability to move very fast as their brethren start falling and that sort of grave bonus starts taking up. But in general, yeah, I'd rather be a musketeer going up against a Bernero than being a dragoon style unit because you're going to get shredded a lot slower by that. Definitely. I mean, yeah. And what do we see here? I think we see Rommel potentially trying some sort of timing attack with what he's got. He's upgraded the line infantry. He's moving the Alpini forward. He's keeping his Hussars there too that he got from the Age Up. Just thinking up of some sort of build to deal with Peru. I think he thinks line infantry Alpini might be a possible solution with these couple of free Hussars he's got. And do we see a real good mass on Varingo yet? I don't think we do, and I think this is where he might have a real problem. He's going with a lot of gold here, a lot of coin. 1,000 coin, looking to be going to age 4. Now, age 4, do you think that's going to be good? I couldn't say 100%. I think what he's going to do is he's going to go for an age... for Irish, get a bunch of those mercenary maneuver units, the Fenians, and then try to add in some sort of immigrant artillery. That's what he's potentially doing here. Maybe he knows about the threat of the Alpini and wants to have artillery for that. Who knows? That sounds like a lot of what he might be doing here. Yeah. No, he canceled it out. Is he going for the Age Up or not? He's going for... Second Irish Wave, he's going to get, I believe, about 10 Fenian mercenaries from that. So pretty solid mass of maneuver units. And they have some pretty good stats, you know. The ranged attack is about 48, I believe. The multipliers are a whopping 6x against assault units, but only at range. Its hand attack is actually pretty awful for a Dragoon, only about 15 melee with no multipliers, so you only want to be using them at range. That's what makes it sort of a unique mercenary, I guess. But here we go. We got some sort of action happening. A house is starting to get sieged right now. That second wood chopping upgrade, the wooden structures, is coming in. That's basically the Juanito's version of log flume, so that'll give him some more wood. And once this Egypt arrives, I'm wondering if he's going to get a shipment in time to maybe get some San Patricio cans here to maybe push him off a bit. You know, the one thing you have over Italy that you don't have over other European civs is the fact that the Basiga the Air maneuver unit does not have multipliers against artillery. So that basically means if you love spamming cans against Italy, they have to really play it a lot differently. You really have to either get a foundry and do coves, or you have to go mass hand cavalry of some kind. Basiga the Aires will usually not save you from artillery spamming. So maybe that's what Faringo is actually going to try to do here. And it looks like potentially it could work, you know. It just depends on how quick you can get the artillery out in time. Because the way it's set up right now, when you're in Age 4, you get about 2 San Patricio cannons per shipment. Each San Patricio cannon has the same stats of a Falconet, so it's like constantly getting the Infinite 2 Falconet shipment from Definitive Edition. And if you can get like 2 shipments, that means you can have 4 of them. If you can get 3 shipments, 6 of them. And that adds up over time, you know, especially considering they get Shadow Tech as well. Basically getting a free guard and Imperial upgrade as you progress through the game. At this stage, they would be at the same strength as a Falconet with field guns technology right there. So we'll see. Seems to be a little bit low on the XP still to really do anything. I think he's just stalling himself for time right now. He's going to try to focus fire the Hussars because those can snare him and make him sort of raw to the infantry. Let's see if he can maybe mop this one up. Yep, there's one more Hussar though. He's doing a good job at stalling himself time because now he has enough XP for 1 shipment of something. What that's going to be, I don't know. Is it going to be Berneros? Is it going to be the cannons? He might actually want to get a huge mass of Berneros here. You know, I wouldn't stray away from that, you know. He does have all of his Andean combat cards active. Andean combat cards deal with the Mushitero and the Bernero. So we will see if he goes for a Bernero shipment of some kind or he just gets the cans like I said before. Either way, I think he's going to have an okay defense, you know. He's already looking to get enough wood, I think, to oh, he goes for the artisanal cannons. A little risky. I might have wanted to go for a large mass of infantry because I'd be a little bit worried that the Alpini and their large numbers may be sniping your cans from long range with very little damage. That'd be my main sort of concern with that, you know. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Faringo is at the point where he can start to train Berneros with their veteran upgrade. Honestly, if he can get this threat out of his base, he'll be pretty close to essentially having the guard upgrade. Also gotta watch these Fenians as well, because these Fenians are a brutal raiding unit. Though they do have a malice against Vils, their range attack overall is about 24 Pierce versus the Villager, which is not too shabby actually. It's about the same as the Musketeer, so 24 times like 10. You're talking some serious damage against villagers, so you definitely need to pay attention to that. Could actually be a really solid setup. Watch out for that Explorer. It gets 2 Alpini with that shot. Peppered him up a little bit, but now he has to sort of think of what the next step is going to be. Is there any way for him to get any vills? If he scouts this out, he's going to be solid, but I think he might actually go back to his base to try to salvage. Oh no, the Swiss Pikers, the Swiss Guards. Now, these are going to be a huge problem. They got about 64 siege, and these are indeed a very brutal threat. He's going to lose the town center now. I don't think he... I don't know. What do you think? You think he can defend this? It really comes down to how well he manages his Berneros here. You know, and what these Fenians can do. I think if he gets these Fenians into position, takes out the Swiss guards with them, and any sort of muskets, he might be okay. They have about the same range as the musketeers, so musketeers will be able to fire back at them while they're working. Watch out. Do not let these guys fall. You gotta snipe the Swiss guards. Swiss guards, yep, watch out for that Swiss piker there. That one, and then you can get these ones next. Oh, he's got the horse grenadiers, but does he watch out for... Oh no, Juanito Peruano. Watch out for that. You gotta be careful. He's being very risky with these things. Way too risky with these things. But Rommel doesn't even seem to care. He seems to be chasing the Fenians because they're probably a much bigger threat to him. Yeah. Alright. He's going to want to get out of here, I think, and just try to pick and choose his fights here. Because these are a really good unit that you don't really want to lose in this engagement, you know. You can train more of them, but it's going to cost you, you know. You have to send the pubs technology from the Irish immigrants and then get a saloon, and then you can train them from there. But yeah, I don't think he's going to want to have to train this very expensive coin yet. He's best just trying to save them and hitting and running where he can. Let's see if he can maybe take out these Alpinis somehow and get... Yep, he's got one more... He's got 2 more Swiss guards to deal with. He's got some Berneros here. He might be able to basically surround Rommel's army and clean this up. He looks like he is. I think he can do it. I think the real question is what's going on to Rommel's score right now? What is going on with that Juanito Venezuela's score? Is he doing okay? Is he not doing okay? I mean, look at Veringo's score. He's got a 40 score advantage here, 40 points up. Well, it went down a little bit, but you get the idea. I mean, there's clearly a score difference here. You know, for all this stuff that Rommel did to his army, he has not been able to actually attack any of the villagers. And this is where Veringo has an advantage, because now what we should do is we should check the vil differences. Peru has about 21 vils, so not a lot. But how much has Rommel got? He's got about 15. 15 villagers? What? You can't be serious about that. That is really bad. 15 villagers. Man, that's how many villagers you get when you age up as Italy. You tell me this Juanito here couldn't make one more Aldino in that whole 21 minutes. That's why you're going to lose this thing, man. For all the trouble that Veringo's been having on the board, he's at least been keeping up with his vil queues a little bit better than you have. I mean, come on. Like, seriously. You know, and to boot, I mean, Veringo doesn't have to really care about his vil eco as much as you do, because once he gets a good amount of woodcutters with all those upgrades, he can just spam Bernero into the moon and back. So, I don't know what you're doing, Italy. You gotta get some more economy out, because if you don't, you're just not gonna... I mean, alright, good unit choice, but... Yeah, this is way too late, though, because if you try to queue in, like, 1-2 Hussars, Berneros can actually deal with that. You know, you need big armies of Hussars to deal with Berneros in a meaningful way. Little batches of Hussars will not work in the long haul. You need to be able to field large numbers of those things. And thankfully, we do see additional villagers being added in. This is villager number 16. Really not impressive since, you know, sometimes I do... A lot of the time, actually, I do age up with 16 vils. That's still like age 1 level economy. That's not even an age 2 or age 3 economy. That's an age 1 economy. So, I mean, you've really got to catch up there. Really. And then Veringo adds in saw pit. This is the same as circular saw for the European civs. You know, Europeans get circular saw. The Juanitos get saw pit. This is really going to ramp up his wood chopping and probably get him in a good enough shape to basically get the guard upgrade on the Berneros. And I think at that point, there's not a lot Rommel can do outside of his base. Oh god, now he's going to throw his army too. I mean, after what just happened, he should know better than to send his infantry out onto the front like that. He's basically giving up the match by doing that. Like, maybe he's given up, you know? Because you don't really have the necessary army to really do a solid push. You just, yeah, I don't know. This is getting a little bit tricky here. Yep, just gotta get those animals, those animales, yep. Yeah, I mean, now Varingo is gonna add in more villas. He's at about 24. He's gonna have 24 of them. Is Rommel doing the same, or is he just... No, he's getting Falks. But not what... But, well, I see a problem right away here, man. He's got a few more villas coming in. So what I see happening here is he's going to lose his whole infantry army, and then he's going to have no protection at all to the Falks, and the Falks are going to get completely roasted by the Bernero mass. Because, you know, Falks have a lot of armor being artillery, but if they're dealing with like 40, 50 bullets at a time, that starts pinging their HP like mad. Just like, you know, when you have mass arbs against siege rams and AoE 2 and all those arrows and mass start becoming a problem, that's exactly what happens here. Having like a million Berneros sniping down each can individually is enough to actually overcome them. Yeah. It's safe to say, too, if you look at this, the Varingo economy is clearly bare. And he's got multiple town centers, too. He's got a town center here, he's got a town center here. So he's going double town center, and he's adding in assault. He's adding in the Skoltas. Now, Skoltas with all this skirm stuff here, that's enough to win this match. Just a really tanky assault unit that you can mix in, you know. Whilst the Mosquiteros are sort of like a more early game, trashier type of assault unit, the Skoltas are a full-on cavalry unit. They got lots of HP, they got hand armor, a signature of assault units, and then they have the multipliers against heavy infantry, which, you know, that's what a Grenadier or line infantry is. It's a heavy infantry, so they take in like 90 in damage. Yeah, Rommel doesn't even want to deal with this. He knows what's coming. He's preparing his little Juanito Peach for what Juanita Pruana is going to do with her very special attack on him. So, you don't even want to deal with that. Yeah. All right. Let's, yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, like, yeah, massive Berneros. Really good. Really good. And then I think, too, it came down to economy. Like, this wood versus this. This food versus that. Much better eco set up by Senor Varingo than Rommel, who thought, you know, more aggro was the key. I guess it wasn't the key. The key was just having a decent villager eco that could have lasted you a bit there. Yeah, definitely. That's why I think anyways, you know. Yeah, but I could be wrong. Let's boot into the game again. Right here. Alright, so what's this match going to be called? Let me look up the recording. It's going to be called Tiradera de Plomo. Se pregunta por los datos o el banio. So Rommel's trying to get something banned, is that right? A build? Italy versus Korea. No problem. Alright, so who I'm assuming Metal's going to do Korea and Rommel's going to do Italy. I don't feel too good about Rommel's chances in that fight. I mean, yeah, I really feel really bad for what Rommel might experience in that matchup, really. So we'll see. Maybe Rommel pulls something off. Let's see. Do this one. Alright, so we are on a really good 1v1 map here. It's Manchuria Zlatia. Yeah, Manchuria Zlatia. Yeah. So yeah, basically it's the Manchurian coast of China. You sort of got like the Sea of Japan over here. So you do have a bit of fishing land-wise. You're sort of on like the open steppe, so a lot of animals, but not a lot of trees. You got the mines, of course, and then up here you got this trade route. It's sort of off the beaten path in 1v1, so if you want to come over here and grab it, it's going to be a bit, away from your defenses, at least your main ones. So you do sometimes have a risk when you put TPs out here that they're going to get taken down, but maybe your opponent ignores it altogether and you get to keep it. That's sort of what you have to think about. And then in terms of natives, this one has Zen on it, so there's going to be some native pikemen potentially from one of these players. We'll see. Alright, so it's Metal playing Korea, and Rommel is playing Italy. I really think this is going to be an easy Korea win, just going off of tier list standards. We have Korea as like top S tier Civ in patch 1.1D. That's for a number of reasons: economic booming, solid archer units, good anti-cav, good consulate play, really effective wonders, good scaling of different stats across the board to their artillery and their navy. They have good navy, good fish booming. Korea's good at so many things, To me, I felt like it was an easy say to put Korea maybe in the top like S tier category, like maybe the best Civ of all time, at least in terms of consistency, because I remember back in the days around the old Belgium and Korea patch days, and the days of Sweden and Denmark being released, when we used to have all those Wars of Liberty jamborees with Daedra lists and stuff. Korea won very well whenever it was used. Whenever I played against one of those more higher level upper echelon ESOC online players in those tournaments, I used to always beat them with Korea. Korea was always a really good winning Civ, If you wanted to beat someone, you played Korea. You could mass up a bunch of archers with spearmen, make the tigers, and then eventually, back in those days, the Russian consulate had Cossacks, which, did its job pretty well. But now we got a massive, 13 upper-ascended pikemen or so, and it's arguably even better now, because now you can go more into the archers and then just use the consulate to provide your anti-cav and siege, and it's really hard for opponents to deal with that. Truly is. Yeah. And though I think the archer stats have changed a lot since then, it's still the same concept, Young Korean archers are about the same as British longbowmen in so many ways, so they're really good rate of fire and really good range. And that just works pretty well overall, Really well. It's the reason why people sometimes like using longbows with the British, is it scales really well into their booming economy. Just into different means. The British obviously had the manor boom in the 5th edition in Wars of Liberty. Koreans simply just get a really good early wonder that they can build that gives you free villages over time and gives you the ability to research extra market technologies for double the price from Europe, the gang saw, the hunting dogs, and the placer mines. In the old days, you could get the other ones too. You could get log flume, circular saw, amalgamation, and the steel traps, but the devs were seeing how big the Korean score was, and they were like, we gotta take away these weapons of good economy from Little Rocket Man, I think, and just not have them have those, And back then too, the technologies were the regular price, so it was really easy to get hunting dogs on top of your hunting eagles and the bird. The bird is the word one, basically, yeah. But it's still a good bonus, Having an extra hunting, wood chopping, and mining tech, a lot of times that's very relevant. I think definitely on this map, because you got a lot of hunting opportunities. You do want to capture any mines in your nearby area, make the most of them, I think, and in double price placer mine or hunting dogs is definitely very good, Something you want to consider. So is Korea aging up now? Yeah, it's always important to see when you're dealing with an Asian Civ, when they're playing their sort of age up, And how many vills they use, too, because they can vary, Some people like more vills, some people only have, one villager. Going over to coin, very interesting. That's something I rarely ever do. Yeah, is there a reason why he's going to coin? He's going military service examination. That's right. That's the one build you need coin for. It's a really powerful build sometimes. Basically, what this card does is it essentially allows all your military unit cards to deliver more units into them. So, yeah, this should be a pretty good setup if you can do it right. I believe, depending on what age it's in, you might get sometimes 3-4 free units out of each shipment. It's really powerful. Seems to have enough shipments to make the most of it, because even if he goes into like the late game, he's going to be getting another free Huacha out of these infinite cards. He's going to have 3 Huachas instead of 2. So, I mean, yeah, let's say this, and this doesn't work. This should still do something for you deep into the late game and still give the card value and make it worth it. Yeah. Alright, so what is he going to do? I see he's going full coin. Is that it? Okay. Maybe he's going for age 3. He's going for some sort of FF to counter Italy. Could be. Seen things like that before. One warning though, be careful of the Basigliaires if you're doing that. Watch out for the Basigliaires if you decide to do Iron Flails, because Iron Flails are an assault unit and Basigliaires will counter that. So you just need to be very, very aware of that. Now if he goes with more Fire Lancer, I think that'll be much better, but we'll see. Fire Lancers, they do very well in battles. They're basically like Abyss Gunners, but they shoot rockets, and I usually find them to be better at like sniping artillery and stuff, usually the Fire Lancers. That's sort of the funny thing about the tier list. We have the Koreans above the Ottomans, and in a way the Koreans actually do have their own sort of Abyss Gunner, though a bit different. I think the Abyss Gunner is technically more effective usually, but the Fire Lancer sometimes I think with its like siege is a lot better, because what the fire Lancers do is, instead of having like a close-up siege attack like the Abyss Gunners do, the Fire Lancers attack buildings from long range, since they're sort of like a semi-artillery style siege. They're actual siege troopers. Abyss Gunners and Wool, I believe, are not siege troopers, but the Fire Lancers are, so they can actually fire their rockets from normal military unit range when they're attacking houses and stuff. Making them a really good siege unit, Quite good, actually, yeah. So we'll see, though. We'll see how this turns out, I think. Got a lot of yaks. Yickety yak, don't yak back. Does he put a livestock pen up for that? Maybe. Might be a good idea. Yeah, Koreans just get a normal livestock pen. They're like the only Asian civ to have like a normal livestock pen that looks very Asian. The Chinese with their villages, the Indians with their sacred fields, and the Japanese with their Welsh shrines. The only Wars of Liberty Asian civ to have a livestock pen is the Koreans. Yeah. Now shipping in 700 wood, probably for defensive purposes. Rommel's also going up to age 3 at about the same rate with the City Planner. The City Planner gives you a free covered wagon, thus another town center and more booming potential, yeah. Quite effective usually. Yep. So we'll see where he gets that set up. Looks like he made about 2 military wagons with the Italian architect there, and about 3 town wagons. He's probably going to turn those into houses. Italy has a pretty easy time getting buildings out onto the board at the same time, but it does cost a lot of wood to do so, because essentially a town wagon will cost about 100 wood, and a military wagon will cost about 200 wood. So if you have the wood, I think Italy has an easier time just spreading buildings everywhere, as long as there's no one there to sort of deny them or attack the wagons. Because normally if you want them made buildings, you gotta put villagers out on the front there, which sort of kills your villager seconds. But if you're using wagons, the wagons are doing the work for you, and the villagers just keep getting to do the villager stuff. Yeah, definitely. Town center number 2, Sassari is there, as well as Salerno. Alpini, going full Alpini. Probably the best thing you can do against these archers, honestly. I mean, the Myungyungs have about 22 range. Alpini have about 24 range. Now, if Korea gets to age 4, they actually get a card called Gakgung. Gakgung actually gives the Myungyungs enough range to have 24 range as well, so he could potentially go to H4 and get these archers up to about same range as the Alpini if he really wanted to. If he really wanted to go range on him like that. But I think just because they have 22 range, I think they can still squeegee it out pretty well, you know? Still think so. Yeah. Now, the one challenge that Metal always deals with is the fact that he only has about 9.69 fingers to do his Wars of Liberty with. He, had a really bad industrial accident with some metal falling on his Juanito Dados one time, and he just sort of lost a piece of one. And now he's down to about 9.69 of them. So, if his macro or micro sometimes looks a little bit off kilter, that's the reason why. But overall, wisdom-wise, knowledge-wise, Metal is very well-versed and experienced in Age of Empires 3. Thus, is going to give Rommel a pretty big problem here. Like this. What is that? A bunch of hunting villagers. There you go. Look at all the ragu sauce this Korean man is making here. Full-on spaghetti and meatballs level carnage. Yeah. That didn't look too good. How are you gonna get the Italian sausage for your spaghetti, for your Parmesan? I don't know. It's gonna be very, very hard indeed. Yep, just run off to the side and retreat. Discipline Jungs. Yeah. I think we determined that they were pretty okay as a unit in terms of damage output. I used to think the people that made these things were sort of, eating some of Lars's brownies and stuff, but turns out 33 range attack in Age 3 is not too shabby, actually, Can sometimes make some okay trades against stuff. Now, question is that enough against, these 24 range skirms? This could be a real problem here. Normally, Hwatch is a great way to deal with infantry, but not when they have, how much range do the Hwatches get? 27? So they do outrange the Alpini, but, the Alpini do have a lot more flexibility with their 24 range to sort of avoid some of those bolts, I think. We'll see, though. We'll see what can happen here. I would just go full archer against Alpini. That's what I would do. Go full food and wood eco and try to squeegee them out with a million of your archers. Because I think 22 range with the archers does make them a little bit better against, a longer range unit like the Alpini. Then if you somehow get to Age 4, then you can even the range playing field with the better rate of fire since you're an archer and he's a gunpowder unit. We'll have to see, though, if he can pull this off, potentially. Ooh, yep. That was a good shot there. Wonderful shot. Now, this is the thing that makes the Myungyungs really stink, is they don't have any multipliers against the scout units, only the assault units, man. So, a little bit of a not-so-good experience, usually, with them. At least when it's coming to deal with hussars. They're great against cuirassiers and musketeers, but when it comes to hussars, yeah, not so great, I honestly consider his macro right now. He really doesn't have a lot of better options than those units. He's gonna need a lot of wood for a lot of archers if he wants to start going more that route. We'll see. We'll see what he ends up doing in the end. No diplomatic intrigues, no sort of consulate stuff. He does actually have the Hermit Kingdom card, which actually shuts off your export gather rate from your bills. So if you really don't like consulate much, you can always send that. And it's like a slightly beefed up version of Eco Theory that benefits the gather rates by 15% instead of 10%. Which, if you don't know, that's actually a really good gather rate per resource. That's the same rate as food silos in Age 1. Yeah, it's really something to behold, actually. Or sawmills in Age 1 for the wood. I'm also checking every now and then on the Discord to see if we get any sort of recordings tonight. This is sort of the today is the day of a release of a new patch, so you're usually going to see new games popping up there and stuff, and you got to stay on top of that thing. So far, we only have 2, though, but Cappy and Metal and everyone is playing right now, so there's a good chance that potentially we could see some more games from them, which could prolong the stream, which we want, More streaming means more lingo viewing hours, which is good, Plus, I love seeing these games. They're always so good and fun and entertaining. I think what I do here is just as entertaining as what they do over in ESOC for Definitive Edition, might have a smaller community, but I get the job done all by myself. I'm a big boy now. I'm a big kid now and wear my Huggies diapers, yeah. Huggies diapers of streaming, yeah. Not too many could say that, because over on ESOC, they have to have one production guy, and then they have to have 2 casters, sometimes 3, and it's all these people for one silly AoE 3 stream. I do the whole shebang all by myself. I don't even need anyone. I can move my own cursor around woo, like that. It's not too hard to do. Yeah, I guess they have all those cool fancy assets and stuff, but yeah, I can get along pretty well with just using my mouse pad. Yeah. Did you know I don't even use a mouse to play Wars of Liberty or Definitive Edition? I literally use a trackpad. Something you literally use to use Excel spreadsheet to play an RTS game, and I seem to work really well with it, Because I did try using the mouse a few times. It just feels so weird to do. I thought at first it was going to make the job easier, and then I realized, yeah, maybe not so easy. Metal, you better get that little prosthetic extra finger piece on right now, because you're losing villages to Hussars here. Not even that many, just 2 of them. Just 2 Hussars are basically shrinking your score. It's not as bad, though, because Korea naturally has a much higher score with all the extra going into the trample mode. Very smart move by Rommel, but a little too late. Now, the reason why Rommel was doing that is because Wars Liberty in this patch, and also the new patch that came out today, trample attack no longer damages the cavalry, so a Hussar can sit there in trample mode for a good number of seconds and not lose any HP at all, It has still attack slower, that's sort of the negative effect, but it no longer deals self-damage, so, you can actually afford to go in trample mode in some situations with scout units and get some favorable trades against skirms. That is, of course, if you can surround the skirms and not have them try to kite you while you're in the trample mode. You still have to be very doubly careful about that. But if you can justify it well and do it right, trample mode can now be a really good friend of yours in your combat. Yeah. What else is Rommel doing? So I think in terms of resource stockpiles are about on. I think Metal's doing better. He does definitely have a lot more kimchi and other food in his back pocket. Literally, yak mukbang in the back over here, eating up all those yaks, just about. So yeah, I think technically Korea is still on the upper advantage here, yeah. Even with the Vil raids, even with the Vil raids, I think Korea is still in somewhat better shape, yeah. Doing a bit, as I said before, again, the long-range archers, those will definitely shred the line infantry, and then when it comes to the Alpini, you're going to have a much better experience with that. Just make sure that you kite properly, because you don't have any definitive anti-scout units here. The Byung-Yungs just don't cut it, so you're going to have to kite a lot more here until these Hussars are down. Once the Hussars are down, everything else becomes easier. Putting that Hwacha into some sort of targeting of the Alpini to get the most salvage. Probably going to lose it. Least he can do is try to get a little damage out of it. Got a little bit of damage out of it, which is better than nothing. Long-range archers should have a pretty easy time at blasting away those skirms, I think. Should be pretty basic. Up, got the priest. There you go. Alright, yeah, that rate of fire really is working quite good here. Yeah, definitely. Just back up Back on up, back on up. There you go. Alright, so what do we got here? We got a bunch of long-range archers. Yep, retreat, 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 retreat. Ah, perfect. There you go. That was good. And now we're just going to see the massing of long-range archers versus Alpini skirms. Oh, yep, this is what I'm saying. The rate of fire really makes a difference here, even if they are slightly outranged by him. The rate of fire makes all the difference here. All the difference. So much of a difference that is actually confident again. The Spearman in now for the siege. In a bit, gets a disciplined upgrade in. The thing I've noticed on both sides is it's mostly just mukbang on either side. Just eating, gorging on food, you know, not even anything else. But I will say Metal's doing slightly better, getting a little bit more wooden coin in for what it's worth. He actually got about 4 watches, so he's getting a lot more coin eco than I gave him credit for. That's an expensive cost. I mean, look at that. Just a little bit under a Falconet because he's got the Japanese consulate active, right? Yeah, the Japanese consulate makes your stuff slightly cheaper. Normally, it costs the same as a Falc, but if you get the Japanese consulate allies, the military cost becomes slightly cheaper and thus comes slightly discounted. Yeah, so I think with enough watches, you're definitely good to go in there and finish the job. I think, yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt at all. So another push. This should be fatal. I don't think Grombo really has the setup to deal with this. I mean, he's trying to go with the Hussars because that's worked better in the past. But now that the Spearmen are here, a real counter to scout units, Hussars don't matter as much anymore. They really don't. There's not really much you can do in this situation. It's really not going to be as good as you think it is. Definitely not. So Huaches, they're releasing their arrow barrages on the TC, which is phenomenal. And now we start to see a bit of a conundrum there, a bit of a fight. Really good. Perfect. There, exactly what you need. Dengpa Spearmen. Start attacking those Husares. Woo! Nice, nice, nice. Perfect. Beautiful. Now the Huaches can start to do their barrage. And that's a GG. GG and a well played. Good match. Good battle for both sides. I think that was definitely a good fight. But it just comes down to tier list sometimes. Korea just beats Italy really well, you know. Problem last game is we didn't give enough credit to Peru, I think, in previous weeks, but now we know Peru is actually a pretty good civ, you know. But definitely in this matchup, you know Korea is always going to beat Italy when done right by a good player, you know. It's just something we've been able to record time after time after time with the civ, right? And now we're going to actually boot into the game again, and we're going to check out game number 3, wherever that is. Boot into it right now. There we go. So what's this game going to be called? It is going to be called Swollen Sape. Swollen Sape. So it's Italy versus Uruguay. Now that's an interesting one. I feel like Uruguay from what I've seen lately because We used to keep Uruguay in the B tier, but I think we're going to be able to move them up into the A or even the S tier in this patch, the current patch, that is. I think Uruguay is looking good there, Let's set this up like that. There we go. Perfect. Pixel perfect. Alright, so what map we on? Ooh, it's a Hishe match. It's a Hishe match. Oh, why are you on Carolina? It's always... Hishe loves Carolina. He just loves to go to Carolina. Yeah. Yep. Myrtle Beach time, yeah. Yep. Now, why I think this is going to be real interesting is this is a matchup that me and Hishe were doing some other day, and then the game I was synced, and it was like, you know what? This is messed up, man, because it was a great fight. It was really unknown if I was going to win or not, so I want to see this one happen in full. I am just really curious if Hishe's Italy on a large map is enough to beat Uruguay. Because I was doing my full Gallego, French immigrant, Confederate stuff. I don't know what Rommel's going to do. He might do something totally different. We'll see. Maybe Rommel has a better idea than I did. Who knows? I just want to see how Italy holds up against Uruguay. Because from what we've seen, Uruguay's been really good in the 1v1s. The only way Hishe is able to sort of circumvent that a bit is basically picking a large map to make rushing a little bit less effective. I say a little bit because in the match before when he was USA and I was Uruguay, I ended up going with the German immigrants, which I rarely do. I do sometimes. So I could do Uhlans instead of the Janissaries. And with that, Hishe was like throwing a hissy fit. He was like, why are you doing all this gay stuff to me, man? This is gay. This is gay. And I'm like, no, I'm just raiding. I see the rainbow in the sky, but I don't have the flag in my wall, so to speak. And it's like, yeah, he really did like it. He really did not like the stuff I was able to pull off with the immigrants, with the immigrant Uhlans with Uruguay. And he was like, at the end of the match, he's like, yeah, man, you're so gay and trans. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely know how he likes Ulan rushes with Uruguay. I can only imagine what he'd think of Ulan rushes in the Definitive Edition with Germany. He'd probably, I don't know, probably never touch it again after that. Definitely not. Oh, yeah, big time, It's just one of those matchups that really does a lot of damage to you, you know what I mean? But the thing is, for all the damage that Ulans do, they're low HP, so you have a real shot at not only using pikemen, you could actually take them out with your town center or outpost cover fire. Yeah. Like, building fire is enough to completely shred Ulans because of their low HP. Especially the ones in Wars of Liberty that have even less hit points than the ones in Definitive Edition. Yeah, that's right, because in Wars of Liberty, all the cavalry with the scout tag, like Hussars, Ulans, actually have less HP than their Definitive Edition counterparts, but that also means that they're immune to certain things like ranged attacks from Dragoons that they're not in DE, so you sort of see what I'm saying. They're a bit more immune to different types of attacks, but that means that overall, statistically, they're going to be a little bit less tanky. And that's exactly the point I'm having, is basically, with the immigrant Ulans in Wars of Liberty, you do have a real chance of beating them, so it's not as gay and trans as Hishe thinks it is, because all he had to do is get some outposts up. And I think he even tried to build them, but I was being so fast and spontaneous with them that he just couldn't complete enough of them. And then when he did get enough of them, what I did that really got him into a tailspin? I got the exploding cards from an artillery foundry and added in ski troopers, so he couldn't even use pikemen anymore to deal with them. And then at that point, he was fumigating. He was as red as the tomatoes in his marinara sauce as Italy. Like he didn't want any more of that anymore. And I can't blame him almost for that. Yeah, definitely. Now, one thing Hishe is doing, which is probably why he likes this map a lot, is he's going double dark fishbone. Double dark fishbone. He does actually, so I think he actually has a new deck here. You know, we're used to the old Hishe deck. Now he's actually using a more water-based one that I don't think I've seen before. He's got Fish Market, he's got Rendering Plant, he's even got gondolas here. Gondolas basically allows fishing boats to trickle XP, which I think you should have gone like some sort of infinite shipment of some kind, whether it's a crate or a unit or something for that. Because guess what? Once you run out all these cards, that XP is now, you know, as useless as a pizza without cheese and tomato sauce and pepperoni on it. You know, it's like a big flat piece of bread. It's not going to be that great, you know. So, yeah, if you're going to get Gondola, I expect you to at least get like some sort of infinite shipment to really make the card work into the late game, which we know Hishe, you know, that's how he builds his deck. He builds his decks for like Imperial Age and Great War Age. He's not looking to fight you in Age 2 if he can avoid it. He's looking to fight you in the earliest Age 4, and then he like quickly ramps in Age 5 and 6 if you want to call World War 1 Age 6. That's what he's ramping into. Yeah. Now, the question is can Rommel sort of do the right sort of attack for that sort of thing, or can he not? So he's going for the thing I did. He's going for the German wave. Now, he might be doing this for the economic perks and the defensive perks, but he might be doing it for the reason I did, so he could train the Ulans and really gaslight Hishe really hard this game. You know, if he can pull it off with Ulans, you know, then I'm going to kind of realize that Ulans is a really effective way to deal with Italy then, you know. Because I thought going the Gallego Janissary route would have been the more stable one. Because, see, this is what happened. This is how this match went about. After I beat him with USA doing the whole Ulan thing, Hishe said, like, he wanted a like, we're doing this again. You make sure you get in there. And he said, all right, let's see how you do against this Civ. How you do against Italy. And then what I did at the start of the lobby was I picked Italy as one. Like, no, absolutely not. You picked that Civ you just did. I'm going to prove to you that Italy will completely destroy Uruguay, and I'm going to make sure you see that. And yeah, so I go like, okay, we'll do it your way then, because I thought I was going to be fine. But what happened was, it got into a really heated stalemate where I was in his base, basically eating up all the resources on the map, all the mines, all the berries, all the meat, and just trying to crack his Italian Ferrero Rocher nut, I guess you could call it, in his base, and just try to get in there, and it just didn't work. Eventually, Dao synced, and I'm like, you know, I thought I might be able to do this, but I guess not now because of the Dao sync, you know. So I couldn't tell who was winning because I was like losing so many resources, and I had to keep dealing with them, and I just didn't know if I was scared he was going to go to Imperial Age at that point. Once he gets to an Imperial Age, once you get an Imperial Age Hishe, you got some real problems. Scary, spooky problems, because it's usually Great War Age right around the corner. So soldiers and flamethrowers and tanks and stuff. So whenever you see Hishe going into Imperial Age, that's when you should be afraid for your very life. You know, it's like being in the woods and seeing a grizzly bear right in front of you. Like, you gotta run as fast as you can or fight or flight that thing, because you get Hishe in age 5, you know age 6 is right around the corner. That's the way he plans his economy. In a really meticulous way, actually, you know. Not the most skilled player, but in terms of, like, tournament level ESOC stuff, but when it comes to setting up that transition from age 4 to 6 real nicely, Hishe does a really good job with it when you give him, like, enough working space. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Hishe sort of delays a bit, I think, his age 2 timing. but he comes out of the gate running in the later ages in terms of his timing. So one way you can potentially do a fish is usually taking him out in the earlier ages, because if you don't do it then, he has his way of getting up, ramping real quickly into age 5 and 6. So you better deal with them in age 2 and 3 ideally. Yeah. Reminds me of my friend Zaus Kun over in Age of Empires 2. He stays in Dark Age for 10 minutes. Kind of fools everybody thinking he's sort of a noob, but then he comes out into Castle and Imperial Age of really record timing with the high score that he plans out himself to do the FFA, and it's man, this is a really good strategy that I never even thought of, Doing a longer Dark Age to basically lead to a faster Castle Age with more defensive ability and stuff, and it's yeah, Hifshade does basically the same thing, but on Wars of Liberty, He stalls out his age 2 to make you think that, hey, maybe he doesn't know how to do an FF or something, but he gets enough score going, then he just really ramps into the later ages with really good scoring, And I guess on this map, the way he makes it work is basically get a bunch of fishing boats out, and then at that point, by the time he's in age 4, he's already got enough res for mass line infantry, mass alpini, mass basiglieri. He also makes cuirassiers and hussars a lot, so he knows how to get his way around the Italian roster pretty well. I don't think he makes much of the archaic units. He mostly makes the food and coin stuff, but he does that very effectively, just spamming food and coin units pretty quickly. I can't recall if he gets Grenadiers that much. I don't think he gets Grenadiers a lot, but Italy, at least for right now, does get Royal Guard Grenadiers, so it's totally something Italy can potentially do, depending on the matchup, Yeah. So we got more of the fishing ships up there, yeah. And what next? Is he going to get one of these fishing cards or something, or maybe 4 vills? He's going to get Rendering Plan. That's really going to give him a really good fishing rate. He could follow that up with Fish Market or maybe 4 villages, and then his score should be quite good. Now, what is Rommel up to? What is Rommel cooking here? So he is getting an Apostadero. I don't like Apostaderos as much anymore because I feel like the fact that you can train your immigrants from the military buildings kind of destroyed the whole purpose of the Apostadero. At least in terms of its necessity. It's still a good thing if you like them, but I just feel it doesn't have its necessity anymore. What I mean is basically in the old Uruguay, the only way you could get the immigrant units was from the colonies, right? And you had to train for resources, right? So why did you need the Apostadero? To get out your ultimate unit heroes, your immigrant commanders, so you could train the immigrant units on the front lines of them. But now, since you can just build forward buildings to do all that, it's one whole entire purpose of the Apostadero is sort of wiped out, I think the thing that still makes the Apostadero worth it is probably the fact that you can train mercenaries from it, just like a saloon, and the fact that it, will give you some XP crates over time. So, I mean, it sort of is giving you some value, just not, in the way I normally consider to be the most efficient, Yeah. So what you got here, about 6 red shirts. And what else? Doing the Suomenkardi. Oh, that's what Rommel was talking about. Rommel was talking about doing Suomenkardi mercenaries from Finland. Yeah. So basically the Suomenkardi, what makes them different than normal skirms is that they have larger multipliers of 5x against heavy infantry. So, they're basically pikemen made to destroy muskets, but at range, instead of holding a spear, he's using a firearm. So, yeah, really brutal multipliers against heavy infantry, and I think also light cav, too. Now, the choice of red shirts is definitely very interesting. I believe it's the only mercenary Uruguayans can ship from their home cities, so a pretty good unit all around. One thing you'll notice about the red shirt is it doesn't have a mouse against villagers, so it's a great raiding unit. Look at all the sort of merchants that were completely wasted by that thing. Unbelievable, actually. And now we see a massive line infantry here to try to scare them off a bit. In terms of range, they're about the same range, so the red shirts really can't engage with the massive line infantry head on without taking losses. So he needs to find a way out of here. If he doesn't find a way out of here, he's going to have some serious problems. Getting breweries to get about 3 coin works coming out. That's going to be a really good coin trickle that can go right into more of those Suleiman-Cardi mercenaries. How many does he have right now? Does he have any right now, or what's going on? Well, I see he's getting a priest. Deploying the coin works right now. Got a free Krupp steel can from, again, German immigrants again. I find it pretty rare for a Uruguay player to actually double up on an immigrant. Like, it's normal to just get multiple immigrants, because the thing is, if you can train immigrant units from your military builds, it's better to just get 3 different immigrants and just really explode your roster size, I feel. It's rarely ever good to, like, try to invest in one immigrant and grow them up. The only exception might be Germany, because Germany, if you can get their ultimatum power and Imperial, can be to get 2 factories. But then you're more reliant on your normal units. You're more dependent on your conscriptos, your pardos, and your Blandenguys, and your Lanceros to do most of the work. So if you like using those units, I guess maybe going the full Germany route is viable. But I definitely wouldn't go full Arab or Polish unless you really knew what you were doing, you know. I really wouldn't. Especially considering they only have like 1 military unit, you know what I mean? At least Germany, too, has like 3 immigrant units in its colony. Arabs and Polish only have 1. Yeah. Taking out another Pequeño. Yeah, looks like Hishe is going on the prowl a bit. A big score difference, though. A big score difference. So we do need to watch that very carefully. Oh, he's going with the Malagatos. He's got red shirts and Malagatos. So what are the Malagatos? These are mercenary Blandenguys. So, essentially, 1 splash. Normal dragoons, you know, they just shoot a normal bullet at 1 unit at a time. These Malagatos are basically wielding some sort of a shotgun or blunderbuss, thus deal some splash damage. He can hit multiple things at the same time, which makes him a really good mercenary, very effective one. I kind of forgot about those mercenaries. Those are some of the other ones that Uruguay can do, but the only sort of like more or less unique one to Latin they can do is the red shirt, I think. Yeah. And then going for a support shipment of some horse grenadiers as well. Their charged grenade throw will definitely be pretty helpful, but after that they'll just be like a hussar, so not the best thing against muskets, really. But at this point, I don't know what Rommel's exactly trying to plan here, so we'll have to see what he's doing. He's going to try going in again with the Malagatos and catch him off guard while that TP is going down. Let's see, though, if he can make it happen. Yep. Alright, yeah, he's going to lose. He might lose an eye. He got out there alive. But he did a lot of damage, though. Did do a lot of damage there. That's a lot of damage. I think that it is enough damage, though, that you could fix with Flex Seal tape or Flex Seal spray, though. So, we'll see. Yeah, and any more recordings here? Nope, not yet. Alright, so what is Hishe doing in terms of score? So he's got a lot of food. He's got like lasagna, he's got chicken parm, he's got linguine in sauce. He's got all the Italian food in his stockpile. Not to open an Italian restaurant, really, in New York or Boston, you know. He's all set. He's got enough comida to go to the moon and back. Yeah. Oh, Hishe does the Suleiman-Cardi. He's the one that did the Suleiman-Cardi. Ah, I did not realize that. That is awesome. This is a good unit. Like, look at those multipliers. It's about 5x against heavy infantry and about 3.5x against dragoons. That's like really good stuff. Like, in particular, these Marigatos could get very easily swept by that sort of a thing, you know? Totally. Yeah. You gotta be careful of that. Now, Rommel also has his own Suleiman as well, so I guess it goes sort of both ways here. I think Rommel has the better advantage in this fight, in particular just because he has the Horse Grenadiers, but here comes another batch of line infantry, though, to recover. Yep, he just has to... Ooh, yep, there you go. There you go. Alright. Now, the Suleiman will obliterate any Marigatos to get close. Yep, like that one. Definitely like that one. And, yep. I don't think you want to go into against those. Definitely not. Horse Grenadier down. Another one down. Another one down. And one more to go. Not even managing him at this point. Yep. Kind of just ignoring him. Like, yeah. Going after the cannon. I mean, fair. This cannon can be used for siege with its anti-building multiplier, so I guess it is an essential target. And now that, yep. Now it's down to 3 Suleimans versus 3 Suleimans. The war of the Suleiman is on. These Finnish skirmishers. With their pickle hobs on. Rommel seems to have the slightly bigger mass, though, but Italy is going to age 4 as we speak. That could mean a lot of things for this match. You know, picking up refrigeration. Now he can put his nice Italian food in the refrigerator so it doesn't go bad, and he doesn't have to mangia all the spaghetti all at once. Yeah, what's the bonus going to be? It's going to be the Acquiree. Oh, very nice. That should give him a lot of benefits, I think. Definitely. Now, what's going on, like, down here? Starting to ship in battalions of the immigrant German Battalion du Diabos, looks like. Yep. These wonderful German immigrant Uhlans. Notice the higher damage, but also the lower HP. So these are even more like a glass cannon. Like, if you ignore them, they will shred whatever you got. But if you target them well, then yeah, you can deal with them pretty easily. You know, it's all about the micro aspect of it. If you micro well against Cav, then these guys are basically useless. If you micro horribly, they're like your worst nightmare. That's what makes such units kind of an interesting enigma, really. Let's go with that for History's Trading Post. Alright, going mass heavy infantry, it looks like. It's picking up the Musketeer combat card now. Getting the guard upgrade too, so getting guard and a combat card on him. So how many Suleimans does he have here? He's got a sizable mass of those. I don't know if this is the end of Hishe if he doesn't deal with this properly. Could be in for a world of hurt here if he's not careful, even with the guard upgrade active. He always got Cuirassiers actually, so yeah, maybe Rommel does have a few issues here since he does have some assault on the field. Yeah, does have some assault on the field. Now, what makes these guys a bit more interesting is they have no malice against the assault class, so they're really dealing a full 20 damage per shot against these heavy armored horses here. Yeah. Here comes the Alpini. Yep, the Alpini will be a good addition since they have about 24 range, so they'll be able to hit pretty far. Start sieging away at those walls. Okay, so is he gonna like pay attention to those, or is he just gonna let him come in and deal with them? Looks like he just lets the splash attack happen. But because Hishe pulled back with the R1s, he's not going to get like a full like creaming of them like he probably wanted. If he can take out any of those, that's going to help him out here in a bit. Unfortunately, Yuans are surrounding him. They're just dealing a lot of damage regardless of that hand armor. And I think the Yuans win this out, yeah. But the Yuans will sacrifice themselves to make this happen. Depends though if Rommel can kite this. Oh, these guys get 24 range as well, so they can actually go toe-to-toe range-wise with the Alpini. Really interesting aspect. I think that makes them a lot better, I think, you know. Makes them a lot better. Also means if you get them as Europe a counter infantry rifle and their anti-heavy infantry goes up to like 6x, which is pretty big. And here comes the Phalangites. These are filibuster mercenaries. Old filibuster mercenaries, yeah. Because I guess the old filibusters used to be anti-cav units, now they're skirmishers, so yeah, the unit has had a lot of transitions and transformations, so yeah. Pretty much. Isn't a Phalangite a Greek or Iron Age spearman of some kind? Yeah, it's kind of an interesting name for it, a Phalangite. I remember that from AoE 1. Oh yeah, the Phalangites from AoE 1. I remember them now. Definitely. Name definitely rang a bell with me. Yeah. So now we're going on to the next one. Let's see. Let's go into this here and boot up the next one. So what's this game going to be called? Let me check. Discord? Juanito Cord? Juanito Cord. Yeah, it's Juanito Bonito Cord. Everybody loves Juanito Bonito Cord. So next one's going to be called Tenete Dolo. Tenete Dolo. Ah, okay. Should be fun. Alright, let's go into this one. Tenete Dolo. TTT. And a little winky face, too. So, Rommel's winking to us, so he might actually win a game today. Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, they are playing on a competitive map, so Hishe is probably scared right now, like a little schoolgirl, like, oh no, you brought me to a competitive map. I have no space between me and the Russians. Oh. Yeah, that's what happens. That's Hishe's brain on a competitive map. It's like, I don't have all this space anymore to prepare like an uber big score now. I actually have to play like a real Cappy level player here, so he might have some problems here. We'll see. This might be his undoing. This might be the day that Rommel wins in the stream. He can tell the Juanitas Bonitas in his town, hey, this Juanito finally won a game. When you have some Deportito with your Juanito Rommel. Yeah. Now that'll sort of be his victory lap, basically. His Juanito Venezuela victory lap, yeah. Winning a world match against a Italy on no, he's playing Canada now, actually. Wait a minute, no, he's playing Canada. Yeah, Hishe's been playing a lot of Canada lately. He's been sort of changing it up a bit. Before he used to just do either USA or Italy exclusively. Now he's starting to bring in the Canadians, yeah. Starting to bring in Justin Trudeau, yeah. Everybody's favorite politician, right? Yeah. Using the powers of Justin Trudeau to win 1v1s and stuff. Thing is Canada does get, I think from a tier list standpoint, Canada's probably the best Anglophone civ. You know, the effects of the Chupadia Marine, the Fencible, the Metas, the Mountie, Blackwood's Voltaguire, much better than what the USA offers. I mean, I'd say that differently in the old days, I think. The old, Ooh! He just lost the town wagon. Why would you do that, Rommel Juanito? Juanito just wasted 100 wood. Why is Rommel winking about this? You don't wink about losing 100 wood. It's 100 wood. That's 100 wood you just lost. You don't wink about that, little winky boy. It's nothing to wink about. I think he wanted to assure us that he still has this in the bag, even losing 100 wood for free. Yeah. So now his water buffaloes are, going to stay healthier for a bit longer and not get totally fat. Yeah. Actually going to stay on the diet, the stand there and not eat anything diet. Yeah. No, so we'll see. We'll see what happens here, but I'm very, very intrigued overall of how this turns out. Alright, so we got the architects going around over there. Yep. Got some pioneers there. Yep. About 15 merchants on that. So what is this agent going to be? It's going to be the clergyman. So he's going to get the good old priest to give him some food in the church. Ah, okay. Good old priest. And Hishe is going to go probably with Kabakwa, right? With one of the Kabakwa politicians for the Tupadia Marines. See which one, though. There's a bit of a difference between them. Pierre-Francois de Legade. Okay, should be pretty good. Adding in team sawmills for the wood chopping. Yeah, if you didn't know, Canada's like a really good team civ. They got so many team cards. They got team wood chopping stuff. They got team coin stuff from plantations. Team mill stuff. They get team ranged cavalry combat stuff. They get team villagers mining and siege. Team raiding. Team villager training times. Team cheaper houses, you name it. Canada's got a team card for that probably. Even team bears, giving everybody bears. 4 bears actually. Imagine owning 1 bear. Now imagine owning 4 bears. Yeah, imagine the cost it takes to feed about 4 bears. Yeah, that's a lot of food for a bear to eat. Having to feed 4 bears. Definitely. Alright, so the church is going somewhere. Here he's going to build his basilica, Santa Maria Maggiore. What sets the basilica apart from other churches is that the basilica trickles more XP. Wow, awesome, OP, godlike, yeah. More XP, yeah. And it looks really cool, too. Yeah, I like the basilica. Definitely a very cool building. Sort of the same basilica you see in Napoleonic era as well, basically. Yeah, basically a big giant church. Alright, so where is the villagers going to go? They're probably going to look for some more meat to make some spaghetti and meatballs. Yep. And Canada, I'm assuming, this Canada's going to be more passive, I believe, but they will have a barracks up to make Troupe d'Amelines. Yeah, I think so. Sticking to mostly wood, I think, just to clinch that better age up time, probably. Because Canadian age ups, except for the Great War Age one, I believe, cost food and no, not food, but wood and coin. Yeah. So age ups will cost wood in age 1, and then going forward it'll be wood and coin until you get to Great War Age, and that'll cost food and coin. Because at that point, you probably chopped so many trees, degraded the environment so much, and had Greenpeace like kicking down your windows and stuff and calling you a, an environment destroyer and stuff, basically. That there's no more trees to have a 200 would age up to Great War age. You like, at that point, it's much better to eat your maple syrup and your Canadian bacon and your poutine with cheese curds and gravy on your French fries and stuff to get up there, pretty much. Yeah. Picking up the mining hammer and shipping in about 3 fur traders. That's usually a pretty solid eco card, since fur traders gather from food really nicely. And the boot now, they can also gather from berries and farming, so you no longer have to delete them once all the hunts are off the field, right? Yeah, it's really good. Because in the old days, the only thing you could really do with the fur traders is like send them to the church to pray. Basically repent for their sins of destroying so many animals and stuff. And like stealing the weird outlaw riflemen's like stuff because of theft and all that. So yeah. The fur trader would go from like a frontiersman to like a priest overnight, basically, and sit there in the church all day because there's really nothing else he could gather. But now he can gather berries and he can gather like crops, Because when you eat that many animals in the environment, eventually there's gonna be no more animals, and you gotta learn how to eat some wheat and make some bread or something, or you go hungry. Yeah. Or whatever they have on those mills. You've seen what the mills look like, right? What do the mills usually have? They have like, what was it, greens, so probably some sort of lettuce or a spinach or something. And then there's like little bits of red there, so probably a tomato or a pepper or something. Like, yeah, I mean, probably a fair amount of produce. So I guess those fur traders are getting some good nutrients in by doing that. Looks like Rommel goes for an FF with the cornet to get about 4 free hussars here. Something he did against Senor Veringo, but soon regretted. Now, he's not going to regret this, because look at the loss of fur traders, already losing one. If he loses another, this is a huge loss. He does lose another one, yes. Doesn't lose the third one. If he lost the third one, this in Hisei's own words, would be very trans. Yeah, very trans. Very trans. Yeah, basically. But, got about 3 pioneers here, and we've got some spontooners. Some pikemen. Yep, the difference between spontooners and like European pikemen is the fact that their attack is smaller, but their multipliers are higher. They got like 6x against cavalry, so really a brutal spearman when fighting shock units, Like, if he can wrangle some of these hussars here, then the hussars will be no more. Though I believe the Hisei would have to deal with is probably the Alpini and the sort of line infantry threat that Rommel tried to do against Veringo, but sadly failed. Definitely could do it against Hisei, I believe. Yeah. Just depends on how much rating he gets done with these hussars here. Right now it's taking town center fire. Does lose one. I'm assuming another's going to take some sort of damage, and then he's going to come out and start doing some gathering again, from the looks of it. Start mining away some of that coin as well. Yep, gather some of that meat there too, yep. Here comes a lot of cabins. Yep, the cool thing about these log cabin buildings in Canada is the fact that they trickle wood. So, since you do need all that wood to age up with, it's definitely a really simple way of getting yourself to those age ups a bit quicker is by maxing out the log cabins, even when you don't need the population, If you got the time and you got the wood, just put the log cabins out then. And it ends up paying itself back in the long run to do so. Yeah, it really does. Also, if you do come into the ability to get a large army, you at least have the pop space for it. Not to worry as much. Also, the fact that a lot of your roster actually does cost some food and wood, you know. Like, 2 of the unique units on the Kabakov side actually cost food and wood, so it's really good if you can keep up that food and wood eco, usually, just so you can get out the Mississauga horses and the Mass Rebels. Comes the Alpino. Sniping away at the Vills. Good use of the LP there with their 24 Lage. Yeah, big time. Very good use of them. Oh wow, took out another Vill. Very good. Starts sieging away at that barracks as well. Yep. So it's going double barracks now, getting some more defenses up with the readouts, otherwise known as an outpost. Rommel getting gang saw, it looks like, getting some wood chopping going so we can get some more wagons out. Good. If we could take like this center island in the swamp, that'd be perfect, because then he wouldn't have as much walking to do. And I could just plant some more easy pushes. Does he have like a mortar shipment at all? Yeah, he does. He does have the mortar shipment. Okay, so if he gets AH4, he can actually use that on these towers and really start sieging away. There is a European politician in Wars of Liberty called the Engineer that can actually ship you about 2 mortars, which is pretty cool. You know, instead of like having 2 Falcons, you get 2 mortars, and you can actually do some pretty nice long-range siege with that. Bad if you're dealing with infantry, but great if you just want to take out some buildings. Anto, Blanto, stupid palo, aliga. Tate tutoro. Armache. De tutoro. Yeah, they've got like the best voice lines in the game. The Italian units. To me, the Italian voice lines in Wars of Liberty are some of the best ones that they ever did because of how emotionally driven they are. They don't sound like, you know, the British, like, hello, cheerio, yes, I'm going now. Like, no, the Italians really, like, do an excellent job with their voice acting. It's like, Ale Senya, Yalla Banyala! Like that, you really feel it. You know, it's really something totally different. Truly something different. That's coming from someone with some Italian ancestry, too. Knows his way around a meat lasagna or a veggie lasagna, you know? Yeah. I mostly prefer the meat lasagna, but the vegetable primavera one I get is kind of good as well. You know, it's a bit more garlicky and creamy, which I like, and has a bit more of seasoning. I think more onions and stuff in it. Oh, Chinese mercenaries trying to find how to, yeah. Basically, what makes these mercenaries pretty brutal is not only is their range attack really good, but they get a good melee armor, and they deal splash attack in their melee as well, because they use some sort of Chinese sword thing instead of a normal bayonet, so they can actually slice and dice multiple things at the same time with 2 splash. Yeah, more grenadiers. These ones have the normal Italian, like the old little Bombard voice line, like Otto. Foflo, Anto, stop and follow. Yeah, but the LP though, they're the ones that go berserk, and the Basigliades as well. We'll see though. They should get some Quebecois voice lines for these French units though. Like get a couple of French Canadians up in Quebec to come down and do some voice lines for them. That'd be pretty good actually. Like that quite a bit. Unfortunately though, he's not paying attention to. He's going for the siege. He's kind of letting the two Badiamanines get some free shots in. It looks like, but now he's firing back a bit with the Alpini. Sieging away, looks like. Yep, definitely. Outposts at work. Yep, definitely. Wow, good. Very good. Otto, stop and follow. So what point are we in the match? I mean, we're not. He's got the coin. All right, I was just checking. Like, can Canada age up? Because if they don't, they run out of like mines on the map. Then I think Canada's pretty much in a pickle. But yeah, they got enough coin to age up, and they got mining over here, so that's good. So Canada's still in the fight. Get the Catholic priest to heal some of the military units. Just don't let them anywhere near the children. If you know what that means, trust me, you know. Catholic priests, yeah, and little Jimmy. So, yep, it's fine when he's around the grown dudes, but not the little dudes. Keep that priest away from him. Because if he does something wrong, they'll just ship him off to Juanito land and make it look like nothing. Yeah, as they found out and around where I live, basically. The hard way, yep, definitely. Some more Husales. Austin Cudevilier, another Quebecois politician. He gives you the Mass Rebel, and his technology will grant you a bank wagon, the Bank of Montreal to be exact. So, a little bit more coin eco, even if you run out of mines. Because, oh, it's mine. It's my mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Yeah. Yep, the cool thing about naval scrims is they have multipliers against these grenadiers because they're siege troopers. So if Rommel keeps making these grenadiers, he's giving Hishe a bit of a chance to actually get out of this hole and actually push out a bit for the next silver mine there. Is that silver? Yeah, that's a silver one, so about 200 coin. 2,000 coin, not 200 coin. I'm missing a zero there. Yeah. Enough towers to shred the hussars is good. And making some sort of infantry to fight back against the mass. Yeah. Does he have any, like, shipments to hold out? Nah, just all late gamey stuff it looks like. So, yeah. If I was Rommel, I would just start sieging away at, these towers. Again, these out here, because if you don't, you're going to have a bit of problems later, I think. So yeah, get all the outposts down now before it really counts, so you can go in a bit easier there. Yeah, basically. Well, yep, here comes the spearman from the politician. They will be able to probably take out like 1 grand. Yep, they'll take down one. Just barely. Then let the towers do the rest of the work. Get veteran up on the Troopa Diabolide. Yep. There you go. Perfecto. Bonito. Bonito perfecto. See? So that's each away at that Mercado, see? Here you go, towers down, yep. Comes the mass rebels. And maybe get the next one down. Alpini. Use Hussars up the vet. Yep. I think Rommel did it. He finally actually won a game this entire stream. Rommel was probably telling his mama, his papa, Juanita Bonita down the street. Yeah. Rommel's finally bringing home a prize. Prize he can tell everybody about. Winning a 1v1. Yep. Definitely. Alright, let's see where Hishe is hiding. He's not even hiding, he's just eating. Just eating maple syrup with, what's this animal called? Niglii. Looks like a cow. Looks like a cow almost, so. Mixing that with maple syrup, I guess. Canadian specialty. Cheese curds and gravy. Yeah. Cheese curds and gravy and maple syrup. That sounds like something Canadian people would eat. You know, they have a very interesting palate, to say the least, especially from the Quebecois side. So, wouldn't be surprised if they take their maple syrup and mix it in with gravy and cheese curds and French fries. It's some weird exotic poutine dish or something. Yeah, I guess. Start getting these fields up here. But it looks like his larger presence is down here, and he's actually starting to construct military as well. So you might want to be careful with that, because if you lose again, Rommel, you're going to have to win another match to get your 1v1 in, so you can tell mom and dad and Juanita Bonita down the street. Have to go for another round, yeah. Very nice. So chopping away at those trees. Those arboles. Oh yeah, that's the cool thing about Canada. They log cabins leave behind a crate of 100 wood. So if you're not careful to pick them up yourself, you could totally give your opponent a lot of extra wood. And not the same type of wood that you give Juanita Bonita, but still good wood nonetheless, yeah. Yeah, Metas got about the same range as like a crossbowman, but at the same time they got really good damage, and they got good pierce armor, so they're surprisingly tanky from bullets. You know, and then in terms of damage output, they get a lot of raw damage done too. You know, and then multiplier is 2x, so it's like a full-on skirm. Yeah, so definitely a solid unit all around. Oh, he's spraying him pretty well. Fortunately, too many Grenadiers and those mercenaries are still alive, so it's getting a bit tricky for him to deal with there. Yeah, basically. Yep. Ooh, nice volley from Rommel. That's Grenadier volley there. Perfect one, actually. Yeah. H4 Rommel is probably going to pick up the mortars now. Yep, mortars and probably the factories next. Yep. Yep, 2 mortars. I called it. I called it. I called it. It's like a PhD. I called it. Here's the 2 borders.
Signore.
Tower spamming. Guess what you do in this desperate situation. Got the TC up as well. Yep, perfect. Factory, guard 9 infantry. Oh, guard Alpini. Okay, alright. That makes a bit more sense. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a long-range sniper type unit you're going to want to use here. As for Hishe, now he's getting the bank, the Montreal bank. Thankfully he didn't get that earlier, otherwise he would never get it. So now he's going to add the bank there, bringing him in some coin and probably more Troupe Diamanine massing. Yep. I mean, one thing you can do with Canada is they got arsenal tech. I believe it's called, I think it's gun cotton. Yeah, gun cotton. It will give your skirmish units an additional 2 range. Yeah, and once you do that, then basically your Troupas and your Metis will actually be an 18 range unit and thus be a little bit closer to a normal 20 range thing. Really, which gives them a bit of an edge. You see, the problem with Troupe Marines is they do great damage, thus good military units, but their HP is not the best. And they don't get any normal armor as a naval skirmisher. Naval skirmishers get crush armor, so good against like forts, taking like a hit from a fort or maybe a Falk, or even a boat. But when it comes to like dealing with like normal units, Troubadia Marines have like no defense against that other than their HP, which is quite low. So, yeah, look at this. Like, yeah, 38 damage. Really good for like an stronger than it's stronger than these Guard Alpini. Actually really tough. Yeah, it just doesn't stack up because it just doesn't have that durability without some help. Now we see the mortars starting to shell their way into the towers. And I think we're going to be seeing a defeat here, yeah. Big time. I think we got, like one more Rommel game and then, let me see. Yeah, one more, no, actually we got two more Rommel games. Is that right? Yeah, two more Rommel games. And then we get into the other 6 ones, yeah. Which should be pretty fun, yep. Cool. Yep. Just saw that. We're getting a lot of matches done. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, because Rommel's sort of lost like 3 times, right? And then this is going to be his first win. Start shooting away at those TCs. And now Hishe is actually going to age 4. Which you wouldn't think, considering his pickle right now. Bit of the dill kosher pickle he's in right here, but he's going up to age 4, regardless. With what faction, though? Ooh, Jean-Antoine Panette. Oh, Jean-Antoine Panette. Oh, very nice. Antoine. Yeah. Jean-Antoine Panette. Trying to remember which one is he. But he's definitely going to get Mississauga horses. Mississauga horses could potentially fight back here, yeah. The Mississauga horse is indeed a very solid unit, Does he have a stable of some kind here? Could get one. And he is rebuilding some of his log cabins, too. I have some faith that he might be able to do this with Mississauga horses. That's all depend on how fast Rommel is, if he can get those forts down and deny the TC. Is he going after the TC, or is he just going after the outskirts of the base? He's going after a tower right now. Yeah, I mean, if you get the Mississauga horses, you're generally going to be in okay shape. Yeah, usually. Yep, start sieging away at that Rax. Yep, exactly. Exactamundo. See? GG. Well played. Yep, good one. Very good one. Very good. Yeah, very good. Good match. I mean, I feel like the problem is Hishe just doesn't really do well on the competitive maps. He'd rather just play on a big mapa muy grande and just hide behind a kami and walls and stuff. When you drag him out into the littler maps that you do tournaments on, it basically turns very transform, basically. Yeah, very trans. So now we're going to go into the next one. Let me boot this game up right now, and we're going to go into the next Rommel game. What is he using this time? He is using Chile tiene la mejor eco de Chile. Chile has the better economy of Chile? What does that mean? It sounds like skibbity toilet type talk. Like, Chile is Chile. How could Chile have the better economy of Chile? Like, Chile is Chile. Peru doesn't have a Chilean economy. Chile does. Chile. Yeah, Chile. Yeah, because all the people it says calls it chili, like meat chili instead of chile. They call it chili, like a chili pepper, and then the Chileans go, "Oh no, it's not chili, it's chile, not chili pepper, it's chile." Yeah. Funny enough, the old Chile Civ used to have the Chili's technology just like the Mexicans did, and I bet that brought in even more confusion to the gringos, thinking, "Oh, it's called chili, like a chili pepper, muy picante." Yeah, no, it's like Chile, not Chile. Yeah. So see, it's for Chile and Chile at the same time, I guess. This one. Chile, not Chile. Yeah, so what was the opponent? Oh, it's Varengo, Peru. Alright. Now, if you recall from what I released a couple of days ago or so, we did determine that in a team game, Chile can actually counter Peru effectively, just with the right setup, yeah. So, yeah, I think Chile is definitely looking a lot better here than Italy, I definitely think. Yeah, we have Chile, like, listed as a higher civ than Italy, right? Yeah, so, I mean, Chile definitely, from a tier listing standpoint, is going to have, like, a better time here, I think. Also, the fact that Chile can do a lot more stuff, you know, their navy is better, their economy is obviously a lot better in terms of military roster. You know, I think Italy technically has I'd like to say the better roster, you know. But I think Chile does have some niche stuff that they do that Italy and a lot of the other civs can't. So, I mean, you got to look at it from that side of things. Yeah. I mean, I think in this matchup, what you do as Chile is you try to go more the, I think probably the Lancero route if you can, you know. Because Chile can really justify going Lancero because they get a card that actually gives them multipliers against villagers, so they can become really good raiding units. So, I mean, get a really good ball of Lanceros going against the Berneros, and if you see Pardos, get a few Escoltas in or something. That might be the way Rommel wants to do it. Yeah. I wouldn't go Civicos, though, because I think Bernero and Mass deals with Civico real nicely. And you definitely don't want to go Sailor either. The reason I went Sailor in that 2v2 was because I was under the presumption and the assumption that maybe Legion Peruana Grenadiers would be a problem. Because in the old school days, people used to do Grenadiers with Peru. They went with the Legion Peruana, you know. Peru is one of the only civs to not have a fully supported musketeer at the barracks, you know. The other one being their wonderful brothers and sisters in Bolivia. Another one would probably be the Maori, of course. The Maori don't have any musketeers that they can train directly. Another example, Egypt. Egypt's another example. Another ejemplo. Any other ones? Korea. Yep, Korea. Korea's another one. There's quite a few of them, actually. And then China. Yeah, China. China can't train a musketeer. That's right. And any other ones? Paraguay. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's pretty rare. It's not super rare to not have a musketeer, but it's pretty rare. It's rare enough, you know. It's rare enough to count that against Peru in certain situations. Yeah, you get my point, right? You get my point. Yeah. And I'm assuming down the road there's going to be even more civs that don't have musketeers as well. I like civs that don't have musketeers just because it makes Age of Empires 3 feel more fresh and less standard, because that's one of the things I used to always complain about on the Napoleonic era forum was, I don't want you to turn this into a Napoleonic warfare simulator because I don't want all these line infantry being like the main reason you play the game. I'd rather have some archers, rather have some like clubmen and stuff and different things, and that's what Wars of Liberty sort of does right now. The natives sort of have like melee units instead of musketeers like the Inca and the Lakota and all those. They have like melee anti-cav, and then when you go to the Juanito world, depending on what civ it is, they'll either have like a limited musketeer like the Keoruna or Colorado, or something along those lines. So, yep, I'll check this right here. 1 second. Let me see what's going on. Out, I believe, like 6 or 7 minutes, so I'll have to deal with that. For now, though, we can just continue the rest of this match and probably get through the early age at least. So Peru is doing Japanese wave, and Rommel is doing Arab wave. So he's playing more Gallego. He's playing more Gringo-like. That's what the Gringo does. That's what the Gringo does. He gets the Gallegos and the Civicos. Or something like that, yeah. So I think Gallego is honestly a reliable option here, but be aware that Rommel did try with the Haitians, the Gallegos, and it just didn't work for him too well. So I think if it didn't work for Haiti with Gallegos, maybe Chile is going to struggle, but at least in the early game. I think once it gets to the late game, Chile tends to have some, they'll have a bit of an easier time with it. conceivably, because they'll have more mass and stuff, and stronger Juanitas, Bonitas, Vivenderas, and everything. So I mean, we're gonna have to see how it turns out exactly. It could go many different ways, really. So we're gonna have to pay close attention to it. Goes up the Arab colony right there. Now, this is a really good map for Japanese build, because what this will allow Varingo to do is, if he gets to the Imperial Age with just the Japanese immigrants, none of the other ones, he will be able to get a second ultimate building. He'll be able to get a second Guanera. And why that's important is a Guanera is a water factory. A factory you put on water, and you configure it to trickle any resource you want, whether it's food, wood, or coin. And on top of that, it will produce ships over time for free called turret ships, which are a secondary siege ship that the Peruvians can do, which is very strong. And they can also train, those turret ships can train Guardia Marinas, Guardia Marinas, which are essentially a stronger version of the sailor, or a stronger naval skirmisher. Strong enough, in fact, to actually be used as normal military almost, I think the damage is probably up there with the Trupadia Marines if you get enough combat cards and stuff. So, yep. He unfortunately doesn't have any of them, so I don't think he might not do a lot of Guardian Marinas, but he could totally add them in for some raiding of some kind. Yeah, so we're going to have to watch that pretty carefully and see how that turns out. Yeah, definitely. Definitely have to see how that turns out there. Got the Mercado there. Getting all the hunts down here. Could we potentially see water play here from either side, you think? Totally possible, I mean, what you get with the Japanese is, on the second age up, you get fish banks out on the water, which means, basically another source of fishing is Japan. They'll be able to get some secondary fish out there to keep the fishing ships alive a bit better. So we'll see. Picking up that virgin force right now because, well, if we're assuming that they're all virgins and not Chads, so they got to have the virgin force and not the Chad force, because the Chad force is only in Chad, of course. So you got to get the virgin force and the rest of the world. Yeah, basically. Yep. Virgin Virginia versus Chad. Yeah, basically. Copper axe head, or double side axe. Why do I keep calling it copper axe head? I think copper axe head is what it's called for the native civs. It's double side axe. That's it. Yeah. So what's going to be the military? So barracks. Does Rommel? He does not have the Soldados del Mar, so no sailors. He's going to probably be doing... He's shipping them in. He's shipping some sailors in for... He's getting 5 sailors plus 100 wood. If you didn't know, Chilean cards deliver an extra crate of 100 resources of some kind, which varies. Some will give you 100 wood, some 100 food, some 100 coin, and some will even give you 100 XP, with this wonderful system of color coding. Like, this is red for food, this is yellow for coin, this is like brown for wood, and if you there's some that'll even give you XP. Those ones tend to be blue. You have more of a blue color to them, really. Yeah. Now, if they had any that have color of oil, I can imagine it would be sort of like gray or something. Yeah, if it was oil. Unfortunately, nothing quite that advanced just yet for cards. He did get his Tlia Ayagua Suelta. Yep, so he's got that going. And then it's going to start gathering some food from the hacienda there. Yep. So how many horses is he on? So he's got about 4, and then 6 more are going to come in. Just enough to cover 1 hacienda. It's a really good way for Chile to boom up early without getting a full-on town center. It's like the Portuguese do. Yeah. Those horses are pretty good gatherers, They do a really good job on the food. They've always been good, those horses, for Chile. Back in the old days, you used to be able to have like 20 of them and could basically put them on like both mills and plantations. They are like really good gatherers usually. Yeah, they can get a lot done. So good, in fact, that sometimes you would even delete some of your normal Chilean villagers just to mass them up and get a really good eco going, yeah. Here comes some of the Gallegos going in for a bit of a raid there, I think. Yep. See what they can do. The Serenos are on no HP since they're already sent out. Basically. Yep, slice and dice with your scimitars there. No, no zoom! Nam, Senefa. Epic Saracen moments. And now I'm assuming it's going to go for some sort of siege there, yeah. Alright, so what's Ringo's master plan here? Honestly, is he just going for mass macro right now? He's got a lot of wood. A lot of wood. Does he have coin? Yeah, so he can get up to age 3 with that shipment. He just needs a shipment, and I think he can catch up. Deliveries here, 1 second. Bring it in. So we should be able to continue now with this match between Peru and Chile. A classic, by the way. You know, as you know, Chile, of course, single-handedly defeated Peru and Bolivia with the help of Europe, of course. But, yeah, with their big giant navy, big giant armored ships and everything. So, pretty historical battle, to say the least. I think in this case, though, Peru might be able to cause an upset to Chile. Because we've been seeing Peru making a lot of wins between last week and this week in these casted matches, as well as my own matches as soon as I started using it after. You know, I think Peru should be considered as a more competitive civ for many reasons. You know, I think with their current track record, we're going to be able to give them a lot of praises and awards, I think, for their performances, honestly. Big time. You know, I think people haven't been giving them enough credit, but well, you'll see. You'll see. They're going to be doing a really good job in the time to come, I think. Yeah, seriously. Watch out for Chile. They're gonna become the new upstart, I think. Yeah. Looks like those train posts are being sieged down right now. Yep. Wonderful. That one's going down. And what else we got here? We got Peruvian Navy. Yeah, Peru's already starting to go on the water. Yeah, this is for a very important reason. If Peru wants to get down their Guanera, at some point they're going to need a bit of presence in the war. They might not even need the warships yet, but they at least need a way to make some. Because, as you know, Guaneras are an ultimate building, which means they cannot be reconstructed again. You lose a Guanera, you lose it for good, you know. The only time you get another one is if you go full Japan, then you just get a second one then. But wouldn't it be great if you had both Guaneras, two trickles at the same time, two factories? So you really don't want to use Guaneras unless you really have to. Really, it's such a good way to control water. And since it's a water map with a pretty significant coastline, I think you want to control the water as best as you can here. Yeah. So here is the unit that's been making the rounds, the Bernero, the Juanito Bernero. A really good skirm. He's going to do sort of like a curved move like that with some waypoints. Yep. And he's going to make a hit on his infantry. I think... Oh, no, Lanceros. He's got Juanito Lanceros. Juanito Lanceros. No, Juanito Peruano. No. Not with the Lanceros. Don't do that. But thankfully he's got the grave ability so he can literally run out of there very fast. Yeah, there you go. Get out of there. Get out of there, partner. There you go. Unfortunately, I think he's got... Oh, Rommel got veteran Lanceros. Veteran Lanceros. We might have some issues here. Juanito. Juanita Peruana. You gotta think fast. Think muy rápido. Muy rápida, yeah. Firemen. There's no fire. Well, there is a fire, actually, but they don't know how to put out fires. They only know how to fire their firearms, yeah. That's why they're firemen. You know, they don't know how to put out fires, but at least they can fire at their enemies. That's the good part. Yeah, that's the way sort of first responders work in Juanito land is, you know, instead of a normal fireman that gets the kitty out of the tree or, you know, puts out the fire, the firemen in Juanito land are and whenever there's an emergency, it's call an ambulance, but not for me. He pulls out a rifle and starts blasting their head off. It's crazy, yeah. Quite powerful, actually. Quite OP. Quite powerful, indeed. Here's some of the Shotai immigrants. These are basically clones of the Japanese Shiguma, so basically a faster musketeer and a pretty solid musketeer, you know. Statistically, nothing too bad about them. They're good at coming in and out. Like an in-and-out burger, yeah. Should try to keep them alive so you could swing some of those cav with the katanas, I think. That would be a pretty smart idea. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. take out some of those sailors. Berneros. Juanitos Berneros. Here comes the Yulons, jawohl. I like a double immigrant Rommel. He's doing quite well with it, yeah. It's better than just going with Germans all the time, you know. You can combine Gallegos with the Uhlans and go for a really good combination. And I even see some Juanitas muy bonitas, las vivenderas. Juanito skirmishers. Oh, yes. Very nice. I think he's finally found a way to deal with the Bernero problem. Just get good scout in there and scout it out. Scout them out. Scout them with scout, yeah. Yep, I think he's finally figuring out how to do it Peru. But wait a second. When I did that 1v1 game on my channel, he was Chile against me, but I beat Rommel pretty easily, so this might just be a Senor Veringo moment of Veringo being Veringo, you know. Maybe you need to get a Gringo Guapo in there to basically strain out the matchup, you know. And that's exactly what I did when I was Peru against Rommel's Chile. That's probably why Rommel went Chile against me when I was Peru. He probably thought, oh yeah, I worked against the Juanita Peruana, but he didn't know it would fail against the Gringo Guapo, basically. Thought the Gringo Guapo would fall from the pressure, but guess what? Quite the opposite. I had Rommel reeling after that game. There was so many Berneros and Pardos, there's like nothing he could do. And then I started adding Mosquiteros, started in immigrant units, and it was long over at that point. Like, yeah, Rommel couldn't even do much. Yeah, basically. The key is to get the Pardos first, I think, against Chile, because they have a lot more reason to get Lanceros, and then try to get the Berneros in. You know? And I think the deck I used against Rommel wasn't even the more greedy one. It didn't even have carpentry. It only had, I think it had the Virgin Force, but it didn't have carpentry in it. Or the extractive. It might, I can't remember. I can't remember if I had extractivism, but I do know that there was definitely a lot less of the wood eco cards in there. So, but I still managed to make it work versus Rommel, though. It was quite effective. See, now he's gonna get the Pardos, but it's like really late in the match now. It's at the point where Rommel has these veteran Janissary level immigrants coming in, and it's like, you know, well, it's too little too late, you know. You kind of wish that he kind of did that a bit earlier, you know. I mean, he can try to match off a bit with these Shigumas here, the Shotai Musketeers, basically Musketeers, but, you know, these are anime fanboys here. They wear the little anime girl wigs on and everything, you know. They go like, cool, send me super chat, I'm so poor in Japan and live in internet cafe. Yeah, that's basically what happens. So that's why they have to wear the red wigs, so they get the super chats across. Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, now they have to deal with the based Lebanese era of Musketeers now, and now you got a whole nother problem. Yeah, a whole nother situation. Too halal for that stuff, I guess. Way too halal. Yeah, isn't it me, or do the Muslims have a thing for the anime girl stuff? Like, all the memes on the internet, like, pointed out all the time. Like, if you see, like, anime girl PFB is probably a Muslim male or something, like, that's kind of interesting, actually. I think it's because the anime girls are usually portrayed in a more of a traditional woman sort of way, and that's what the Muslims like. They don't like all these sort of modernist, crazy, I don't even know what to call them, basically. Things. I'll call them things. They're things. Yeah, they're things. Just like houses are things, and markets are things, and even yaks are things. Yeah, they're things. And yeah, they just don't like it. Yeah, basically. Just about. Some more Pardos, some more Shotai. Like, barely any defense anymore. I mean, What does Varingo even have going for him here? Well, he does have eco. He got a really good fishing economy that thankfully Rommel did not catch onto at all, so at least he's got that going for him. And he can try to recover a bit here. I would prefer if you got like a second barracks or something. Thank you. Gracias, Juanita Peruana, for that. Thank you for following my advice. Makes me sound a lot smarter that way. A lot smarter that way, yeah. Gotta love it. Got some Juanitas Bonitas, Las Vivenderas. Some more puddles. Yeah, do not do that. You do not have the forces to make that happen, man. Get like, I don't know, like 50 Musketeros or something. He's getting Pardo, okay, I mean, you can do that. I would get Musketero at this point, go like full assault. Full assault on this man. Full assault on him. Full assaulto. Full assaulto, I think, and you're alright. You don't have the coin for Escoltas, so go full Musketero. I mean, he could try to go Pardo. He could try to Pardo this out. Like Peter Piper's pikemen and peppers and pikemen piping peppers and yeah, you get the point. Yeah. Yeah, I think you should just double up on Musketero here because Assault is a unit that, you know, could be a problem. Because he's got Scout, Skirmish, Heavy. And Assault tends to do good in those situations. In Artillery. And Skirmish. You know, the only time you don't want to go Assault is like when they have like either giant armies of infantry or like maneuver or something. But there's no maneuver here. He's basically making a bunch of big, curvy Juanitas Bonitas here to basically push the lines here, pretty much. Now I can try and make a siege on that TC. There you go. Yep, start blasting at that town center. Set that one out. That one. Good. And then just keep sieging in from there. Yeah, just about. Some more artillery to blast the TC. Is he going to go Musketeros or not? Because if he's not, I think he's going to have some issues. He's getting the white cannons. They're very white indeed. And they're basically a lot different than the Juanito cannons, the Volantes. And see, Volantes are shorter range, but they fire quicker. White cannons are more or less the most Juanito thing you could get to Culverins, really, with the range and all that. Like, you can tell that the Volantes, the white cannons will actually be able to keep up with the range of these cannons here, the Krupp Steels. Now, something interesting in the patch we're going to see a little bit later in the stream is they actually made a change to the white cannons, or the grief cannons, depending on what you want to call them. Basically, they reduced their, I think, damage by half, or something. Like, it's down to like 35 damage now, but they increased the range to 38 range, so it's almost like a hand mortar now in terms of range, and can, you know, really snipe artillery from long range now, but the damage output is a lot less, so that's going to be real interesting to see if having a longer range white cannon, will see it being used a lot more by the Peru players. Because potentially, if the long range really makes a difference in artillery fights and fights in Great War Age with the longer range and stuff, that might be another leg up for Peru in the very late game in World War I, you know? Yeah. Really, it could be. Yeah. Truly could be. We'll have to see, though. Really depends. I mean, I think it comes down to if the Peru player... And thank you for getting the Musketeros, by the way. I kind of told you to do that earlier, sort of, and look where you are now, Juanito. Getting the Guanera at least. That's a good trickle. Get the trickle of the Guanera. That's a good move. Very good one, actually. Now I can start constructing that. Yeah, Perfecto, Juanito. Juanito perfecto. I can start pushing out. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I wonder where he's gonna trickle from. Is he probably gonna get food from it? Yeah. It's kind of funny how they never got rid of the coin thing down here. This is a relic of the old Guan era that used to just be like a water mine, basically, that you would gather coin from. They never got rid of that part of the unit, of the proto unit. It's so funny. They never even coded that out there. Doesn't do anything bad. It's just funny how they kept like an old relic of the building still intact after this many years. How long has the LAN patch been out for? Probably like something like 2-3 years or something. Yeah, very long time, indeed. Yeah. Now here comes the turret ships. You might be able to actually do some Guardian Marinas with that, which would be good. Very, very good. Now, what else we got here? We got a raid on the Aldinos. Here is some maneuver units, though. So if he does go Musha Town now, he might actually have a problem. Yeah. These aren't like normal Lagoons. These are closer to the Dutch Reiters from the 5th edition. A 1-pop Dragoon with less damage and HP. But instead of like being like a Rider, they actually have multipliers against native warriors too. So even if it's like native infantry, like a Mayan spearman or something, they can actually do some okay damage against those as well. At least for their cost effectiveness. I mean, 10 net damage is obviously not a lot, but when it's about 2.75x, yeah, now you're looking at sort of like a veteran musketeer for the overall performance. So yeah, kind of flexible. But if it's like native assault, I mean, yeah, that's gonna really hurt. That's like 5.75 multipliers against assault unit. Really painful. Yeah. Yep. I think what it comes down to now is Ringo's gonna like stall on the water for like, well, we at time wise now about 26 minutes in, 27 minutes in. He's gonna do this for like 5-6 minutes. He's just gonna hang out there on the water and stall things out pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, but there's turret ships and all. Yeah. Yep, it's going to try to go after the artillery with the Frontier Cav, because they do have some artillery multipliers as well. Getting completely shredded by the outpost, though, because of the outpost anti-cav multiplier. God, with the cannon, something flying off that horsey. Another turret ship. How many turret ships is he on? He's got one, and the second one's probably going to come out very soon. That'll make it much harder for Rommel to attack, you know, because the TC is within, I think, range of the turret ship. Turret ship range is about 30, right? So, I mean, as soon as he gets within a certain range, these turret ships are going to start blasting off at him. Yeah. Which could be an issue. If I recall correctly, too, I'm just thinking, we got all 1v1s tonight. Yeah, no team games. Which is fine, you know, it's just interesting. I think we had a good number of team games last time, didn't we? Or am I mistaken? Could be mistaken. So here are those Guardian Marinas here. Guardian Marinas, not Guardian Marinas, Guardian Marinas. Pretty close, though. Basically a stronger sailor. While sailors are more known for their melee attack, the Guardian Marinas are just really overall decent skirmish units, just without the skirmisher aspect. They're more naval skirmishers, so really great against cannons, great against grenadiers, firebrands, rams, all that sort of stuff, really. So we already see some of those now. With the Shadow Tech Veteran upgrade. Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, gets the job done. Oh, a fast attack. I didn't know that. So it has like an improved rate of fire over 3. Ah, that's pretty good. So what's the rate of fire? Is it like 2.65 or something? Ah, that's pretty awesome actually. So yeah, I mean, I definitely should use them more than if they have a better rate of fire. And that means they could actually get some really good engagements in at range. Really good engagements in range. So definitely worth looking into. You think Spanish immigrants are good? We're going to find out later. I haven't actually gone to look at it all day because I had my job today. I'm assuming Rommel or someone's going to use them in the 2 games that we got. Just saying. But I was given a very specific warning this afternoon by Maston, or as Rommel calls him, Bugston. Apparently Bugston said that, I guess for the one of the units, it doesn't have the same stats that it says it does in the patch notes. It's supposed to be like a assault skirmisher of some kind, but really it's right now more or less like a raiding unit right now. It's still usable, still a useful unit, but just a different class. I think in one of the hot fixes for this cold fix that they did, they're probably gonna, come up with a definitive stat for the unit, but for right now, just be aware that do not expect it to be a good anti-infantry unit for now. It's going to be better against, like, Vils or something. It's going to be like, I think either a melee Coyote Runner or some sort of range Adwanero type thing. Which actually fits the Civ fits the Immigrant pretty well, since the Adwanero is a Spanish unit after all, so if it is an Adwanero, like Bugston said, it might actually be good. It might actually be really, really synergetic with how the Spanish Civ operates, since isn't the other unit basically a like a Regulare, right? So yeah, it's almost as if it's a copy of Toledo Zule Santiago España, really. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice actually. Here comes the veteran sailors, right? Or veteran Brineros, actually. Brineros.
Señor.
Look at what Rommel's doing. He's putting the group steel guns right in an area that they can get sniped on. He might even take a turret ship. Nah, he's not going to take a turret ship down, but that was pretty bold, actually. Now he's going to take a hit on the group steel one, right? Oh no, get it out of there. It's gonna blow up. Can he take a yeah, no, he's gonna target that. There you go. Get that one. Perfecto, Juanito. Perfecto, Juanito, bonito. These turret ships are so cool looking, aren't they? Yeah. Well, the reason they're called turret ships is because, well, they have a turret on them. Yeah, we'll see that little turret sticking out of it? Yeah, that's why it's a turret ship. It's got an actual turret on it. In the old days, they were called the Huascars. I guess they changed it to turret ship because of the little turret thing on top of it, basically. At some point, Spain was able to actually ship these, about 3 of them from the home city. But what ended up happening instead was the devs decided, you know what, let's make it even more epic. Instead, again, like 3 turret ships. Why not let's just give you a World War I dreadnought instead in Age 4? And that's like, ooh, muy grande. A big giant barco that you can use. A barco muy grande. Yeah. Big giant boat, basically. Trying to raid around with the colonial gendarmes, I guess. These are the Royal Guard upgrade. Takna, trying to get a TC up. Oh, using the turret ships to try to save the villagers. It's classic. Fortunately, these things have like no attack, so they're literally gonna sit here for like 2 hours trying to just take out one villager. Comes Las Juanitas Bonitas, La Cantinelas, which is the Royal Guard upgrade that Chile gets for him. Civicos. Yeah, Rommel should get some navy or something, but it's just going to be really hard when Fringo's like spamming out those turret ships on that coastline there. Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky overall, I would say. Most definitely. Rommel had Hololive fan mindset during that move. A different Bibu unit. Rommel. Oh. Oh, probably. You know what probably happened, Gafas? Probably Rommel was thinking about Kozeki Biju's candy feet and wanted to get a lick of them. That's what happened. Good old Rommel can't handle our our gem. She's not a rock, she's a gem. Gemlin, yeah. That's right. Poor Rommel wants to lick Bibu's candy feet. But who doesn't? Not me, I don't like feet. I don't like feet that much, but I guess people like Bibu's feet. Because they never see it, they see it, the like rock hard candy part of it. Tiny feet. Ringo's still somehow alive because of Rommel's obsession with Kozeki Biju's candy feet. Yeah, basically. It's gonna go to age 4 even. It might go to age 4. Might go to age 4. But now he's got the Padreros, he's got the literal mortars out, so might be able to pull this off without a navy, perhaps. We'll see. Rommel could. How much eco cards he's got? He's got Gran Coco. He's got Casa de Moneda. He's got the Larme Wheel. He's got Extractivism. He's got a Patrol Haze. Cigar Roll. He could have just went full Imperialized Great Wars and just hit him with bomber planes if he wanted to. Like Hishe would, yeah, just get the bomber points and just hit them from above. Yeah, that would have been a good, funny way to end it, I think. Oh, most definitely. Putting the villagers in the turret ships so they can't get destroyed now. Start sieging away at that casa and that duck. I think we'll get both down momentarily. There you go. Any more docks to worry about? Nope, just boats. But now he's putting up barracks right here. He's basically turning into Lars as we speak. Ringo is Rommel's turning into a pebble, into a Koziki Bijou Candy Feet Pebble, and Ringo's turning into Lars. Turning into a special brownie eating Juanito who likes to slow out the match by like 50 minutes. And Jimpy picked up that bad habit from Lars as well. So, and Jimpy's another Piranha, so maybe it's a new Piranha thing. It's basically stalling out the match by an extra like 20 minutes. Like this match could have ended around the 20-minute mark, but it went into 40. Yeah, basically. Yep, there's the gem. You're a gemlin too. There's a gem. Rommel is too Hall Live Bibu to go Great War Age. Oh really? But Bibu loves violence though. So why would he not want to use mustard gas and bomber planes? Bibu loves violence. She says it. Violence! I love violence. That's the way Bibu always is. She always does that. Like, violence! I love violence! And she's doing the first-person shooter. That's something Bijou always does. It's the reason why we always send her likes, and unfortunate gringos always send her super chats. You know, I don't send super chats because I don't have that type of money or lack of dignity, but other gringos and Juanitos and Japoneses and stuff will basically send her actual super chat money for doing those little skits, if we can call them that. Yeah. Is she streaming actually right now? I'm curious. She streams like every day. Not every day, but yeah. I don't know if Bibu's streaming actually. Maybe she's got a concert she's doing right now. Who knows? I think she was streaming yesterday, but I didn't catch it. When you're so busy putting out YouTube videos, you have no time to like watch Bibu streams or any of the other Hall Live ones as much, unless you're working or something. Yeah. Alright, so there's that one. Yeah. Yeah, like imagine if you had like a Bibu stream in the background, it's like the audio and no gringo talking, what that would basically do to the Juanitos' brains. Their brains will literally get flushed down the skibbity toilet in no time flat. Gringo Bibu impression before Middle Eastern patch. Yep, that's the Heart on Fire. Yeah, you know it, man. You know it. Thank you for the super chat. No, that's probably Subaru. Someone saying, no, I could probably do a better Subaru or Toa expression than any of the other Japanese ones because they sound more masculine, right? Go into full dinosaur mode. Yeah, probably. Right. So what's this next game gonna be like? What are the parameters? So, it's going to be a let me see. Where is it? Donde está? It's going to be a Dutch versus Japan. Husale sí, Husale sí. Who's the Japan, by the way? This should be interesting. I don't know. Is it going to be Cappy? If it's Cappy, Rommel is probably going to run for his life. Rommel's momentum is probably going to get destroyed if it's Cappy or someone. Husare sí. Alright, so we got Rommel is the Dutch and Senor Verlingo's Japón. Alright. I mean, Verlingo knows how to play Japan okay. I mean, at least back in the day when I wasn't as good, I used to think Verlingo's Japan was solid. So I know how it's going to go nowadays, you know. I definitely feel like when Verlingo does Japan nowadays, unless I'm doing some sort of weird FI thing with Austria-Hungary, you know, I usually feel like I can deal with his Japan pretty quickly. Even with Zulu and stuff, you know, even when he has that skirmish with the Kie, I can still get some MP throws in with my spear chucking, make it happen, basically. Yeah. Gets down a shrine. The this surprisingly on Definitive Edition, everybody picks Japan on this map, Malaysia, when it's during one of the ESOC tournaments or the one of the House of the Trading Post show matches. They always pick Japan on Malaysia. Either Hods or Malaysia. No, Hods or Japan, not Malaysia. Well, Malaysia is going to be a Civ in Wars of Liberty in many years, like probably like 20, 30 years, because didn't they say they want Malaysia to be like the Asian sort of Anglophony Civ? Yeah, I remember them saying that. They wanted Malaysia to be like the Asian Anglophone Civ or something because they were a British colony, of course, or protectorate, or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, that should be fun. $100 of Noob Juanitos playing 60 minutes. Yeah, just like that's a copyright of CBS. So, CBS 60 Minutes. They do a whole show about 60 Minutes where you have the little clock go tick, 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 tick. That's where they talk about a bunch of weird news stuff. But instead of weird news stuff, it's basically a couple of Juanito Hololive viewers playing for 60 minutes because they don't know how to rush properly and how to build decent enough momentum with their town centers. Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's fun, though. I like 60-minute games, but only if you go to Great War Age. If you go to Great War Age, it's totally worth it. If you stick around in age 4 or 5, it's probably low testosterone. It's full of progesterone, probably, if they do it that way. Either Great War Age, 60 minutes, or bust. That's the only way you can do it. Basically. Trade Empire. What I noticed there's a lot of Juanitos that love this card. I think Eternity uses it. I believe George Michaels himself, MCMR, used to use it. What is so good about this card, Trade Empire? Do they just like the cheaper TPs or what? Also, why would you do it on this map? Do you realize that there's only 2 TPs on this whole route? It's not like you're Belgium and you're playing on high plains with 5 different sockets or something. It's like you literally just basically the Hot Wheels factory Civ. Hot Wheels factory Civ. Which one is that, Japan or the other one, Dutch? Well Dutch don't have banks anymore. They got the funky villagers that have special gather rate boosts and stuff at this point. Yeah, they got normal settlers that gather better food. They got the slaves here. They're good at picking cotton, of course, from the plantations. And then they got the Kayla Kowalski villagers here. They're good at chopping the wood of their Indonesian super chat senders. Yeah, basically, just about. That's essentially what they do. Yep, going up with the Statesman, an outpost, and some coin crates, yeah. And what Senor Vringo is going up with the Toshugu Shrine. Very greedy wonder indeed, but one that you can usually get rewarded with pretty greatly if you know what you're doing. Strange. Normally you want to send Heavenly Kami first and then get whatever weird stuff you're going to get afterwards. That's the way Happy Cappy does it. And you should follow the Happy Cappy way if you want to get more wins. Because Cappy knows the builds really well, so Ringo might need to learn a thing or two from him about doing Japan. You get the Heavenly Kami first, and then you can either do this or this afterwards, probably. This probably as good as a second card, just so you can get greedy XP later in the match. But, yeah, you definitely want to get this first, typically. Just a good rule of thumb. Yeah. Also, you probably should start putting missionaries in your deck as well, because if you didn't know, the missionaries that Japan gets have the same effect that the ones that the Spanish get, where they automatically come with the unction aura and stuff. So the Japanese missionaries can actually boost up the attack of your Shigumas and Kies pretty quickly if you get them. So, again, 3 missionaries and the Team 2 missionaries that shipments is actually totally worth doing if you want to get really good tempo in the early game. Just saying. Again, a consulate, but not diplomatic intrigue. Juanito Bonito. What are you doing, Juanito Bonito? I don't know what this Juanito's doing. No idea. Also, how did the Javanese male villager turn into Corleone in only 2 centuries? Now, that's a good question nobody's ever figured out, actually. Like, how do you go from being an Indonesian male to turn into an Indonesian female zombie overnight? Like, how did they go into full Ollie mode and start craving the women so much, you know? That's exactly the case. Nobody can ever figure that out. Just like how the Shiguma went from a beast, Giga Chad, Ashigaru Musketeer and turned into an anime girl wannabe Shiguma with his little reg anime girl princess wig on, basically, to look like Miko, basically. Yeah, Miko. Yeah, Miko. Yeah, but basically the Shiguma wig is basically Miko's hair pretty much. Just a little bit less bright, right? Or maybe it's, I don't know, Herb's hair or something, I don't know. But either way, the Ashigarus became less base and they wanted to be turned into anime girls themselves, pretty much, over the centuries. That's how they ended up the way they are. But it's funny enough, I think when they do the Asian rework, I thought they said they were actually going to bring back the Ashigaru Musketeer once again as sort of like an early dojo trainable unit. Because I guess what they had the plan for is, at least what the old plan was to have a dojo train early units and have the have some military academy that trains late game, more modern Meiji period units. So the old building would have like Ashigarus, samurais, I think some Naginata cavalry, and then I don't know what the other, maybe a spearman. I think maybe the Naginata spearman, like the Sowai. And then the more modern one would have like Kies, like a mounted dragoon with a firearm and stuff. So bye bye Yabazume, I guess. So sad. I'm gonna miss you. But yeah, Yabazume's, you know, in normal matches, I think they're total dog poop because they just don't have the normal Dragoon stats I'm looking for. But when it comes to Arena, if you play a game of Arena on the Asian Dynasties, Yabazume are the best thing since Slice Sushi Rolls, you know, or Slice Super Chats for Miko, basically. So yeah, because basically in Arena, the Yabazume's multipliers against artillery, especially combined with the cards and stuff, turns them into excellent Falconet and Bombard snipers. And excellent, yeah, to the point that you can rule the entire arena board with them. But in like a real game, Yabazume are just so lacking in terms of anti-cab and stuff that I rarely ever got them. When I first got AoE 3, I used to think, oh cool, the Yabazumes look like a cool archer unit. And then I realized, oh, wait a second, they're not doing that good. Unless you're literally sniping artillery with them or something, which, you know, there's only so much artillery in the world, man. I mean, yeah. Well, wait a second. Wouldn't the Yabazume actually be a great unit in Great War Age? I just saw that. Because their multipliers against artillery are so high, plus their anti-assault multipliers. They might actually be a really good counter to, like, tanks and armored cars and stuff. Yeah, I just thought that. Maybe the Yabazume does have a purpose in later game. I just saw that. Just like how they made that technology for Haiti to give them access to the mounted riflemen from the USA. That might actually, yeah. I think I'm too tall for Gura, so I'll probably become Callie. Yeah, I'll probably become Callie, a big giant reaper with pink hair. Probably more, and more of that masculine Callie voice, probably. I can already think of all the Juanitos that come to my streams and definitely want to know what my milk tastes like, so definitely know that one for sure. Definitely know that one. Get some Kies. This is messed up. Look at all the lack of skirms he's got. Like, he's literally getting destroyed. He's getting dominated by a Dragoon when he's using skirmishers. What is wrong with this picture? You should not be getting countered by a Dragoon with a sword. The Conquistador should be Conquistador by your skirmishers. Not the other way around. Alright, now, pull the katana out. Now it's alright. Okay. There you go. Here comes some flank wars now, which, you know, technically Japan can make too. If they go with the Dutch allies, they can make flank wars themselves, which is kind of funny. So, it'd be kind of interesting if Ringo switched off to the Dutch allies and literally got some of his own flank wars. Oh, most definitely. Right now he's just using the Academicos of Portugal, though. Basically a rip-off of the crossbowmen, same sort of stats, good against heavy infantry and goons, including grenadiers, apparently, even in melee. There you go. I think he's doing okay now. Might be doing alright now. Alright. How many vills is he on? 16 vills. How many shrines? He's on about 8 shrines. Alright, he's gonna have to spread out with the shrines a bit. Is there anybody he can get? He can get some over here. He's getting more over here. Alright, yeah, you gotta max out those shrines, buddy. If you don't, bad things are gonna happen. Basically, yeah. Yeah, like the only reason you'd probably want to become like Guaragura is so you have the same subscriber base and money coming in. Because then should have like 4.3 million subscribers on YouTube or something. Yeah, that's a reason to be Gura, I guess, is just to be like the poster child of Hololive, making all the money and stuff. But the thing that's really bad being Gura is because Yagu basically owns you like owns your Shark Tale at that point and basically has you do literally everything for the company. Like every baseball field appearances, new parks in Japan, new sort of like restaurant stuff, signatures. Lily Gura's and like everything, so Lily has no time to herself at all. Which, you know, if you're gringo, it's probably not a bad thing. But, you know, if you're somebody else that wants to have that time, then yeah. Probably you don't want to be Gura because of all the time you lose serving your Japanese daimyo overlord. Your Gensui general, basically. And all his matters, just about. Looks like he's receiving the coin right now. Start sieging away at the shrines now. Yeah, I mean, where are we gonna go from here, honestly? H3? Alright. Well, I would recommend if you're going to H3, you just go all the way up to H4 personally, because H4, Dutch is where it's at its height usually. You usually don't want to hang around in H3 as the Dutch. You either want to go hyper aggro in H2 with the flank wars and stuff, or you just want to make that ramp to H4 and start popping out the ultimate units, which truly are the ultimate units, basically. You know, a Mushatero with Tooth Splash, basically an Infernale with extra stats and multipliers against mercenaries, and then of course the Musketeer that has extra melee armor and extra beefed up stats. So I mean, what's the complaint about that, really? You know, no reason to hang out in age 3 other than to get some skirms, I guess, and maybe a bit of dragoons. But if you're doing your stuff right with the ultimate units, you rarely even need dragoons usually, unless they're going like full assault or something. You know, if it's like an Escolta spam in Argentina, yeah, maybe. But if it's like one who's doing scout and dragoons, yeah, the Rossmeisters with their anti-cav can actually shred both of those things very easily, very simply. Yeah, but how much fish is... Yeah, that this is the cool thing about Malaysia is everybody sort of gets their own section of water, so even if you're a little bit behind, you can just go out onto the water and get the food back that way, you know? Get some sushi and all that, just about. Start sniping those grenadiers would be a good idea. Yep, start sieging and start building some more shrines on the trade route. Would be good. Pick up those animals, those animales. It's gonna want to at least get up to like age 3. Get some art. Well, that's the other thing. Japan is another one of those civs where you'd want to get to like age 4, usually, because age 4 you get the really beefed up artillery shipments, and then you can start popping those out. Like this is usually what Cappy does. Is he tries to get to age 4, pop this out, and then when it's time to siege, start getting the more towers, and then you're really in great shape. You know. Then no matter how much Shigumas you got a nice wall of anti-infantry and artillery to just plow in with. Yeah. I mean, he really should be just aging up at this point. But maybe, what's going on here? Oh, Hussars. That's probably why he's holding back a bit. Alright, he's going to go up now, right? He's going to get like a golden pavilion somewhere in the base. I would get a golden pavilion like really soon or something. You need those stats, brother. You need those stats. Because if you let him get all those ultimate units and you don't have the stats on the heavy infantry, those Machazis that cost wood, the Macheteros I was mentioning, they're going to be a real problem. Because unlike other Macheteros you deal with the Juanito civs, these ones have like 2 splash. So they can reach really far deep and use Shiguma lines and have the movement speed to run them down and stuff. So you better be careful of that. So he's going to get a golden pavilion in the back. Hopefully it doesn't get sieged by anything. Up, here comes the skirmies. Watch out for the skirmies there. Watch out for those things. Can be pretty dangerous usually.
ご命令を。
Ugh. Yep, and he's probably gonna get the shogunate like right now too. That's what I would get. Get the shogunate like right now. Get those artillery shipments in right where? Where's he gonna put the shogunate? Probably like right here. Right, can he fit there? Nah, probably not. Start attacking those skirms. Yep, alright. Thankfully, Rommel's still in age 3, so the stats difference isn't too deep. And now he's gonna get the shogunate. Probably. Yeah. They'll start setting up castles, right? Alright, so once that coin arrives, you can start getting the shogunate, right? Because you're gonna want to go this, maybe this, and then that. Make it happen, man. That's the only way it's gonna work. It's the only way I see it working, basically. Start getting that shogunate like right now, though. Best thing you can do. Now getting smothered. Don't get smothered by those hussars. That's a bad move. Alright, you're gonna lose some, but you're not gonna lose as much now that you got out of that swarm. Yeah. Micro. Oh, he really wants those skirms, but at what cost? He's trying to get on him, but he's getting snared back by the hussars too, which is not the best situation. Alright, well, at least he's got some shogumas back here to punish the hussars a bit. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Is this good or bad for Juanita Puana? I have no idea. Like, he's just sitting on enough res to go to age 4, and he's just not pulling the trigger, man. I don't know what he's doing. He should just get it now while the battlefield is still... But wait a second. Wait a minute. He's actually got more score now. So maybe he's onto something. I don't know. Maybe he actually has a shot here or something. I don't know. Gotta give him some credit. He might be able to pull this off. But he's got to get more shogumas, though, if you're going to stick it out in age 2. Is Rommel going towards that age 4 type of stack? No, he's not. He's still mostly training hussars and doing fishing and stuff. Where is he in the general build limits? So the Japanese got 4. Settlers 24. And what about the Japanese laborers? Where are the Japanese? He's got about 4 of those. Okay. So, I mean, in terms of general economy... Not doing the best right now, I would say. Definitely not. No, he's actually got some of those. Yeah, he's got his. Does he have that card? He does not. He does not have the contractor bead one, which I usually get. Basically improves the training rate of the slaves and Japanese laborers by 30%, so you can like streamline them very fast out of just one town center. Each prize should consider getting that into future decks somehow. Because at this point, because he's got all this time to just sit around and watch Kozeki Biju's candy feed, he probably could actually get contractor beat and get a really speedy queue of the slaves and the Japanese laborers out there. And it could be in really good shape overall, I think, yeah. So we'll see if he can make that happen or not. Because if he can, could be good. Could be quite good, actually. We'll have to see, though, honestly. Could go either way at this point, yeah.
Commando.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, cool. Snipe a villager and run. Or maybe not. Maybe Rommel. Rommel, stop looking at the candy feed. You're letting the villagers die. No more candy feed for you. No more candy feed for you, Rommel-san. So you start dealing with the artillery. Yeah, definitely not. No more candy feed for you until you get a win. Put it that way. Well, you already got one. Just get another one. Another one's always good. How many vills is he on? 42. He's on double TC now, which is great. Should be able to finish off his vill numbers with that. You should have gone sawmills. Sawmills would be a good idea. Because sawmills, for Japan, you can send it twice, so it ends up benefiting you by 30% instead of 20, instead of the normal 15. Disciplined Hololive Gafas Steletsy fan. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. A disciplined, a disciplined Gafas Steletsy fan. Hololive. Yeah. So imagine wanting the word Square, Gura, Bijou, Gafas, and Steletsy all at the same time, like a total flush down the skibbity toilet. Yeah, I think that could work. Yeah, definitely work for my ratings. You know. Steletsy channel needs some clips of me doing the whole live stuff. Probably that's probably what's going to grow our channel and get us the big giant beefy Wars Liberty community we all dreamed of. Is just use all this whole live reference stuff in my streams to basically lure in all the pebbles, all the jailbirds, and all the novelettes and all that stuff to us. Then go to play Wars of Liberty with us. That's what we're going to do. And then we'll even have enough Hall Live ID members to do Struggle of Indonesia with, which would be even better. Because as of right now, there's barely any Struggle of Indonesia multiplayer community these days. But if we get all the Hall Live ID people in, yeah, we're gonna have a big beefy 4 versus 4 Struggle of Indonesia experience, and even get some devs probably to add in the other civs Pep wanted to add too, which would be great. Go into the areas that the Whole Life girls cannot through their perms, as they say, their dreaded perms. Yeah, unfortunately they can't play any game they want. They have to get perms out from Manny-chan before they can even do a game, so instead of that, you just let the Gringo and Gafas handle the gameplay. and we lure in the all white people, make them lifelong Wars of Liberty watchers through our ways of the super chat talk. Yeah, that's the way you do it. That's a good profitable business model, I think. Definitely. And then we got plenty of Juanitas Bonitas and Juanitos Bonitos as well to lure them in too, so that works perfectly. Rommel is... I'm surprised nobody's gone to like age 4 yet and made the initiative yet. Like I said, Rommel would be in better shape if he had those ultimate units to back him up, but he's just not pursuing them, man. With all the trees you have on Malaysia, you'd think he'd want to get the Mershazis, but he's just not doing it. And now he's getting Culverins. It's like, dude, Culverins, really? You know, have you ever played Arena before? You know what happens in Arena when you have somebody that has like 30, 40 flaming arrows and somebody has like 4 Culverins? The flaming arrows just always win from pure numbers. And these Kanono cannons here are literally just clones of the flaming arrows, I believe. Wait a second, are they? Somebody remind me. Is that? Yeah, that is the stats of the flaming arrow, isn't it? Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think Mass Canal now just beats Culverin. For my arena experience proves me right. You know, when I haven't done arena in like at least a number of months since they shut down the ESOC online servers. But yeah, back when we used to do arena, the person that had like 30 flaming arrows in Japan would always beat out the one that had like a couple of Culverins to counter it. Unless you were good at micro and they were really bad with their micro, you would most always win with the flaming arrows, just because of pure numbers and number of things that they'd have to target. Because occasionally you'd have somebody who really wasn't thinking straight and they'd have like all the flaming arrows like massed up in like clumps of like 3 and 4, and then the Culverins would win. But if they spread them out properly, use like, you know, not stagger, but they know how to like control group them well and just set them up at different positions, they would normally just outright defeat the Culves. See, Varengo's on top of it too. He knows to target them as well. He's not slacking on that part at all. I mean, I just wish he would move some of these other canals up and try to make a break for him. But I guess with those Hussars in the way, it's kind of hard to make that happen. Alright, see, now he's gonna... Oh, Rommel. You didn't have to quit. You could have just went to age 4. You could have stayed and went to age 4. Poor little Rommel. Had so many wins today, and now he's got a big boo-boo again. Big lost boo-boo to deal with. The Latino movement of anti-going industrial. Does this game still have multiplayer mode? Yes, it does, sir. Tommy Jeff. You just have to get Game Ranger, Radman VPN, or Hamachi. Any platform that is not ESOC Online. Then you can do multiplayer. For all of these games that I'm casting here, these were all played on Radman VPN, where we have our own Radman server that you can join. Actually, we have a username and password. You just have to get involved with our Discord server, and you can happily join our multiplayer community of Wars of Liberty players and play with us anytime. We're always looking for players, you know. I was pleased to see Gomustan, who's done his Age of the World with me, play some Wars of Liberty games today. That was pretty nice, since he's a pretty skilled player. And if we could get some more skilled players here, we could get some real high-level tournaments and stuff in this game. Like the ones we had with the Chorizo Zarate tournaments, which would be great. So, if you know anyone who likes Age of Empires 3 Legacy and wants to get this mod, just have them talk to us, have them join our server, and get them into our multiplayer games so we can get as much tournament and just casual games in as possible, you know. I like to also cast in DE and AOM and stuff, and it'd be great if we just have like a big, vibrant pack of Juanitos and Gringos to do the Wars of Liberty constantly with all day, every day. That'd be good. Because, down the road, if I have enough money to go full YouTubing and not have to do the programming anymore, I might consider doing a 24-hour Wars Liberty stream, gameplay stream. That would be pretty good. I mean, because of the silly YouTube laws or whatever, you have to, do them in 12-hour segments, but you would know the point. You would get the point. You would be there waiting, and you'd know to jump into the next hoop, and then the next hoop, and the next one. And then we could go for a 48-hour Wars Liberty stream, which would be even better. Yeah, basically. So here's the one that Nick uploaded last week. Eternity Killed Me Too. As per requested by Streletsy on stream. Belgium versus Bolivia. I remember this one. This is why Nick last week played as Bolivia. Because basically he was really intrigued with how Eternity was able to defeat him using the Bolivian Civ. So this is a good show for you people that likes Bolivia a lot. If you like the Bolivian Civ a lot, you're going to really get a lot out of this match and learn a lot, I think, about how Eternity does it right. Alright, it should be loaded now. Perfect. So, map. What map we on? We are on, wait a minute, he's Korea. He's Korea. And you are Serbia. This isn't Bolivia versus Belgium. This is literally Serbia versus Korea. What is this, man? You gave us misinformation, man. This is the wrong civs. Same players, wrong civs. That's all right. I mean, I like both civs. I love both civs actually. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. People are coming for a Bolivia lesson. Now they're going to get a Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man eats a big bacon cheeseburger lesson. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. That's exactly what we're going to get. And then we got the kebab removal on the other side with the Serbs, too. So it's going to be pretty fun in its own way. But honestly, though, match-wise, I think Korea wins this hands down. They're like the best S-tier Civ in the game. At least for this patch is concerned. I gotta go through all the Juanito Civs now because of that release of that Advanced Immigrants card and just figure out with the more optimized immigrants and the Spanish Immigrant Edition, are we going to see more S-tier Latin Civs now? And are we going to see the ones that are in S-tier jump up a bit, like Haiti and, what's the other one we put in S-tier? I forgot. There was another one that we put up in S tier. See if those ones shift over. Might be enough to push Mexico up into S tier. Who knows? Because they were pretty close to that, weren't they? Yeah. We got to reassess all that stuff now. Like when I think next week, maybe on one of the. I don't think we want to. Well, wait a second. Yeah, I want to give it like a week or two. We got to do a new tier list for patch 1.1.2a now and see where the Lam Civs stand and if we want to make any corrections to other ones like the Maori and stuff. Yeah, we gotta do it, man. We gotta make it happen, And then we'll probably do our next tier list when the Middle East patch comes out with the new Civs and any additional changes they make around that time. Yeah, basically. Here's a lion, and here's Simeon Obradovic. You gotta watch out with these explorers because, unlike normal explorers, they actually can die. They can actually die. He might die. He might actually croak. He is gonna croak. He turns into a statue when he dies. And what the statue does is it improves the movement speed and the rate of fire of all nearby units, as long as the statue stands. But it does not last forever. Eventually the statue will disintegrate and just blow up for no reason. Because of a bunch of angry college students said that he was a slave owner or something, and you know how it goes. Yeah, just like Robert E. Lee's statue or whatever, and yeah, but instead of him, it's some weird Serbian guy. Well, does he look Serbian, actually? What is this guy? What kind of hat is he wearing? Is that a hat? What is he wearing? Looks like he's wearing a Mexican hat or something. He doesn't look Serbian. Who is that guy? He's not Serbian. Doesn't even look like the Serb guy. Looks like he's Mexican, or at least not Serbian. What is that hat he's wearing? Might even be an Asian hat. Who knows? I don't know. Looks more like one of those Juanito style hats, I think, that you wear down the tropics. Myself, doesn't look like something a Serb would wear. Count on me for the 24-hour Wars of Liberty streaming. Also for the 48-hour streaming. Count me kinda too. Kinda too. You're not gonna take a risk. You're not gonna go for a full 48-hour. Still, let's see. Wars of Liberty live stream someday. And what about the 72-hour one and the 128-hour one and the how many hours were in a week? 78. Trying to remember. Like, basically, imagine having a week-long Wars of Liberty stream. That would be pretty good. It'd be like Woodstock, but with Wars of Liberty. That would be truly history-breaking, probably. Yeah. Gonna have to get good monetization for it, though. Not doing that thing for free. Gonna have to at least make like $2 million, probably, before I even consider that one. Or some really big super chats, not just the $1 ones. I'm talking like the $100K ones, the big red and purple and pink ones. Is there a pink super chat? I think there's purple, but I don't think there's a pink one. I think purple is like the biggest one you can get. That's like 5K and up or something. I don't know. I don't know the super chats too well on the platform, so you're gonna have to think of that one definitely. So who is he again here with the age up? He's again Pavle Nenadovic. He just gives you some geese that you can put onto your hunting lodge. Geese, they're an okay herdable. They're very cheap to get, but they don't have a lot of food, 150 food, not the most. Not the worst. I think chickens have less food, actually. Yeah, chickens have a lot less food. It's like 60 food on a chimpkin. A KFP chimpkin has like 60 food. The geese have like 150 food, pretty much. As for Korea, Korea goes Grand Palace. That's like mostly expected. Unless you're going hyper aggro with the Pyongyang Gate, you're always going to go for the Grand Palace. All the time. Again, Lord of the Mountains now to set up the tiger play. Yep, basically build a monastery, and then your monastery will basically produce tigers for free over time, but it cuts the build limit in half. Because as you know, with most pets like this, they have like a build limit of like 10. It cuts it down to like 5 so it doesn't get too crazy. Because look at these stats. 19 hand attack and about 168 HP. That's not horribly bad, actually. That's like similar stats to like a Paraguayan cavalry unit. And doesn't cost any pop either. So, that is fairly good. Fairly good, actually, Olivia Haye. Who is Olivia Haye? Is that like some Korean feminist lady or something? Who is that? Never heard of her before. Olivia Haye, the tiger. Yeah. Oh, you got the Quran, some Arabic, and a camel. Oh yeah, you got the gator to worry about, right? The gator wife to worry about. That's right. Everybody needs a good gator wife every now and then. Just about. Wonder if Gator would be able to handle a 48-hour Wars of Liberty stream. That'd be a good question. Funny how the barracks are literally like right next to each other here. Yeah. And funny how behind you are in your unit production too, sir. Yeah, see, Korea's already winning this thing. Korea is just so strong out of the gate that Serbs can't even catch up. And that's kind of funny because the Serbs are normally one of the more solid rush civs in the Balkan culture, and they're just not matching the... Once the archers out, the recruits can no longer be recruited because they just fall before they even get recruited as recruits. Mule artillery, that's like your only hope, but then the Tigers come in and they just sweep up the mule artillery. Yeah, Korea moments. This is why Korea's an S tier civ. It's why it's the best S tier civ, actually. Like, actually. Because, I mean, even games where we've had Cappy as Germany in 2v2, Immons and stuff, Korea will still win. Even against that type of onslaught. So, something's up with the Koreans, Even more crazy stuff than the anime girls are pumping out. Yep, start sieging away at the barracks now. Get that Mercado. The Mercado. Oh, there's the mule artillery. See, this is smart. He's using the buildings as a choke point, but he's using the geese as a choke point. He's putting the geese, but look at the tiger just ran over the geese. Like a tank. He just ran over the geese's tail. Second thought. Kitty's very savage to even care about the safety of that bird. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, so now we'll boot into the next one. Some Veringo games next, I believe. Senor Verlingo, Juanito Verlingo. Juanito Verlingo. Juanito Verlingo. Juanito Verlingo. See? And, alright, so what's this one going to be called? It will be called Chile El Teatro versus Canada Hishe. Ooh, interesting. Didn't quite expect that one. So Veringo playing Chile. That's like a betrayal of your entire people, man. Why would you do that? Yeah, I don't know, Veringo. You're getting a little crazy. You're playing as Chile now. That's like a betrayal of the entire Veringo motherland. I mean, you could pick up Bolivia, but not Chile, man. You're betraying the motherland doing that. Saying that Chile's Giga Chad for doing that. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know, actually. I mean, if this was off of tier listing, I think Canada probably wins here. Yeah, I think Canada just has the better military, but not much of a worse economy, Chile, in like pure resource output terms, is one of the best civs, just because of how their market civ bonus works. But yeah, because basically the way Chile works is ecotechs, not just market ones, but ones at the mill, plantation, ones from the home city, all gather rates related technologies have increased effect on the Chilean villagers, but it also makes the Chilean villagers more expensive in the resource they're supposed to help in. So if it's a wood chopping improvement, the villager will actually gain a wood cost. If it's a coin one, it will actually gain a coin cost. If it's a food one, then the food cost goes up from what it normally is. And eventually you get to the point where if you lose like a single villager at the wrong point in the game, it's game over. Like you're not getting that thing back for a good amount of time. So it's got its perks and it's got its non-perks. If you can keep your villagers unrated, Chile, can get a really good boom going. If you lose the villagers, yeah, you're going to wish that you didn't lose them. But, there are some other villagers, of course, that Chile gets. The horses that we saw earlier. They also get some of their immigrant workers that can do pretty okay, like the Arab workers in particular, because of their trickle and stuff. So it's not all just Rotos and Rotas. There are some other economy options you got too. Also, the fact that Chile gets the German immigrants, they could get different works wagons as well as factories later on. Basically, yeah. Gator might like Korea with those tigers. Animal power. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good Civ for Gator, actually, doing Koreans. It's like the best Civ ever, so even if Gator has any gameplay-related discrepancies, you'd still be able to win just playing Korea half the time, basically. So, yeah, that'd be a good Gator Civ, I think, honestly. Some Lotos. So what deck does Ringo? I'm kind of curious how is Ringo going to run this Civ? So he's got Furrier and Bimetallism, which he has in his Peru deck. This is a mining upgrade, and this is a hunting and berry upgrade. He's got basic AIDS 3 package of eco. He's got claim to the Magellan Strait. Does he have a fort here too? Wow, okay. He's got cost for Bemizimo though. He's got Infinite 20 Escobatero. He's got Zuevos de Chañarcillo. This one's kind of baffling me a bit. Mainly because I don't know why he doesn't have the other fort in there. Yeah. Why doesn't he have the other fort in there if he's again one that literally gives your forts like a trickle of coin? Like you should have double forts, man, for the defense and the extra trickle of coin. If you're going to run that. Yeah. Now, in the old, not too long ago, this card here, Sociedad de la Igualdad, used to be one of the most broken, nasty cards in the game. Because what it did was not only did it improve villager training rate, it also cheapened technologies, as well as another card that cheapened technologies, basically. To the point that you could actually get fast Imperial within like 10 to 15 minutes of the game. To the point that Chile was almost banned in certain tournaments, I think. Yeah, Chile was like really... Because back then, too, I think the immigrants, you got extra units even in Imperial Age from immigrant battalions. So, yeah, you could get like 20 Imperial Janissaries within like 10 to 15 minutes of the gameplay in Chile. When the other Civ is just struggling to get into Age 3. 20 Imperial Janissaries, like, that makes what Egypt... It made what Egypt did look like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because it was even doable in like 1v1 too. Because it was discovered by Alucard and Luis Kaiser, and it was perfected to be done on Mendocino for Chorizo's Liga. And it was like a speed run to Age 5. It was crazy. Now, one thing I wish they had back then was the ability to go to Great War Age, because if that was the case, you'd go to Fast Imperial, basically destroy their entire economy, then click up to the Great War Age and then start plowing them with tanks in like 20 minutes in game. That would be so bad. They should have kept that bug in there. They should have kept that balance issue in there so we could like literally get 20-minute mustard gas speed run to Geneva Convention crimes. Yeah, that would have been so good. It would been such a good, yeah, basically. Virgin Guitos, yeah. Oh, okay, Juanito. See, Virgin Guitos. Here's some Civicos, Juanito Civicos. Mm. So where's oh, okay. And I'm assuming the deck Hishay's using is the same as yeah, it's the same. Is it the same deck? Yeah, it is the same deck. Alright. It's the same deck. Okay. It's the same deck that Rommel beat him with. Alright. No, not Rommel beat. Yeah, the same deck he was using when Rommel beat him. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I mean, in this, I feel like Hishay almost has a shot against Chile just because Chile doesn't have the strongest military at the front of the game. I mean, yeah, I think that's basically what it comes down to. I think Italy had an advantage just because their Alpini skirms had like 24 range, and that's what gave them an edge. I think in this situation, honestly, I feel like yeah, basically, I think that's going to happen. I think Canada's just going to have the better army, and they might be able to hold the fort down till they get to Great War Age or something. I don't know, though. Maybe Ringo messes it up or something. Who knows? Well, he seems to be coming out of the gate swinging with the Savicos, so I'm feeling a little bit confident about that. Because what you can do with Savicos is they have this mode that they can go into called Truplica di Diablo mode, where they pull out a sword, and they did turn into a Juanito Muy Enojado, and they gain like double movement speed. They gain like insane movement speed, and their hand attack goes from anti-cav to anti-infantry, and they start slicing and dicing, basically like you stole their Juanita Bonita or something. Here they are. Look, here's the Truplica mode, and then they just go running or walking, briskly walking. So yeah, and then well, I guess he hits some outposts. He's gonna try to. Okay. Why did he delete the barracks? Oh, to recover the wood. Okay. I was like, wait a second. I thought I could get that one up, but I guess he'd rather just have a full HP barracks and 2 in the back. Okay, that makes sense. He's going to try to keep harassing him, I think. He doesn't want Hishay to get that mask going, because if he can get a lot of Troupedia Marines, I feel like the Savigos just can get completely cooked in this matchup, usually. That's how it typically goes, I think. Yeah, I think that'll probably be the way. What do you prefer, a smart fella or a fart smeller? Probably a smart fella. You don't want a fart smeller. Who wants a fart smeller? Like, if you're into smelling people's gas, that's a little bit strange, I think. You know, there's much nicer parts of a person than their gas, especially what they eat. You know, if it's a Juanito from Mexico that eats a lot of frijoles and arroz, I mean, you know what that's gonna smell like. Or somebody that just came out of a Taco Bell. Because here's the thing, if somebody goes to Taco Bell, they get the cravings box with a beef chalupa, a ultimate burrito with refried beans and beef in it, hamburger, and then they get like a steak taco. And then they get the tortilla chips with the little fake nacho cheese sauce, and then they get that big giant beverage, whether it's Mountain Dew or something. You know what's going to happen if you try to smell that fart? You're going to try to smell the fart, and depending on what angle you're at, you're going to get hot fudge all over your face, and it's going to not feel so good. Like that. Because you're not going to expect, you think it's just going to be like it's going to be stinky gas that you can smell, but nah, it's going to come out nice and wet. And that Juanito Gringo that's doing the sniffing is going to be like sucking it into his nostrils, and it's going to be really, really wet and really gross. He might never sniff another fart ever again after that. Probably not. It's at least the way I see it anyways, yeah. What do you think? Would you rather have a smart fella or a fart smeller? I have no idea, actually. That's a good question. Ugh. Yeah. So this is an interesting unit that's gone through some evolutions here, the Yungeo. So this used to be like a normal Grenadier that like threw bombs constantly. Now it's been changed to a Western style Grenadier that has a slower cooldown, a faster cooldown time on its grenade throw. So it throws grenades more frequently than other Grenadiers do. I think it's like a cooldown of like 45 seconds instead of 60. So yeah, I mean, it's a much better unit overall. Yeah. I mean, stats-wise, it's okay, and then it's a lot more expensive than the average Grenadier. It's like 90 food and 60 coins, so it's not as affordable as normal Grenadiers, which range a lot more towards Musketeers, really. So, yeah, definitely. And you see its grenade is already recharged again. It's going to recharge very quickly here to another grenade toss. Yep, see, it's already recharged again. Another Grenadier would be waiting another like 15 to 20 seconds for that. Really. The problem is, though, is he's going up against a naval skirmisher and the Trupa DR Marines, and those ones just have multipliers against siege troopers. So they could actually deal like a full... I'll show you, like, right from the stats. It's a whopping 64 damage against this guy. 64 damage. 64 range damage against this Grenadier. That, like, dead in like 3 shots. That is really bad. That is really disturbing, actually. Yeah. And then once it goes up to like veteran and stuff, then it gets even higher. It goes up to like 80 damage, and then things are like going in almost like 2 shots. And yeah. Yeah, I would not be making Yungeos against the Trupa DR Marines here. That's just a really sus choice, I feel like. Yeah, even the Civicos are. I mean, if I'm going up against these guys, I'm either going hand cav or it's like, I'm going hand cav. Yeah, I'm going hand cav. If you have to go infantry, get the Escopetero, because at least it does like a shotgun-y type spread of bullets that you can hit multiple things with. If you're getting like Civicos, yeah, it's like a weakened musketeer in range, so I mean it's not gonna do as much as you want, really. I wouldn't use those to raid villagers. I mean, hand attack 14 hand. It's reasonable, but it's not the best. I mean, at this point, probably doesn't matter since they're literally surrounded. Active Union to get faster training bills, it looks like. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to be able to get him out of there. He's going to try to go into the Trublica and chase him down now, though. I think if he uses the choke points in the buildings well, he should be able to survive this wave of them. Yep, he was able to best him on that one. Yep, take that out. There you go. Alright, so he's going to come out now, and then he's going to get faster trained vills, and now I think Faringo's going to have a bit of an issue here, because now he's going to be able to catch up with his vills and make up for all the vill losses that he incurred there. Pretty much, yeah. And then from there, what does Faringo do? Where is his score at? Like his eco at? So he's going H3, probably with this. He's going the second German wave. I think he's basically cloning what Rommel does. Yeah, he's basically cloning what Rommel did to him. No, he's not, because Rommel went Arabs first, and then he went German second. Rommel did it the Streletsy way. He didn't do it the Rommel way. He went the Streletsy route. So the fact that he's going double Germans just shows you that Faringo's going the more normie type of Chile setup, I guess. Does he have the mill yet with the horses? The Jorses? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have the Jorses. He's going to be in trouble. Hi, Stwatzy. How many games in are you? So we already did your game. We did the one where you had Serbia versus Korea. I guess it wasn't a Bolivia game after all. It was literally a Serbia versus Korea. Yeah. So if you were intending on giving me a game of Belgium versus Bolivia, then you submitted me the wrong one on the Discord, and you might want to check your files again. Yeah. I'll happily do it for you this stream if you can get it to me, but yeah, that game you gave me was a Serbia versus Korea one, sadly. I think right now we're on game number 8, number ocho, and we'll pretty soon be going into game number 9. Once we get to game 11 and 12, we'll be going into the next patch, into the 1.1.2a games, and probably seeing some new gameplay stuff. Ideally the Spanish immigrants, perhaps, which would be great. So yeah, that should be fun. It's definitely. I kind of found it funny though, like after I started streaming Dynamite Cannons as Uruguay, the devs slowly responded by like, now you can only train them one at a time now, just to make sure you can't spam them too fast, even if you have the resources. And it's like, you know, if I want to spend my resources, I want to do it. Like, I don't have to wait for like 10 minutes to like. I guess the logic. Oh, I remember what the logic is, because dynamite cans are considered heavy artillery, and even heavy artillery that's trained with resources is supposed to be trained one at a time from a military building. That's like a rule that Masson taught me about Age of Empires 3 balance that you're supposed to always abide by. Even unless it's a mercenary that costs like a lot of coin, you're supposed to require heavy artillery to be queued one at a time from military buildings, even if you're training them with your own resources. Because I asked them, I'm like, why are the Schwarlos from the artillery foundries trainable only one at a time? He said because they're heavy artillery, and that's the rule. Even if they cost resources, you're always supposed to only allow people to get them one at a time. Otherwise, somebody who's like using hacks to get like a bunch of resources is gonna like obliterate the field with like 20 of them fast. And at least having them queuable one at a time gives everybody a chance to deal with them. If you let them just spam like 20 heavy cans every few seconds, you know what that does to the game. After seeing how I created that Woloseum scenario and having like 500 mountain guns as Egypt or whatever, or 1,000 Sevastopols as Ethiopia. It goes downhill very quickly for the experience. Very quickly. Is History going to age 3? Yeah, he is too. I'm going to be honest, the dynamite can thing was very asinine, but I think this should apply to every heavy can, looking at you Africans. Well, here's the thing. Zulu gets the cheat because Shaka Zulu decided, guess what, instead of training him at buildings, I'm just going to use my little children to turn into cannons, like Transformers instead, so. You know, regardless of what the devs do, Shaka will always be able to spam heavy artillery just by, having like a whole preschool worth of kids just jump up and down and turn into literal pieces of artillery before your very eyes. Just like a Transformer movie. That's how Shaka gets around it. So you're not touching my Shaka heavy cannon spam build. That is totally off limits, no matter what you try to do. You literally have to rework the Civ to get rid of it. Basically, yeah. Yep. I mean, eventually Zulu is going to be reworked. I think they're going to be reworked after this Middle East patch that's coming out this year. So maybe in 2026 or 2027 we're going to see a reworked African culture with new African culture aspects for the age ups and then new Civ logics too. So should be interesting, you know. I just hope that they rework Zulu, that they maintain the stuff that made the Zulu Civ so competitive so it can actually remain in the S tier category and not become like some flatline B or C tier Civ with all this standardized African stuff, you know. They got to keep the essence of what the maturing training system actually entailed and how powerful it was. Because if they don't, Zulu will lose, you know, all the things that really made into like a legendary, everybody wants to do it type of Civ. So hopefully they keep true to the Zulu message and gameplay and not mess with it too much. It's at least what you can hope for anyways, you know. Devs will do what they want to do, but you know, I think from what happened with the LAM patch, the LAM rework, we shouldn't worry too much because what they did with the LAM rework was actually quite good. They basically were able to keep the old aspects of the Juanito Civs that worked, and they basically made them better over multiple phases. First with the first rework, and then the immigrant age-up system just revolutionized the way the Juanito Civs function and made them into really remarkable competitive Civs. If they could do something like that to the Africans, I feel like, yeah, we might start seeing African Civs more, you know, because, like, this is the sad reality of the African culture in the game. Nobody ever plays it unless they're doing a niche build or something, you know. That might be due to skill issues because not enough people feel adequate enough to do the Zulu and stuff, and that's sort of the problem with the Africans right now. The Africans right now are built as a hard culture that's got a skill issue sort of gap to it, where if you're really skilled at AoE3, you can play Africans, but even then you're just suffering through a lot of work. They could totally turn Zulu into, in all these other civs like Egypt, into really fun civs, while also making them playable civs to everybody, you know. I think they're probably going to try to do that first with the Middle East, just see if they can make like a new culture and maybe it be playable by everyone. Because here's the thing, when's the last time we've seen a new culture added to Wars of Liberty? Not since like around the year I graduated from the university is the last time we've seen a new culture in Wars of Liberty, and that'd be the Polynesian culture. This would be the first new culture for over almost like 5 years, right? Like half a decade. So, I mean, yeah, that's something to definitely watch out for with the Middle East releases. Can they actually capture the essence of competitive gameplay to the point that people will actually play these Middle Eastern civs just as good as any of the older Wars of Liberty cultures and even the old cultures? Because let's be honest, a lot of people just play the old cultures and nothing else a lot of the time. You got people that just play Europe, just play the Native Americans, just play the Asians all the time. They don't branch out. So if they can make these cultures like stronger and more efficient, maybe we'll see more diverse civ options, you know. Because right now I feel like we're in this sort of bubble where everybody does either nation states, Latin Americans, Europeans, Native Americans, or Asians, basically. That's like the five that we see. We don't see a lot of Africans. We don't see a lot of the Maori that much. We don't see a lot of, you know, any outside of those five, you know. It's a nation state, and we don't even see a lot of Anglophones a lot, you know. See them sometimes, but not always, you know. I think somebody told me that there was like a higher level AoE3 player. Said, you know, I played all these cultures. The only ones I would ever do were like Latin America, nation states, Europe, Asia, and Native Americans. Like all the old cultures, and then some of the newer ones. Basically, if I was trying to win a tournament, just because, you know, the playability is just there. But I think it's gotten a lot better since then. Like, I know he said back then only some LAM civs were good, like, I don't know, like Chile or something like that. But now it's clear you can play any Latin American civ and do it effectively. Like, Peru's good. The only civ that was bad was like Brazil, but that was because, as Rumble called it, Bugston decided to Bugston the rework of the civ, and yeah, but now that's fixed. Now they're using the Russian training system, so now they should actually be a legit competitor now. That's at least what I'm hoping, you know. When we got a Brazil game from the new patch tonight, so we're going to see if this Russian batch training for Brazil is actually legit or not. A legitimate strategy. If it is, we might be able to actually really beef up, Brazil's rating, to at least like a C tier. Even if it's really bad, a C tier, they won't be in the D tier anymore. Might see an evening out of things, which would be great. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Colombia, that's an interesting take. I think they're the opposite. They don't always seem like they're the best performing, but they seem like they have a lot of diversity in their gameplay because you got like 4 different ultimate units and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I like the Columbia Civ, I felt like the original Columbia Civ that Hoop Thrower put out had a lot of issues to it. And I just didn't like it. I felt like, what was this Columbia Civ good for? Oh, you might get one ultimate unit you like and nothing else. And it's like, yeah, the age ups weren't that great. And I was like, yeah, this isn't that good, It wasn't until Maston and Maxi basically rewrote the Colombian Civ that I felt like they actually had their own identity, as being like this union of multiple regions that could either work separately or could work together, and just made them feel a bit more cohesive in areas that they should, gameplay-wise. And I feel like, I like the new Columbia. You can either go full immigrant or you can go full ultimate unit play. You got all these good cards, you got all this variety. It's got variety to it, because if you want like a more like solid, effective Columbia, you should go back to the old broken one. If you want one that just has more stuff to it, the new one has more stuff to it. Yeah. Basically. Oh, the old era Columbia. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the old era Columbia. That's right. Oh, no. Oh, good. I was going to say, like, I take personal concern with that, because that's like, I love the new Columbia Civ, because I was really hesitant about what was going to happen to it effectiveness-wise when they left the old Food Trickle one, but I think Maston and Maxi were able to save it out of the ashes of whatever Hoop was doing to him, Because I guess the Columbia Civ before Maston was really bugged and just didn't do what it was supposed to do, but they were able to fix it together and make it into something good. Yeah. I think, though, with what you're saying about reworking all the cultures first, that's a good idea. The only reason they're doing Middle East now, I think, is because that was owed to players like so many years ago, just like Great War Age. Like, they were talking about adding Middle East culture since 2015, when, like a month or two after the mod was released, they were already talking about the Middle East culture and all these concepts, really. So this has like been a really old promise they had to release, so that's why they feel like they have to get that out. Because, it's like one of the oldest sort of things that they were promising the community for a while. I remember year after year, they go like, oh, we're going to release Middle East this year after Great War Age, and they'd always push both Middle East and Great War Age off just to balance more European civs, and it's like, people aren't coming for the European civs, they're coming for the Middle East and Great War Age, and they don't care if British have enough stuff for the French. You know what I mean? If you like those civs, go play Diviv Edition. They got a lot of cool cards too, Basically. Yeah. Pretty much. Good map, by the way. I love Deccan. Deccan is an awesome map. You got so many starting crates, and then you got like 2 trade routes on it. It's such a good, unique experience, It's basically like Carolina, but better, I think. Just because you can, control different routes. You don't just have to worry about one route. You can go down to the other one, And then in terms of natives, you got like the elephants, you got the Bhaktis, so you got some good shock units here. It's hard to complain with this map. I like it. Some people don't like it, but I like it. Yeah. Well, as a Belgium main, I care a little bit about Europe. True. I didn't know you were a Belgium main. Congratulations. Belgium is actually a fun civ. I like Belgium. But if I recall correctly, they're not going to change a whole lot with the Belgium civ in the European rework, at least from what I understood. Because I think Belgium was one of the civs they actually got most of the stuff they wanted out of it. The stuff with the natives, the stuff with the bicycle infantry, machine guns, the elephants. Belgium already has a pretty vibrant, unique roster and stuff, so at least from a roster standpoint, I think they can't really go much farther with the Belgians, except maybe releasing that maybe the combat mag. Maybe they could finally have the combat medic to the civ as like a Vivandera or something. Might be able to do that, but I don't think they can get much. There's not much more they have to do with Belgium, I think, because they just got such a cool roster as it is. And so much cool stuff going on at the same time. Because, yeah, like, think about it. Like, Belgium has machine guns, early machine guns. They got war elephants. They got infantry on bicycles. They got, like, 3 different native warriors. They got a cool skirm that has multipliers against natives. They got, cool ways of upgrading their volunteers, which is one of their early units, again, in the Royal Guard. Plus, some okay generic units, the line infantry, grenadiers, hussars, dragoons. So, I think Belgium is fine, I think some of the ones they were more concerned about were probably the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Danish, the Italians, something like that, because, Italy, they got some cool stuff, but they just feel like kind of bland, I think. Italy could be so much more, and I think that's what they're trying to go at. Oh yeah, the casino, the roulette. Yeah, the roulette card. I like the roulette card. It's a fun card to play with. Yeah. I like the roulette card, actually. It's good reference, actually. Yeah, I think they're going to do a lot of rework stuff to Italy, I believe. I think they're going to have an ultimate unit that can train other units from Africa. They're going to have the cathedral that can train stuff the same way that the 5th edition Italians can do it, and then they're going to just have other units like I believe they're going to have the Basigliaries still. I believe the Alpini will just become a Royal Guard upgrade of the Skirmisher. And then some other stuff. Yeah. And then I believe their pikemen will be Royal Guard, the Picciotto. So I think they actually ended up doing that early, basically. When they decided to drop out all the halberdiers, pretty much. Because I don't think it was directly established that they actually wanted to remove halberdiers from the game, but they eventually did. Citing that, it's the modern era, it's the era of, like, firearms and cannons and, melee cavalry with swords. You didn't see a lot of halberdiers except for, like, the ceremonial sort of armies and stuff. And I guess that's true, So, problem for me was I just liked the halberdier as a concept and felt like it was a great way for Europe to perform sometimes. Because sometimes I didn't like going with musketeers. I'd like to have 200 halberdiers and dominate somebody's base with them. So I kind of wish they had at least 1 or 2 civs that could still sort of do that. Maybe they'll let us do that with Spain. I know Fenris was working on that halberdier for Spain, right? Maybe we can actually set something up like that with Spain, using the royal decree where you swap your pikemen for halbs or something and play it the old way. That could be fun. I'd definitely be more of a Spanish player if they had a halb option. You could do that. You know what you could turn them into? You could turn them into the Trabants. Turn them into Trabants, like irregular Trabants. Yeah, you could do that. Give them a splash and give them a multiplier against shock. Even if it's a minor one, like it's 2x against shock and 1 splash or something. You could absolutely do that. Yeah. What I think I recommended one time to the team was have them trainable from like the capital as sort of like an academy unit. So it'd almost be like Age of Empires 1, where you have the Centurion being like this very slow but very powerful melee unit. Basically turn the Halberdiers into that, but trainable out of the capital only. And you could just like build them up over time and just send them as like a wall against the enemy or something. Yeah. There's probably something we could do with the Halberdiers to make them a more widespread European thing, because I'd love to see him come back at some form and just have a better melee infantry than pikemen. I like pikemen. I've gained a much more of an appreciation, I think, for pikemen now that the halves have been gone for a while, but I wouldn't mind going back to having a halberdier as another option, depending on the civ, you know? Definitely. Definitely the case. Like these pikemen, the Pardos, they did a great job with reworking this unit. Used to be way too expensive. Well, first it was too OP, and then it became too expensive and weak. And now it just fits right like the Goldilocks zone, you know. Not too hot, no too cold. It's got the enough stats of a pikeman while still being unique enough to be its own thing, you know. Yeah, they should look at what they did to the Pardo and maybe come up with a solution for the halberds next. That'd be great. Right now, the only way you can access halberdiers in the mod is literally picking the Persians, making a Persian home city, and then shipping them from the home city, since they use the Portuguese home city from an older era. Yeah, it's pretty interesting how that works, actually. Yep. So Fufi's doing Patricios, looks like. Yeah. I mean, Patricios seem like they could do okay in this matchup because they at least have the HP, I think. But I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how quick Fufi can distribute his stuff. Is he getting... He's not taking out the Danube Legion, though. So, yeah, that's one thing he might want to consider doing. Getting some Grenadiers here. Yeah. I think Polish are going to be a really good... a really common immigrant option now for people in 1v1s, just because they made the technologies a lot more valuable early on. You got one that gives you 4 Uhlans, so it's something you can literally add, so you don't just have Grenadiers, you got something else. And then you got an upgrade to all immigrant units, so there's actually an incentive to late game players of actually stopping for the buying, grabbing the Polish in Age 2 now. Because if you want to get like a strong immigrant army later on, you're going to have to stop by the Polish and just pick up their stuff. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, actually, how they set that one up. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think the difference is it's the cost is slightly altered, and I think it has slightly less melee attack. Isn't a pikeman like a 9 melee attack unit? I think this is slightly weaker in melee. And then the cost is slightly altered a bit to fit the Bronero and other similar skirmisher units a bit better for the Lamsivs. Yeah. I think Pardos work a lot better as pikemen, honestly, you know. Because then it makes it more like the old Latin American culture. And Pardos are now more viable to more civs, like... In the old days, you used to rush with pikemen as Paraguay, but then when the Pardo got too expensive, you sort of lost that element. Now that the Pardos have a good cost again, now you can start to mix in pikemen with your Paraguayan armies once again, so it's not just anti-infantry anymore. You know, you can actually deal with cavalry civs. You can actually deal with assault class bearers. So, I mean, they did great wonders by turning the Pardo into like a real... pikeman, you know. Definitely did good by doing that, I think. Oh, it is? I didn't know that. So it probably is literally just a European pikeman with slightly altered costs then. I'm fine with that, you know. Pike can't argue with pikemen. They just get the job done. They siege well and they deal with very heavy cavalry threats. So they do have their job, I think. So I think that's at least good. So just Berneros and Pardos now, looks like, yeah. Just about. Yeah, this pike and shot thing with Peru was surprisingly effective, you know. I used to think that Peru was pretty weak, but now that they have like a good pikeman unit, the Berneros really are starting to come out and shine at what they're best at. So, yeah, good job basically indirectly fixing Peru by giving them a good polearm unit. Because as I always said in the tier list, you know, the big problem with Peru was always the lack of solid anti-cav with the lack of musketeer. You know, and having a unit like the Pardo, which is very out of your way to afford. But now that the Pardo is actually easy to afford, now they can make up for the lack of the musketeer now and actually get combinations going. You know, I mean, it's not as fluid as like massing a group of patricios or something, but if you can mass up Pardos pretty easily with the Berneros, you can actually do some cool sort of pike and shot stuff that you can't always do with every civ. Yeah, definitely. Yep, we're going to make one, I think, next. Yes, we are, Cappy. We're making one. I'm going to do one next week. I want to give myself a week to play the changes, get a feel for them, and then we can start talking about changes. Or do you feel like we should do it in 2 weeks? How long do you think it would be until we have a pure understanding of everything? Yeah. Yeah, we want to make sure when we do it that we basically know what the changes are and all that. So yeah, definitely. Especially with Spanish immigrants. Yep. That might have just changed the entire culture for the better. And it might have saved them from a lot of early game rush civs like the Tupi, Zulu, and Ethiopians with their Degregados card, finally. Because ask Attorney, that game where he literally ran around my town center like 10 times with the pistoleros and just blew up my town, my immigrant colony instantly and made me resign instantly. Now that you have Spanish immigrants as Uruguay, you're going to be able to get that colony up so he doesn't do that anymore. So that might have just beefed up every Latin civ in a real clear way, especially Uruguay, that's a bit slower, you know? Yeah, we definitely need to redo this was a substantial patch, I think, that's worthy of a tier list. Oh, wow, that's... I think... I haven't tried it myself yet, but I think this is going to make Brazil a much stronger civ. Because look at how strong Russia was as a civ with the batch training of the villagers. Now they're going to give it to a civ that instead of being a rush civ, is an agricultural civ with good economy and some strong military. This might turn Brazil into like a real beast of a civ now. Because now, not only is the training system more reasonable for you, now you're actually rewarded for having multiple town centers again. When they made the whole abolition slavery system, they basically degraded the purpose of having multiple town centers. They made it useless until you got all the abolition texts, which took so much time. Now you just have to... You can go FF, get another covered wagon with Costramissimo or something, and feel the effects right away. Actually, it's worth it, you know? You don't have to go through all these hoops with all these food-related big bun technologies to make it worth it. Now it's actually good. I think the fact that they got rid of the whole abolition slave trade system itself was a buff, you know? Never mind if the block training works or not. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're looking at a good Brazil experience now. At the very least, it's not in D tier anymore. Very least, there's going to be like in the average sort of tier spectrum. Maybe they're a great Civ now. Who knows? Maybe with all the good military they get, their strong economy, they might actually come forward as a really serious competitor to ones like the Portuguese and Ethiopians and Mexicans and Chileans. You might have a real monster of a Civ to deal with now. Especially considering Brazil has stuff that no other Civ does, or at least very few do, like mounted skirmishers. They get Royal Guard pikemen and musketeers. They get Royal Guard escoltas. They get, they do get advanced arsenals, so their lanceros are very on point, as well as their dragoons. What else? They get the trashy early skirms if you want to go that route in the early game, and the musketeros. Yeah, I mean, plus a wide immigrant variety. Now Brazil has like 5 different immigrant options, right? They got the Spanish, they got the Japanese, the Italians, the Germans, and the Confederates. That's even better. 5 immigrant options, very good, And that plays into Colombia, too. Colombia has 5 immigrant options now. No, they have 6. They got the 4 age-up ones. They got the German colony, and now they got the Spanish colony, too. Yeah. Absolutely insane, yeah. Made a huge change, I think, for the betterment of the Civ, yeah. Oh, big time. It's interesting to see this sort of escolta warfare open up now, because I guess what Fufi thought was, hey, if I make escoltas, I might actually be able to deal with this new sort of infantry meta thing. But what he doesn't know is Ringo knows how to make escoltas as well, and now he's getting outmatched by an army of infantry and escoltas, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. Because basically, for those that don't know what Wars of Liberty is, basically escoltas are like the Age of Empires 2 knights, but for Juanito civs. They're great for ripping apart infantry with their big anti-heavy infantry multiplier with the lance. So the more of them you have, generally, the better off that you are, usually, when it comes to a fight between them. And as you know, most cavalry really cower when they're near musketeers, but not these. These things will shred them. They got the multipliers to take them out quickly, and they got hand armor too to actually resist their bayonets. And if you pay attention here, notice how this. I'll show you a fresh one. This one here. Notice how this number is smaller than this one. Assault units like the Escolta, they only do 2x multipliers against. But scout ones like the Hussar, which are lighter, they do 3x against. So not only does the hand armor make their bayonets more useless, also their lack of multipliers does too. So yeah, basically assault cavalry really changes up the way you play the game as well as the scout class. It's no longer just hand cavalry. You got a heavy hand cavalry and you got a light one. So, a little bit more realism there. It's not just treating everything the same way. %5 hit points. It should be 10%. It should be 10% if it's just HP. It should be 10% improvements, I believe. But I think they were basing it off of the koala skin fur card from Australia, which is only 5% HP. That might have been what they were going off of. So maybe they have to. I don't know. If it gives 5% to literally every unit in the game, infantry, cavalry, and artillery, then 5% might be okay. But if it's only infantry and cavalry, then it definitely needs to go up to 10% or 15% or something like that. Definitely Volunteers to trickle coin? What do you mean, like a voluntaria patria? So it's a skirmish unit? Interesting. Yeah, we gotta see if they'll show up in today's recording. You know, as soon as the stream is done. I mean, I might not have time to do any matches tonight, but if I don't, I'll definitely do a bunch of games tomorrow with it just so we can see what it's like. Yeah, I think so. We gotta test this stuff out, man. See how good it is. Yeah, it sounds good though. It sounds definitely a very interesting setup, honestly.
Gracias por la gauchada, che.
Here's the Fenians from the second Irish wave. That's going to give Ringo a huge leg up if with these Escoltas here. Those Escoltas will be melted by these. Because look at those multipliers. 6x against Assault Cavalry. That is huge. That is very muy grande. Muy grande. That is huge, actually. So that's going to make a huge difference, I think. Honestly. I mean, yeah, I can try to defend with the Infernals a bit, but, yeah. What do you think about the Infernal update they did to this patch, too? I guess they made the Infernal cost, 10 additional coin, but now it does 5. They increased the hand attack by 5 or something. I think it's, I don't know if it's 25 hand attacks. They did a buff to the hand attacks of some kind. It's like 25 now or something. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think it's better to be slightly more expensive and just do like 4 more damage against, you know, the Hussars. It's just a little bit more valuable now. At least that's what I think. Well, not 4 more damage. It would be doing what, like, yeah, so, yeah, something like that. Yeah, okay. Not bad at all then. Yeah. It's really doing 50 damage to Cav now, so that would be pretty effective. Also, I like what they did to the pastures in this new patch, too. It feels like now the pastures are clearly doing what they're supposed to be doing. Not sort of like this equal farming, herdable hybrid type building. Now it's clearly being defined as like a herdable building that you can farm on, but it's not going to be great. It's basically eating a bunch of grass and sand. And because look at this pasture, the way it looks. Is this where you want to grow your food from? This pile of like dirt and hay and stuff? No, this is where you want to bring your cows to fan them up and then have a steak in the morning. You don't want to like make a big bush of berries there or something. You want to get some meat off of that pasture. So it's good that they were able to come up with a way of basically nerfing the farming aspect of the pasture, but also buffing up the thing that really mattered, which was actually getting herdables to fatten twice as fast from them, as well as making the pastures cheaper. Because right now, as you can see, a pasture costs as much as like a mill. I don't know how much they cheapen the cost of the pasture. Is it like 300 wood, 250 wood? What is the cost of the new pasture? how hard is it to actually get like 2 or 3 pastures on the field? Because, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to give as much bounty anymore if it's cheaper. It's not going to be 80 bounty. It's going to be something a little bit more simple. But, yeah, I mean, I just like the idea of pastures being easier to achieve now. Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to make a huge difference. Is Ringo again? No, he does not have a lot of wood, so he's, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, very strange. Should be trying to get Garda sculpted there, I believe. Take out all those. Ah, it looks like the ARG infantry is actually winning here. Probably due to the durability and also the bit of splash attack that the Escopeteros are providing. I mean, if he really wants to win in the engagement even better, he could actually go for buckshot and get the area of effect up by 1 to get it to 2 splash instead of 1. Because here's the thing, the Berneros are going to beat you, I think, in like raw stats. So the only way you overcome that is basically getting the better splash. At least until they get to like Imperial Age. Because the problem is Escopeteros of Argentina cannot go beyond veteran upgrade. Whereas the Berneros can go into guard and Imperial upgrade. They can, you know, they can go on forever and ever. These guys not so much. Yeah, basically. You saw that with that game I did the other day with Gilder. I was able to basically do a late game Bernero Legion Puana setup into Great Voyage, and it was like really something great. Basically, I combined the food and coin with the wood unit, and it just worked really well. Quite effective. Quite effective.
Dígame.
And he's up the yeah, he's got him up the veteran. Does he have, what does he got? He doesn't have butchers. You should have Solidaros and butchers by now. These are some cards you really need. Also, why no Cimarrones either? I think he's really doing a dessert. Here's the thing. Refridge is almost never needed because of this. You almost never need this because of this right here. 20% on top of a 300%, like, look at the math difference. Like, this should be Cimarrones up here. That is why he's falling behind. That's a huge reason why he's falling behind. It's because he's literally not putting the food economy up front, you know? I mean, he's making some okay units, but he's just not tending to his food eco properly, and he's giving Fringo a lot of rain on getting more upgrades, and, well, not upgrade, bro, yeah, upgrades, yeah, I mean, he's getting the Guard Bernero right now, getting those big, beefy, infinite shipments of them, and then eventually he's probably going to get the Guard Escolta, and it's going to be really hard to come back from it. Quite hard, actually.
Prepara. Listo. Ay. Dale nomás. Que en el horno no vamos a encontrar.
Yep, now he's going to have to pull off of that mine. What does he have left for cards? He has to get these first. And then from there, what? Probably these. Either. Yeah, he might need this. He might need this for coin. The fact that he didn't get Cimarrones was like shooting himself in the foot. Like, you cannot not get Cimarrones in an Argentina deck. That is what's blindly leading to your demise. And I'm surprised Fufi as an Argentina player who's done Argentina before does not know how important Cimarrones is to their gameplay. What was he thinking with that? I have no idea. I really don't. So now he basically has stunted his food growth. You know? It's like really backwards now. It's like, I don't know. I just have no idea how Argentina's going to come back from this one. There you go. That's good. That's good, Senor Ringo. You're doing quite well. Even without the guard, the sculpt upgrade. Even attacking him with the villagers. The chulas muy bonitas. That was a good one. I mean, I want to look at like the... Imagine where his food would be if he actually got Cimarrones. It'd be like up to like 30 something. Quite easily. Single-handedly. Yeah. I don't know. That's all I'll say about that one. Alright, so now we're going to go into like the last record game of patch 1.1D. And then from here on out, we're going to 1.1.2a. Alright, so if you like this previous patch, brace your seatbelts. We're going to go over the last recorded game that somebody has of this ever. If you have any ones you want me to watch from this patch, you better tell me soon, because if you don't, I'm going to delete the folder and save some disk space on my PC. You know? So, better get me your 1.1.1D games pronto if you got them. Because this is the end of the road, Bucko. This is the end of the road. So, if you like this patch a lot, if you want to see more of it, this is your last chance. Yeah. So what's this last game called? It's called El Guardaespaldas Chileno, an Argentina versus Chile. Now, the thing I find interesting from an analytical standpoint is the first game that we're going to be looking at in patch 1.12a is also an Argentina game. So we're going to see old Argentina and new Argentina side by side. So you can get much better than that. You know, we're going to see night and day what is better now. I like that. That was like really good RNG from these Juanitos for giving us that. Just trying to search for the... here. This one. Alright, so we're in Colorado. Good old South Park land. So it's going to be Rommel's Chile versus Ringo's Argentina. Ringo playing Argentina is something you probably won't see in another 20-something years. So just be lucky that you see it. I mean, I don't know how he's going to do with this Civ, but we'll have to see. I think he's watched enough of my stuff to figure out how to play Argentina well, or maybe watch Jeff do it. So we'll see. I mean, also the 9.69 finger guy medal is also good with Argentina. So got a lot of good teachers to learn it. So you got no excuses, Senor Ringo Juanita Peruana.
Me quedó claro. A sus órdenes.
Some more gauchos. Juanitos gauchos. So we know what Rommel's deck looks like, right? Hey, he's actually got a few decks, actually. He's got this one, he's got this one, and then he's got this one. So what do you think he's going to do? Jublica power. Jupidica power. Woo. Okay. So how's Ringo does his Argentina deck? I mean, look, Ringo even did a better deck than Fufi did, because he actually acknowledged Cimarrones is an essential card. Yeah, that just shows you how important this card is. If you do not include it in your deck, you've probably been looking at Juanitas Bonitas too long in the Ventanas before setting it up, you know? Basically. Now, Catequisimo. Now, this is an interesting one. Yeah, faster veil training. Maybe it's good. We see bimetallism here, so Ringo definitely likes Silversmith from what you can tell, because this is basically a clone of Silversmith, so he definitely likes the idea of having earlier you know what? I was thinking bimetallism is actually an okay competitive card for Argentina, because your gauchos actually have a much faster movement speed than normal vills, so you can have a lot of free reign in going out onto the map and making use of a card like bimetallism and taking those more center mines. Because if trouble comes brewing, at least if it's like a musketeer attack, you just take off with your little horses and giddy up out of there. I mean, the only thing you have to worry about, of course, is like hussars, but yeah, even then you're going to escape a bit better, you know. But I just saw that, like, if you can get onto the middle map and like get the big silver and gold mines out there, bimetallism is actually a really good Argentina card. Maybe I should think about. Definitely, as well as the other one too that you get in Age 1. Especially bimetallism. Yeah. What else has he got? He's got the Horse Grenadiers, the Estancias to train him, and then the Bill Limit booster. He's got the 5 Horse Grenadier Chapman, 3 Espides or artisanal cans. He's got all the eco package stuff for Age 3. Improved buildings, and then he's got the Infinite Choiquieros. This is a great card to get. You should always get this one too. You know, if you ever do need like a skirmisher unit in the late game, these Choiquieros just do really well. Not only are they good against things that skirms normally are, but they also do well against native warriors too. They have multipliers against natives, so sort of almost like the Chilean dragoons in a way, just because of that fact. Yep, most definitely. So what's the immigrant going to be? It's going to be Polish. I think obviously in this current patch 1.1.2a, it's going to be a much stronger option for Argentina, just because you're going to have that Ulan shipment. For a Civ that doesn't get like scout units until Age 3, a 4 Ulan shipment for Argentina is actually kind of whack. It's actually going to give them a little more flexibility in early game that they didn't have before. Because now they will have a fast, speedy option to deal with skirms, which will be stronger than their Infernals were, Yeah. Also, the fact that they'll be able to beef up all their immigrants is going to be good. So even if you want to go for that late game Italy with the Tetamilians, when the Legion Agricola, free thing, you're going to actually be able to stat those up as well. So, Argentina looking really good with the Polish immigrants going forward. Definitely. So, it looks like Ringo ended up skipping the pasture for the faster training. I don't know if that's really a good move on his part. As for Rommel, what is he running? I think he's running more or less what he did against Ringo before. It's looking more or less like that. So, he went for the 800 coin. So, he might be going to H3. Yeah. Yeah, basically because, Chile gets an extra 100 resource crates at their shipments. 700 coin becomes 800 coin, and same with the wood, and it's 100, and it's 1,000, 100 here, and so forth and so forth. Yeah, basically. So what we're going to basically try to figure out here is, where is Argentina now? Right? Because I want to mostly see how Argentina does, even though it's from a Juanita Peruana like Faringo. Just see how Argentina does, and see how Argentina does in the next game, where that's going to be in the new patch. So we know, okay, is the old Argentina better, or is the new one better? We think that the new Argentina is probably going to be better, but you never know, so we'll see. Yeah. I think the fact that the pastures are cheaper just makes the new Argentina a lot better. And also another thing I didn't mention is they kind of swapped out the the one-time Pardo shipment for Argentina with the ability to ship you some mercenary Morenos, whatever those are. Does anybody know what the Morenos are? Are they like a mercenary halberdier or something? And lets you train them at the barracks, as a military unit. So, kind of expanding Argentina's options even more at the barracks, which is pretty cool. Now they got a tanky musketeer, a very strong early skirmisher, and then a polearm or something, whatever it is. Should make them feel a little bit more flexible. Yeah, big time.
Dígame, señor. A sus órdenes.
What else? It looks like he's massing Patricio right now. Which, I think against Chile that's actually a viable strat. Mainly because these Patricios, as far as musketeer value is concerned, are probably a lot more valuable than the Svicos are. Only in very niche cases where people letting their skirmishers be vulnerable or stuff, or the Svicos can outperform, I think. Yeah, the Patricios, they got some good HP. 200 HP. And what's the Svicos one that? It's like 150. You can tell these guys are definitely well more equipped for combat and stuff. Also, it's adding some of the immigrant grenadiers, the Danube legions too. So it's adding a bit of anti-infantry in with them. Yeah. Something we don't see a whole lot is Patricio Grenadier. It can be pretty solid, yeah. Definitely can be. But Rommel did go up to age 3, which means he could add Juanitas in, the Vivanderas. Let's see what he does with that. Is he gonna shoot him head on, or is... Alright, well, one Grenadier didn't throw his thing, so... Was it a total disaster? It's a disaster! No, it's not a total disaster. No.
Parar.
I think by the time he gets over there and he starts, those grenades will probably be mostly recharged by then. So, I mean, we'll see what happens here. So, right now he's just going for a push. Barracks is probably queuing up Vivenderas as we speak. Yep, Juanitas Bonitas. Juanita Bonita. It's got a Juanita Bonita queue going there. Barracks might go down before it finishes, though. Start, get those villagers there. I could take out another barracks. I would stop the production of that barracks, like, right now, because if he was a madman, he would just, let you finish that thing and make you lose the 200 wood. Yeah. Lost the Arab villager. Oh, he's got the immigrant skirms from Germany, the Brummers. Oh, yeah, we don't always see those. We don't always see the Brummers, you know. They used to be musketeers. Now they're skirms. So that's always an interesting sight to see. Yeah. Most definitely. I think I have old uploads when they were still musketeers. Yeah. Alright. Well, Epinay's going to ship in another batch of them. One cool thing that he's doing to Rommel is basically draining his early shipments from things like upgrades by basically forcing him onto these like skirmisher batches to get out of this kind of a pickle, you know. So in a way, Varingo's actually set himself up well for the late game, because now Rommel's not going to be able to get cards like the Refrids, the Coco, the Moreno, the Laramie Reel. He's not going to be able to get those late game upgrades now just because he's burning through all his early shipments to get immigrant skirms. So, yeah, like, Rommel should have really just canceled that one out, I think, and tried to regroup or something, because now he's going to really be wishing later in the game that he had those cheaper shipments there ready to go to get his eco going, his Chile. Because that's the reason you play Chile, you know, is the upgrades. Getting those eco upgrades to really boost the Rotos, because they're have an increased effect from them, basically. Quite good. Alright, almost an age 3 with the second Polish wave. So sticking with the Polacks, I would highly recommend you go Italy for age 4, honestly. One cool thing you get with the Polish in wave 2 is, or particularly Polish in age 3, is the ability to get some nitro petards as a technology. Gives you about 4 of the nitro petards, and then with that thing you can take down like more than like a 4 factories TC. You get a lot of siege power with that, so definitely can understand why Varingo doubled up with the Poles there. He's also going to get some free stables and an arsenal too here with these wagons. So he's going to have a bit of cavalry infrastructure already going, even though he might have already not have thought of that before, and he can actually start making escoltas like right now. Which he usually loves to do as Peru, so I know he's definitely going to do him as Zargs. That's probably why we never see the Brummers. Yeah. It's only in age 3 and beyond, yeah. They used to be available in age 2, but now they're not. Yeah. The only thing you can make in age 2 are the Ulans in there is the Diabo cavalry, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at what you're saying, and this looks like Garbo. Like, what is this based on? What unit is this? Is this like a Vanatori or something? What is the stats of this thing? Is it a border patrol, a border guard, or a Grenzer? What are the stats of these? I don't even know what they are. I can't even tell what they're statistically supposed to be myself. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, really. That's all I can say when I look at it, yeah. Here's some horse grenadiers now. You got them through this shipment, right? So now his build limit's up. He might get this next so he can train them. The horse grenadiers could be really good here if he's just doing skirms. Infernals. You don't really need infernals. I think just Patricio horse grenadier might be good enough, you know. The grenadier, horse grenadiers being a siege trooper has some okay siege. Yep, definitely more than any of these skirms do. Again, the veteran upgrade on the Patricios, right? Oh, no, he's doing it! Oh, God, Varingo, no. He fell for the trap. He got the wrong upgrade. You poor kid. Oh, my God, he just wasted 200 wood and 200 coin for nothing. He just did it. They gotta fix that UI thing. Now he's getting the real upgrade now. He's on Juanito Muy enojado right now. Oh, no, that bug sting gave me the wrong upgrade. It's always great when you see somebody do it. because the Patricio's like right here, but the Excalibur upgrade's there. And they look exactly the same. It's always a trap that they fall for. Now he gets the Estancia to get some horse grenadiers going later. Yep, that's the great thing about Gauchos is they can just get out of trouble real quickly. He lost a few of them, but he didn't lose them all like he would with Settlers. Yep, well he knows he's there now, so he's not going to leave the Estancia unguarded, thankfully. He's actually going to get some real value out of it, hopefully.
Preparado. Dígame, señor. es desigual.
Yep, here comes some more horse grenadiers.
Dígame, señor.
Does he have the bimetallism yet? I would get the bimetallism now if I were you. Get the most value out of that, because eventually you're going to be done with all these mines and you're not going to get the benefit of that card now. Unless you... Do you think it's too late for bimetallism? Maybe you should go into Casa de Moneda at this point? What's the more appropriate play, you think? From a strategy standpoint. Is it too late to get mining cards, or should you just go for like the Royal Mint style one? Could use some more casas. Muchas casas, por favor. Yeah.
¿Qué más? Preparado. Dígame, señor. A la guerra. Órdenes, patrón. Preparado. Ya mismo voy. Preparado.
And then going to ship in some more of the horse grenadiers. Good. I mean, this will give him an advantage against these guys. These guys are not that strong in damage, so honestly, spamming Scout is looking kind of nice, actually, yeah. Though you do have to watch out for the few Escoltas there, though. That could mess everything up. But not if you have the right number of stuff, I think. Let's see if he messes up his grenade throw, though, his volley. That'd be so bad.
Dígame, señor. Preparado.
Oh, he's gonna mess up some of them by doing that, which is kind of hilarious. Yeah, now he's gonna... Yeah, he knows that. That's why he's moving those over there. He doesn't want to waste their grenade cards, because now there's a 60-second period where Rommel could attack where those grenades will not be ready to be thrown from those units, giving him a much more likely chance that these infantry would survive an engagement with them. Get Cimarrones now. That's a very good thing that he's thinking about that. Eventually he's going to want to get Solidaros and Butchers if Rommel is so inclined to let him do so. Ooh, that was something else. That was good. He could have finished that one up, but still, that was... Wow, that's good use of the grenades right there. Also frees up some pressure in his base, too. now he's gonna go in with all these like skirms and stuff, and he might get completely butchered by. That was beautifully played by Veringo there. That was excellent. That was 200 IQ, because now the artillery is just gonna shred his skirms. That was played so beautifully right there. I mean, it's not game winning, but he definitely ensures higher chance of survival on his base now by doing that. So now he just has to retreat tactically, and then just come back around and just throw the bombs at the... Yeah. That was beautifully played by Veringo. Yeah, the cooldown for the grenade is approximately 60 seconds for most Grenadiers. There's some like the Yongeo which are faster, yeah. It's a 60-second recharge. It used to be 45 seconds, then they nerfed it to 60. Because they felt like it was too OP against like Musketeer civs that didn't have Grenadiers themselves. They might be able to bring it down to like 50 seconds maybe, I don't know. Like, now that they've added like the Malison, who knows? I have no idea. Yeah, it is. It was a nerf back when Grenadiers didn't have this Malice there. I don't know if it's still relevant or not. I have no idea. We'll have to ask Maston about it.
A sus órdenes. Ya mismo voy.
Alright, the Ascoltas are going forward. Let's see if he can do the same thing in this spot. That would actually be whack if he could do that. Because then he could just ride up all around and just start gutting villagers again. Because what did these rotos cost right now with all the upgrades on them? He does not have a lot of upgrades on these yet. He is being very conservative with his upgrades. I think Rommel's too scared to invest in stuff and then have to retrain him again if Veringo raids them all. There you go. Look at that. That was well played. Definitely well played. He's gonna... That was a good one. And now he's gonna attack this bait. Rommel's not falling for it. He's gonna go right for the attack now. He's going right for the throat, which he wants to do. Now it basically puts Veringo on edge because now he's got his base not well protected enough, and yeah, I don't know. You know that. Yeah, you should never repeat the same strategy again because your player's just gonna learn it and then they're gonna adapt to it. What about Veringo? Does he have enough stuff to? So now he's got a big army of. I think he can... No, well, now the Ascoltas are the thing I'm worried about. I'm not worried about these. It's the Ascoltas that could actually wreck his Grenadiers. And, like, butcher them, really. He seems to be doing somewhat okay, though. I don't know. If he can break through that wall of Ascoltas, I feel a lot better for Veringo's survival here. If he doesn't... Which it doesn't look like he is... I don't think he's in great shape, no. Nah, he had to, like, get through the Ascoltas at least and start hitting the skirms. Yeah, and there's more Ascoltas there, too. The assault units are the biggest threat here, actually. It's the biggest threat of these things. Because of their hand armor. They negate his Horse Grenadiers, and they're negating his Patricios, too. And now he's going to age 4, right? So he's going to have, like, Guard Ascoltas next. It's going to be even stronger. Alright, he's going to go in with the Infernals again, try to make something happen. But as soon as he notices that, he's not going to let him get that many stabs in, I don't think. He's going to get one. I think he might get some of these. Does he clean it up enough? Maybe. Solidaros yet? Get Solidaros. Only if you can. Only if you got, like, the defensibility to do so. Yeah.
¿Sí? Dígame, maestro.
Veteran upgrade on the Infernal.
¿Sí?
Oh yeah, these culves. Yeah, they're not just culves. They have multipliers against buildings too. So these things are master siege units. Trying to rush him with the Infernals. He might get one. He gets one of them. Which is not bad, but he's still got another one he has to worry about now. So Patricios with Infernals. I think of this. Well, what's this? What's their like res stock? Yeah, now you gotta worry about Rommel's stockpile at this point. Yeah. I think the difference is that Chile doesn't have the strongest units, but if they have enough resources to keep them upgraded ahead of you, then you might have some issues. You know, like the Vivenderis Garda Scolta thing might be a kind of an issue here if you're not careful. Hopefully you don't let him like get out a whole army of stuff. Yeah. Like mass is important too. Like if he has like 50 Vivenderas right now and like 30 Escoltas, yeah, it's over. But he's just not massing up enough stuff on the Chilean side to get the decisive win at all. It's the only thing keeping Varingo in this. And then he ships 5 Horse Grenadiers too. So those are being added as well. Astantia is still alive, right? So, okay, so Horse Grenadiers is still on the menu, boys. Yeah. So I'm making the move with the Cav, yeah. Okay, the Massive Infernals is doing some good work, yeah. Because he's so busy dealing with the melee that the Musketeers can fire bullets into the assault units. Okay, yeah, I mean it's doing its stuff, yeah. Maybe Varingo can turn this around just in H3 now, yeah. Yeah, Rommel's not holding on to his army very good. Now he's got like a bunch of culverins here. Like, God, this is going to be horrible if he gets a hold of those. You knowing, man. Really bad.
¿Qué querés?
I mean, when's it gonna be at his next shipment?
¿Sí?
So is there a tower here? Why don't you just take the tower out, get some XP, and get an upgrade? Well, he's building his own towers up to the mine, which is probably smart. So he can get some more coin out. In terms of vills, how many has he got? He's got 48. Maybe he gets butchers now, I don't know. Or he should get Solidaros, get the cows fattened and worth it, and then start eating them. Maybe how he wants to do this. I like how he's like compiling towers here though. It's making him a bit more defendable and gives him a bit more time to work with. Solidaros, there you go. That's the spirit. There you go. And good, start eating those cows up too, so the ones that do come out are semi-fanned, yeah. Very good, very smart actually. Alright, watch out for those things though. Yeah, that could be a bit of an issue. Yeah, you should just try to eat all these cows up now. Good. Start eating up all the cows, and then they'll start being found a lot quicker. So once you can get butchers with that, then you can start really going to much larger armies and taking Chile head on with them. Rommel has only gotten refridge so far, is that right? And he got Laramie, whatever that wheel is, and then he got refridge. He has not been able to get this, or this. So, I mean, there's a lot of time for Varingo to catch up, I think. If he plays it very carefully. Rommel's wasting his shipments on immigrants right now instead of upgrading his economy, which is probably a no-no right now. Try to get your economy up as Chile, start getting those upgrades, and then start thinking about... Yeah, start thinking about that, yeah. That's what I would do anyways, yeah. Imagine if Ringo could get another 20 villager rate, like a 10-20 villager rate or something against that. Oh, that could go really sour for Rommel, big time. You could, like, dent him really badly doing that. Yanetz is a good move, actually. Yeah, Yanetz will definitely help him out here. Need some maneuver to deal with those Escoltas. Very good idea. One thing he could... never mind it. Because I was going to say, if he didn't have Ulans on the front lines, he could have potentially gotten Escobateros to dent into them as well in the infantry. But nah, if he's got some scout there, they'll go very sour very quick. Also fattening the cows a bit quicker too. Last card he's really going to need is butchers, I believe. Send the infantry in to do the siege instead of the cav is probably a good move. You don't need the infants much. There you go. Good siege. He's coming in very slowly. Very slowly. Does Ringo even... Yep, he knows about that, right? Yep, he sees it. He sees what's coming. He can prepare for it now. He's gonna... What's he gonna do? He's gonna chop wood over here or something? He could get this mine, too. He could absolutely start grabbing that one up, like, right now. But, yeah, that's a great... Just don't lose him to the Vivenderos. That would be really sad if you threw the thing for that. So much to do.
¿Sí?
A sus órdenes.
Dígame, maestro. Va. Dios quiere.
Preparad. Dale nomás.
A la guerra. Allí en el horno nos vamos a encontrar.
He's so close to butchers too, man. This timing attack is really gonna cause some problems. Maybe he can eco butchers in time. Maybe. Let's see. Snipe like some of these Escoltas and get butchers right away. So that way he can get like 50 units, like 30 units and a bunch of horse grenadiers and stuff and start like really defending this. Got the coin, you just don't have the food. You need like the triple that food gather rate from the cows if you want to win this thing. Do not do that. Don't waste that. You gotta keep your nets in place. I guess you can do that. I guess. Oh no, too far in. Yeah, alright. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of choices, but still. It's gotta position this stuff very well, actually. Ooh, okay. Yep, start cutting those Escoltas. Try and get some XP if you can. It's got like an army. You could go in at any time.
Dale nomás. Allí en el horno nos vamos a encontrar.
Yeah, now he has to act at this point, I think. Not much else he can do. Also, should have infantry combat in there too to beef up his patricios. That'd be a good include in the future. You really want the patricios behind the infernals so you can deal extra damage into the Escoltas. Yeah. Usually what you want to do. Typically, yeah. Maybe realize that's why he's positioning a bit better here. Try to get some bullets into these assault units. Just makes it a lot better for you. Yeah, see, this is the thing. If he had the Patricios right behind the... He would have already been done with the assault cav, and he could, like, charge the skirms. Like, where is Chile at with their eco? Like, yeah, I mean, they're in safe enough shape to win this, I think. I think they're in safe enough shape. I mean, are they picking up... No, hasn't picked up any other techs. Just been... Probably was too scared to get too many upgrades. Because if he was like villagers, then he'd be spending an arm and a leg to get them back, I guess. Yeah. Good match, though. I mean, this was a good, like, slow match for us to study. So there's our patch 1.1.1D Argentina. Now we're gonna see what the 1.1.2A one looks like, with the cheaper pastures, the better cow spawn rate. No, not the cow spawn, but rather the cow fattening rate, and the new unit stuff too. Yeah, the Spanish immigrants and the Morenos. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. So we're gonna boot out of this. I'm not gonna delete my directory right now. We can do that in a bit. So yeah. An immigrant falconet would be useful, methinks. Passive volantes are already decent. I still hate that keep going Krupp cans no longer do. Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember the good old days of the Krupp steel cans. Yeah. Those were the days. Those were the days. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is now I'm gonna boot into the current version we have. And we're gonna look at these new games. Yeah. But wait a second, there is an immigrant falconet on the game currently. The San Patricio cans of the Irish immigrants are falconets. There is an immigrant falconet currently. The Irish got them. That's right. So if you want like immigrant falconets, use the Irish immigrants for that. They currently exist. So this is called the Rediscovery of America. Got all this stuff, you know. Woolwarts Nups now have the prefix of Hishe or Frantic Fred on there. Spanish immigrants, blunderbuss model, all this cool stuff. So let's see how this first game goes here. What is it called? La Civ no está ya tan del otro. Let's see how that one goes. Here we go. This would give us a good analysis of Argentina and see where they really fall in the new scheme of things. I think they're going to be a much brighter Civ now. I think so. So Rommel's actually going to be the demonstrator of this Civ for us on Mendocino. This is like a classic tournament map of the Chorizo Zarate tournament, so this is a really good map to look at it as well. And who is he playing as? He's playing as the German Diabol. He always plays Germany, or he usually does. Alright. And yeah, this should be a really nice one, actually. We'll check the deck out as soon as he gets a shipment. So far, nothing different. Just a bunch of villagers gathering meat. I'm assuming he's going to have the new cards in his deck. Or the new card in his deck, I should say. What do you mean they already have Grenadiers? Peru, Irish don't have Grenadiers. What are you talking about? The Irish get a skirmisher unit and they get the Falconets, and then if they get the pub, they get a mercenary Basigliere from their saloon. So that's what they get mainly. So no advanced immigrants here. Okay, so he's sticking to more of an older deck. Still, we can look at, the infernal stats as well as the cheaper pastures to see how that works. He has Cimarrones, right? Yeah, thankfully he does. Thankfully he's not foofy blind with that. Three settlers. He's got a Holbeck plan, medicine, eco theory, some crates. He's got a lot of crates here. He's got the training of artillery. See, what Dragon usually likes to do is he likes to get out his Krupp factories and mass produce steel guns with this, yeah. And then he'll upgrade all of his infantry and stuff. Not a lot of eco though. He just assumes the Mare Boom is gonna be enough to get him the eco he needs, yeah. Question is, what immigrant does Rommel go with here? So he's gonna go with the Polish. Yeah, he knows what to do. Now we're gonna see if he uses any of the new technologies effectively here. I shouldn't say new technologies, but revamped ones. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he does. Yeah, it's about halfway done. Or just about. Oh, what do these pastures cost now? They cost 200 wood? Wow, that's great. This is going to be phenomenal gameplay here. You can get a pasture in the transition. You don't even need Cimarrones as much. Is that right? He's going to double dip with Cimarrones though. This is looking okay. What's the bounty for it? 40 build bounty? Not bad. I mean, this is looking okay, honestly. I mean, feeling pretty good about this so far. Do you think 200 pasture costs is reasonable? Oh, okay. Okay. So you don't do Irish immigrants with anybody else but Peru? That's kind of interesting. Who even? Well, when you think about it, I don't think a lot of civs actually get the Irish immigrants anymore, do they? No, they don't. Who gets them? Peru does. Uruguay does. Colombia does. If they get the right starring politician, they can get them. And literally nobody else, right? Only three lamb civs can even get Irish immigrants, if I recall correctly. That list used to be a lot higher. Now it's like very small. Like Colombia, Uruguay, and Peru. That's it. It's literally it. Yeah, like Irish immigrants are very rare. Surprisingly rare, actually. Yeah, I didn't even realize that till now how rare they are. Because you know how many lamb civs there are, and there's only like 3 civs out of all of them that actually can get Irish. And Peru is the only one that can get them the normal way. So that makes sense why you've only used them with Peru, because they're the only one out of the 3 civs that can actually access them through a normal age-up means. Colombia has to like do a very specific age-up order to use them effectively, and then Uruguay obviously has to wait, I think, until like age 4 before they can even get them into the late game. Yeah, like in late game, it's either Confederates, Italians, or Irish, I believe, depending on which, you know, like the left, the middle, or the right UI thing you end up going with throughout the game. So yeah, very, very interesting indeed. Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. Yeah. Yep. So really, Peru's the only civ that gets Irish immigrants, if you want to consider it in like the old school means of it. Yeah. Now look at this. Look at the hand attack improvement on the Infernals. Now they do 50. They use 25 melee attack. They're a much better rating unit now. Look at all the damage they're doing here. Jeez, this is good. They're like doing okay here. Yeah. Look at all the rating he's getting here. This is okay. This is quite good. And then he's going to take off so he doesn't lose any units. Alright, this is looking okay, actually. The better melee is... And this is their trample now. They do 17 with 3 splash. I like that. That is actually... I'm liking this already. You know? And then he's going to get another bill. Yeah, I mean, even without the Spanish immigrants, you're looking at a really good setup here, really. I'm not complaining at all about this. I mean, the 25 hand attack is phenomenal, yeah. How fast did these get? So this is them without any upgrades, right? Without Solidaros, without even Fallow. That's a great fattening rate, even without any add-ons. I mean, once you get the add-ons, I think it's going to be like really good. And if they fix Iceboxes and Great Warriors, I think Argentina might actually be, you know, a solid Great Warrior civ now, you know, with their cavalry assistance and stuff, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, yeah, they'll be able to spam out units, I think, to help their tanks early on. Yeah, maybe Escoltas will be good against the soldiers, who knows? Or the Rifle Grenadiers, yeah. These Anson Patricia's in too. Yeah, I mean, even the baseline Argentina stuff is already starting to look very promising. Yeah, this is already fattened. This is gonna, yeah, I mean, I think Argentina's in great shape now. Like, they're looking like a really good herdable civ now. And I think they can actually fight against a lot of civs now. That we're gonna... keep this in mind for the tier lists we do next week. I think we'll do it next Sunday. Because Saturday, obviously, if we can, we try to do like the casted game stream. No, not Saturday, we do the gameplay stream. So on Sunday next week, we'll do a tier list one. And we will revisit this, yeah. Definitely. This patch is so substantial that we actually have to redo our tier list just to do it again, yeah. Yeah, I mean, at this point, all we can do is just spam line infantry, I guess. Yeah, basically. Some muskets. Go musketing. Interesting. Alright, so what does Rommel do from here? Gets coin. Yeah, the thing is, because you're getting Herbals so quick now, you probably can afford to delay Solidaros and Butchers for a while. You maybe even get Butchers before Solidaros, you know? Maybe getting the food gather rate first is even more important than getting the semi-fattened cows. Because your food growth rate on the cows is just so useful now. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah. Didn't get a house in age 1. Oh wow, yep. Basically, Argentina is one of the Polish immigrant technologies. Will basically give you 4 Ulons instead of the old effect. So it's a nice way to get some nice scout units for a civ. It doesn't have them in the early game roster at all. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I read that on the patch notes. I was like, oh, wow, this is pretty good. Yeah. Alright, so is he going double pulse or is he getting something else? He's going Italy first wave. Fair enough. He'll get some nice Italian houses to give him some more pop and something for his Italian workers to start getting some tomatoes for the spaghetti and the meatballs and the rigatoni and the chicken parmesan, the lasagna and the stromboli and whatever else. Yeah, basically. And the pizza, of course. The pizza. You can't go wrong with the pizza. Definitely not. I remember when they used to have a pizza technology in War of the Triple Alliance and Wars of Liberty. Remember that? Basically what Trattoria does now. Back then it was pizza. Yeah, I remember that. I remember pizza. Pizza. Yeah. Everybody loves pizza. I love pizza, you know. I think most people love pizza. The best thing of pizza is you can just make it the way you want, like toppings wise. Like you could you could go real basic with pepperoni, you could add jalapeno to it, you could get like exotic pepperoni and like high quality high end stuff for a bit extra money. And dough, you can get different types, right? You can get the normal stuff from the Greek place, you can get the high quality like fermented type stuff they stick in they age, basically. It's all sorts of good variants, you know. Lately, I mostly just eat pepperoni and jalapeno pizza, usually. Or I'll go down and get this, like, supreme one with, like, pepperoni, ham, sausage, bacon, and hamburger with peppers, onions, and mushrooms on it. It's really good. And then I'll sometimes get jalapeno on it, too. It's like everything all into one. It's like a perfect, flavorful experience. Because most Supreme pizzas you get at places, they only give you pepperoni, sausage, and hamburger. This place does all that, plus they'll put ham and bacon on it too. So it's really good. A little bit of extra pork meat on it to round it out a bit. Yeah. And the veteran on the Infernals as well as that of the Patricios. He got the right upgrade this time, right? Yeah, thankfully. Thankfully, he did not fall for that mistake. Oh, no, that was Ringo. That wasn't Rommel. Rommel knows his Argentina very well. It's got enough of a PhD in it, I guess. Yeah, basically. Yep. Germany's mixing in skirms with the line infantry, it looks like, yeah. That 25 hand attack is making a huge difference, because look at it now in Veteran. Veteran upgrade is now 30 hand attack. It's like a Hussar now. Now it can be used for more Hussar-like tasks. It can be good against Vils. It can be used against Skirmsbearer now. Adding 2 hand attack to these Infernals really ramped up its fighting game as a unit, you know? No longer just feels like a mediocre pikeman. Now it not only excels even more as a pikeman, but it also... We were talking about halbs earlier. These are like speedy halberdiers now, because not only do they have the anti-cav, they got the base damage too. So I mean, who needs halberdiers when you got ones on top of a horse? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean seriously, they're almost like halberdiers now. I like it. This is like the halberdier like experience I was looking for, basically, but now in a speedier package. Yeah. I was gonna get San Lorenzo and get some horse grenadiers, right? And he already has the Estancia, right? So he can already start to train more of these too, right? Yeah, that'll be good. Combine that with the Infernals, he might be in good shape, I think, honestly.
Preparado, pues.
Now he gets Solidaros. Seriously, I would get Butchers first nowadays. You know, I mean. Thrice is fast. So what's the fattening rate compared to the pastures? Is it better? Good question. Looks like it. Looks like it fattens really well here, yeah. Dang. Maybe gotta start using that thing a bit more too. Trying to figure out which is more efficient though. I think the pastures are doing a better job, so they might have to bear this one even more. Or maybe it's fine, I don't know. Really depends.
¿Sí? ¿Qué más?
More horse grenadiers.
Dígame, señor.
¿Qué querés?
Ooh, yeah, good performance. I mean, does he have any combat cards on? Oh, yeah, he does. I mean, these are really cooking well. Yeah. And if he gets an R1, he'll go up to like 36, right? 36 hand, then guard. It's like what, 40 or something? Yeah, I mean, then Imperial. Yeah, this is Infernals are looking all right. You know, they're like Hussars, but they're not. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is okay. I think this is pretty okay. Yeah. And while they don't have the scout tag, they do have the or the Pierce armor. They do have the malice against heavy infantry. So I mean, yeah. But I mean, even still against the muskets, at least they're dealing like some sort of okayish damage to them now, which they didn't before. Yeah. It doesn't feel as, oh yeah, big time. Very nice. I definitely like this very much, actually. Yeah. Fort down.
A sus órdenes. Yo nunca me he de entregar a los brazos de la muerte.
Yeah, I like it. I like this new Argentina. It's really looking promising for the player. Yeah, they even got butchers, and he had a really substantial food storage. Yeah, definitely liking this Argentina. I mean, we could look at the post game and see how much food did they get. Almost 330K. That is a good Argentina civ that you can fall in line with. I think. Yeah, big time. So now we're going to be going into the last recording of the stream, which will be the Brazil game. We're going to see how this Brazil civ looks with the new sort of Russian-style block training. I have a feeling it's going to be a great civ now. I mean, that's what everything's pointing to with it. That's how the stars are aligning, as they say. Sopa do macaco. Sopa de macaco. So Rommel's going to do Brazil this time probably against Varingo. Let's see. What is that? Like Brazilian soup or something? Brazilian soup. Yeah, sopa de macaco. Sounds like Brazilian soup. Alright, so get this. Yeah, he is going Brazil. Grab the coin crates first. That's what you're going to want for these block training. So, what is the cost? What is the cost of these things? So, it's about... So, individually, it's... 70 coins. So, it's 70 plus 70 is 114, then 210. Good mathematics. This is perfect, actually. It's perfect. It's exactly what... This is good math. This is perfect arithmetic of what three slaves should cost combined. This is great. This is going to make Brazil really in good shape. So what does he do, though? So he's on the hunts, right? And then he's going to, try to... Does he have, any treasures nearby where he's getting coin? Why is he... I mean, that's the interesting aspect of it. Is basically you have to balance the food out with the coin. Oh, okay. So it actually adds a bit of a dynamic to it. Yeah. All right. I think we got an interesting show of stuff here. Yeah. Yep, start buying away at that coin. I'm absolutely enjoying this quite a bit. You know, just seeing how well. I mean, I think Rommel probably could have handled it a little bit more exact. That's my opinion, but maybe I don't know. I probably would have went to coin first and then slowly add them to food personally, but maybe I don't know. Maybe it evens out. So basically, what does he get in like age, whatever now? Oh, yep. Here's the advanced immigrants right here. Yep. So he's probably going to get advanced immigrants first, I'm assuming. I would, yeah, get the advanced immigrants first. There's no reason not to. Oh, yeah, I like this. This is quite good, actually, yeah. And they just swaps over to all food. The age up. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I think he's making it work somehow. He's doing okay. I mean, 15 age up at, what's the time, like 3-something minutes? Fair enough. Yep, so right now it looks just like an Irish wagon, right? Maybe they could put some Spanish, like decals on this wagon at some point, so it doesn't look as Irish. And here's the Spanish colony, España. Ole, Santiago. Yeah. And go up with which immigrant? German wave. And by what do they mean by immigrant buildings? Does that mean like the colony goes up quicker, or does that mean like immigrant houses and stuff build faster? Trying to figure out what they mean by that. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. No idea at all. Good question, actually. So here's what it looks like. You can tell it's got like a combination of like the European, Spanish, like Southern Europe, like texturing to it, but also feels like its own thing, which is great. Yeah, very good. Oh, he gets a livestock pen. Okay, yep. Yep, that's fine. Because I think only the Spanish houses only affects the coin herdables, right? Yeah, so that's good. That'll help out certainly with that. Can't you train like the Spanish workers in the transition or whatever? That would be a pretty smart idea, wouldn't it? So you can already like get like a thing of merino sheep going and stuff. I bet with Brazil, especially merino sheep, are just a really good synergy. German colony can get like a mill or something over here. I think now that you got like some decent coin from the merino sheep, you might actually be a. Oh, he's going full value for the plantation. And then from there, he gets 700 wood. Yeah, I think we're looking at some good stuff here. I mean, we're gonna have to look at what Peru's doing too, obviously, because Peru, from what I understand, is probably gonna be doing their own. Yep, they got one too. Peru's doing this, using the same colony with their deck. So yeah, it's definitely gonna change up how we do our decks now, because this is one slot you're always gonna want to fill as a go-to now. So I mean, yeah. To me, if you get like a free immigrant from the home city, that should always be something you should consider doing. It's more technologies, more units. It's just a no-brainer, especially considering the fact that your workers come out quicker too. Yep, already has a Spanish shearer here. If you want to, once you get enough wood coin, like put down like a Spanish house. Start putting those merino sheep on it, fan them up, and start gathering some coin from them. That is probably a very lucrative sort of strategy you can do now with these Spanish immigrants. Just time out perfectly when to get that Spanish house and start getting those merino sheep going. It's going to be like a really good setup overall. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, especially with Peru, the way they play is like a trash unit civ. They should be able to like have a lot of flexibility with their coin and send up the merino sheep around their structure. Yeah. So this is going to be a really good feature for a lot of the lamb civs. Also for Argentina, like if Argentina uses it, I mean, isn't it going to be great for Argentina when they? Wait a second. They're going to probably need I think they're going to need like a livestock pen for it, am I right? Or something. Or they got the, yeah.
Sim. Vou escutar. Sim. Qual é a sua ordem? Vou atacar.
So going in with Mushateros, those will probably win against the Pardos, I'm assuming. Takes out a villager. Alright, so now we see the Pardos take a bit more of a defensive posture over there. I mean, I'm liking this stuff so far. I think right now assault is probably the way to go when you're seeing heavy infantry. You can also go with the Voluntario Patrias. It's really up to you and how you like to do your setups, really. What else? One thing I don't like about his Brazil deck, he's got like no Refridge, no Casa de Moneda, no Gran Coco. You really should have like those late game sort of eco sort of cards in there. Yeah, most likely. That's what I would want at least. Yeah. So now he's got a Voluntario de Patria. So he is doing a bit of skirmish with the assault. Should be placed good against the Pardos, I believe. Yeah. Varingo is going full Pardo. Yeah, he's going full into the heavy infantry. I mean, I think, yeah, probably the best thing to do, but as soon as he starts mixing in the skirms with them, I think he's going to have a bit of a better odd with the, yeah. Yeah, just going to chase him off. I think he's going to regroup with some skirms, and then the Pardos are going to have some issues, I think. Yeah. That's if he sticks with similar numbers, that is. Yeah. So that's a regular house, right? I wonder when we're going to see the Spanish houses actually be used with their golden herdables. Yeah. That'll be like a really good show of how big the macro game has changed for these civs. Now starting to integrate some of the Berneros in as well, both from the barracks as well as from the shipments. Voluntarios are going to probably try to go in for a quick raid too. Let's see what happens with those. Up. Probably should have tried to get one of the guys in the front. That's what I would try to do. Alright. Oh, get over here, Rommel. Juanito Bonito, over here. Right for that one. Could have gone the Berneros, man. You kind of threw a bit away there, honestly. Yeah. Why doesn't he keep block training like his stuff? he could be block trading more of these slaves right now and be doing really good. Yeah. Oh yeah, go. Oh, he's actually going to H3. It looks like, so that's what he's doing. Okay. Seems like Brazil's a lot more fluid now. They feel like less restricted with this more realistic eco. Yeah. There you go, get that.
Request
Yep.
for warding.
Now, one thing he's got to watch out for is Varingo's larger army. Because Rommel does not have a very large force here in his base. He's just slowly adding in skirms. I think Varingo's playing much more strategically with his army mass. Because now he's going to come at him with a huge army of spearmen and skirmishers. And he's going to have to, Rommel's going to have to really think of a way of dealing with that, you know. And Peru doesn't necessarily have to, you know, age up so fast, you know what I mean? Because they have good villager cards. They got like infinite shipments in H3 especially, but they even have one in H2 where they can sit back and just keep rolling in more and more villagers, really. Yeah. It's really powerful indeed. Big time. Gets a vill kill. I think the immigrant villager is the one that fell, so a little bit less valuable. Gonna try to kite the macheteros. Pardos should be sieging now, something like a house or something. Does he have enough of them to really go for any pressure? He's going for the barracks. He's going for the barracks. And Berneros can start to shoot away at the Voluntarios, but yeah, just make sure you micro on those things. If you can get a barracks down, awesome. That's like 200 wood out of Rommel's back pocket. Yep, barracks is down. Can he get like he's gonna try to get the stable down too, probably because he does not want to deal with mounted skirms, the Voluntario de Patria. If he can get down like that stable, that would be another plus for him. So how much wood does Rommel even have in his... Does not have a lot of wood, so now he's basically forced into mostly... He's going to be forced into mostly Home City shipment. Should have shipped this one first and then that one. Otherwise, why would you include that card there, man? Just saying. Yep, Pardos will do pretty good against mounted skirms just because they have the shock tag, yeah. That's if they get up and close with them, yeah. Now adding in Ulans with mounted skirms, it looks like, yep. How's Varingo's Woody? He does not have the Virgin Force yet because he's not a Virgin. He's a Giga Chad, Juanita Puana, so doesn't need the Virgin Force. Needs the Chad Force. But anyways, really just has to recover his army now. Probably should think about barracks number 2 when getting Virgin Force. I'd probably just get rid of this and just get another like wood chopping, honestly, because really, with Peru, your trash units are more important than your coin units until, like, later. When you can use Casa de Moneda and stuff to keep that flowing, really. Yeah. I'm surprised it doesn't have Rubber Boom either. Rubber Boom not only affects the coin units, but also not only helps it with the coin gathering, but also the wood gathering, too. So, I'm surprised it doesn't have that either. Good rating there, yeah. So we got some of the cavalry medics, it looks like, yep. Oh, the Bernero mass. Yeah, you gotta watch out for that thing.
órdenes.
If Ringo's going to age 3, Rommel, on the other hand, is trying to get veteran upgrade on Lanceros, looking to probably go scout skirmish. I mean, as long as you get, you're gonna have to micro well with these though to do that. Maybe going assault skirmish might be a bit better against Peru, because Ringo's mostly looking towards a mostly food and wood based economy, and throwing assault in there would totally throw him for a loop, probably. Yeah. Yeah, if Ringo's like trash unit stuff would get crushed by Escoltas, because the Escoltas could actually tank the Pardos and like butcher them, and then the mounted skirms can go right after the Berneros. It's a really good combination, really, yeah. So Rommel is starting to add in more Spanish workers, it looks like, as well as some more of the German workers as well. Got some breweries for 3 coinworks. Hopefully they did indeed fix that tech for Haiti, so Haiti can actually get the 5 coinworks now, like they were supposed to last patch. Same thing with ice boxes, something they keep claiming is fixed and never is. Just hoping all those are working.
Zeynep.
Yeah,
What's ordem?
Surprised the mass Berneros actually can challenge the mount skirms pretty good, you know, even with their 50% pierce armor. It's not like they're maneuver units at all either, so it's not even like these Berneros even have any multiplier against them. Just doing flat out 17 range pierced attack, yeah. Hang in about 5 Lanceros, still queuing in slaves. How many slaves you on now? Just queuing in slaves now. You could be a lot more efficient with that, you know. Just saying. Yeah, veteran upgrade on Berneros, since that's like the most numerous unit here at the moment. I'm kind of curious who wins this, actually. Both sides are using the Spanish immigrant, and yeah. In the old days, I'd say, you know, probably Peru would beat Brazil, because Brazil is just so wonky and slow. Now, Brazil's score is starting to go above and beyond, yeah. Yeah, watch out for your Yuans there. You're gonna want those to like charge the Berneros.
Señor.
You're gonna want to make sure you don't lose those scout units at all. Getting the veteran upgrade on the Pardos is probably recommended on the Peru side, just so it can handle that army of Brazil's. Brazil is currently just running a cavalry army right now, so Pardos could actually just wipe out the whole thing if Rommel decides, hey, I'm going to look at the Juanitas Muy Bonitas and the Ventas for a while. Like, if Rommel was in sort of that day's state looking at Juanitas Bonitas and the Ventas, you could take a whole mass of these Paros and just ram that whole cavalry army down with just them. So, getting them upgrades is probably recommended. Rommel does ship in one of the War of the Triple Alliance support cards of Horse Grenadiers from Argentina. This will be another scout unit that he can rely on safely. I think maybe even that charged grenade thrower of theirs might come in handy in these battles too. Just make sure you don't lose him by, It looks like he's going to do what Ringo did to him about 2 games ago. It's just ride out with these Horse Grenadiers. See if you can find like a batch of villagers on the hunt, basically. And then we'll go whoosh, and just fling a big bomb at him. Just send them flying, yeah. Does he have any areas where he's like doing hunting or mining or something? He might be able to do that. He's got all the hunts like safely under the TC, so as soon as he gets a whiff of him under his thing, yeah, that's very interesting actually. So let's see if Rommel's keeping up with his eco too, because that's the thing that Rommel was struggling with earlier, was just keeping up with his villagers against Ringo. Is he actually, still a bit slow, but understandable. Is he actually mining still? Good, yeah, good. Keep mining, yeah. Pick up the amalgamation for that. No, not amalgamation, smelter house. That's what it's called for the Juanitos, is a smelter house. And what else can he do here? He's got a number of shipments he can do. He can potentially do, he's doing some of the immigrants, the Spanish Criollo Legion. So these are basically Spanish musketeer immigrants that you can now make with their colony, yeah. So this should be a very nice addition to his army. If I recall correct, well, we'll see. Let's see what the stats look like on these compared to Conscriptos. If they have the same stats as Regulares, I'd be pretty impressed by that. So these will be coming out right now, and here they are. So here, they have the textures of the old Regulare unit, the one that's been deceased for a while now. Statistically, in age 3, they have about 195 HP. Range attack is 29, so it does more damage. Spanish deserter infantry armed with a gun beats shock units in close combat. So what do you think? The range attack is definitely markedly higher than that of a standard line infantry. So it definitely a much more damage packing unit. Would you say it's more or less like an immigrant recruit from like one of the nation state or Balkan Slavic civs? Yeah, it almost seems like that from the stats, yeah. I mean, I think that's great, You can use the Conscriptus as more of like a more sturdy musketeer, and then these guys will just do more damage, yeah. In an age 3, you can get a batch of like 8 of them, is that right? Oh yeah, not bad at all. Definitely something I can get along with, yeah, exactly. Quite good. Quite impressive, actually, yeah. Particularly, it's a good way of making use of an old unit that they discarded from the mod, Making the Regulare return in some shape or form. It's quite impressive, even with different stats and stuff. Going after the Mercado? I go after a house. Get Casa. He can just rebuild a market, Housing him is much better, so if you start wiping out his army, then he can't train as much, and then you can go for a more fatal attack, yeah. Big time. If I recall correctly, Varengo has his own card there. He can ship Horse Grenadiers as well, so I mean, kind of goes both ways, I guess. If you want to look at it that way. Throwing the mount skirms right into the pile there, not a great idea. He's grouping us kind of a little bit weird. Yeah. Can you get these Escoltas out at least? Lanceros are where they need to be. You just need to connect them and start doing the damage. The more Boneros you can eliminate would be Bitor. Yep. Now picking up the Campagna di Cordillera. Yeah. This will add 1 multiplier against heavy infantry to the Cazadores Montados. Should be a good addition overall, I would say. Yeah, definitely. That's a big massive amount of skirms right there. Quite a big one. Muy grande.
What's ordering?
Yep, start kiting those spearmen if possible, yep. Also, how's your Vil situation doing, Rommel? 48. You see, he's got so much coin, he could be adding more Vils and he's just not doing it. Yeah, I don't know why he's not doing that, man. You gotta stay on top of that stuff. Look at all the floating coin he's got. He's not adding in more Vils or anything. Like, how much food you would have right now, you'd be able to, like, do triple stable cavalry and stuff. I mean, he's just not, you know, setting up the way he should, really. Definitely not. Yeah, big time. I'm doing a lot better here. There, bonito. Seems like they're doing this treaty style. The green guys should have more stuff. Overestimating raiding cav does put you at a disadvantage unless you use them to raid villagers. He should be harassing. Well, he harasses, he should make a skirm mass. Yeah, well, these guys here are skirmishers. These are mounted skirmishers. So these are his skirmisher right here. So he should definitely, yeah, I mean, what I think is his problem is he has units, he doesn't even, 9 conscripts, so you should have Refridge here. This, you don't need this, you should have like Casa de Moneda here. Just have more eco options, you know. I don't mind the military upgrades, but, you know, if you're going to get advanced immigrants, you don't even need the wood. Like, get like extractivism or rum distillery or something, you know. Something you could really use there. That could really help you, you know. And also, does he even have rubber boom? He has rubber boom. God forbid he's got rubber boom. That's good. Yeah, because he's Brazil. He's an agricultural civ. He should be like raking in the eco right now. He should not be down on all this food. He's got slaves working on the hunting. They should be on mills with the boost that you get from plow and sickle. I mean, from the market. This is like a very wonky way of doing Brazil. Like, if I was doing Brazil now, I would be capping on them so hard right now. Like, taking advantage of their stuff, really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Brazil, Peru's probably playing this the more intelligent, long-term way. I mean, look at his eco options. He's got this, he's got this, he's got this, he's got this. He's doing all right. I mean, he's got more eco variety that he can fall back on. Now, if Ringo should get Rubber Boom as well with extractivism, I think he would be in really good shape eco-wise. He'd have everything he needs. He'd be in perfect shape then. Watch out for the Escoltas. You gotta retreat with the Lanceros against Escoltas. Escoltas will wreck Lanceros. He can go H4 with little loss, yeah. He could go like right now. He's got the army. He can literally, these things cost about 65 wood, so he could literally age up right now and just mass up like, yeah, he could just replace these very easily by aging up. Yeah. Very replaceable unit. Even the Pardos, you know, reasonable to afford. That's what makes this Peru setup so keen, I think. Instead, going for coin herdables from these Spanish houses. This is something I thought they were going to do a bit earlier, but it looks like they're going to try doing it right now. I was going to try sieging a TC. Picks up Andean hit points to tank up his skirms here. More Escoltas. Very strange seeing Brazil this late into the game without some sort of mill and upgrades towards it. Really feels anti-Brazilian the way he's doing this. Definitely, big time. Oh yeah, he could add priests in too. That was definitely especially Brazil. Brazil gets so much floating coin that priests are actually a really easy grab for anyone that wants them. You know, I mean Peru's a bit more standard, but I definitely think Brazil could definitely afford to get priests with all the coin that they get. It's something I don't see a lot of players actually doing more as a Liberty besides Jeff. Jeff knows how to use priests, but yeah, if Rama wanted to, he could only go that with Brazil. Cappy thinks it's a boring match. Yeah, like, imagine if Cappy and me were in it, it would be a good match. I would be doing so much good stuff with this. Like, I mean, I give Ringo credit. He's doing Brazil a lot. He's doing Peru a lot better than Rommel's doing Brazil, but still. They could be doing a lot stronger here, I think. They're missing out on so much opportunities, man. It's like crazy. So does rifled carbine actually benefit the Cazador Montados, or does it not? If it does, that's pretty whack. Yeah, oh, it does. Yeah, it does. I didn't know if it did or not because it's not a Dragoon per se. Ah, God, Rommel, what are you doing, laddie? You're Brazil. You should have these vills in the base on mills. You should not be hunting as Brazil this late. Do you know that Brazil doesn't even get hunting dogs and steel traps? They literally get two mill-related upgrades, sickle and plow. He's literally going against the point of playing his Civ. You should never do that. The devs gave you so many gifts and you're squandering them like poop. Unbelievable. When life gives you lemons, you don't make limeade. You make lemonade. Deal with it. And you definitely don't make Bloody Mary. You make you make a lemonade. Yeah. I mean, seriously. Squandering so many great gifts from the Wool team gods. It's crazy. At least Faringo is keeping it more consistent. I mean, he's not doing everything perfect either, but at least he's, on a more consistent track with stuff. He knows how to use Berneros and Escoltas properly. Rommel's making weird calls out. And then he just decides, oh yeah, now I'm going to make the Annats, even though he's got full massive Berneros here to basically knock those out right from under him, yeah. Absolutely unreal how this cookie crumbled, yeah. Seriously. Yeah. Alright. Good job, Faringo. You are the champion. But seriously, I want to do this Brazil now. I mean, this is a Brazil we can get behind, I think. It's no longer going to be a D-tier Civ. I don't know if they're going to be C or B, maybe A. We're going to have to basically fine-tune that before next week, I think. And just figure out where that falls into the list. I know, that's the problem with Rommel and Faringo and a lot of these players is they throw their whole advantage so fast by using the wrong army at the wrong time. That's not how you're supposed to do Brazil. Brazil, you're supposed to be careful and defensive and building an economy and then just massing up as you get later into the game. If he wanted to go aggro, he should have stayed in H2 and went Conscripto Mushatero or something. Something like that. Oh yeah, seriously. I don't even know how this happened, Yep. Alright, so basically, how long ago I got my food delivery? It was like, how long ago? Like 4 hours ago? I haven't even ate it yet, so why don't I go do that right now? This is the last recording. Nobody submitted any other ones, right? Alright, nobody submitted any other ones. Yeah, I think we're good till next week. Probably stream it on Thursday again since holiday sort of ruined all that sort of thing of doing on Tuesday. But yeah, okay. Sign off now from the stream. I'm gonna go enjoy my delivery. Yeah, good idea. Alright.